What's going on, everyone? My name is Maiden. We're back with more Age Mythology Clash of the Immortals action. Spawning on the left side of your screen is me, Iron Maiden, enjoying this beautiful Saturday morning with my beautiful coffee. I am joined, or rather spawning on the right side of your screen is my big, beautiful, bald, bearded brother from the north. Soup, how we doing?
Hello, Maiden. Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here. And I'm just drinking water for now. I already had my coffee. It's a bit later in Europe, obviously. But
Boo! Just kidding, just kidding.
no,
Water is life, everybody. What do you,
we're in
okay.
the quarterfinals now. So top 8, we're getting to the really, really big games now. So this is going to be very exciting today.
Let's not delay. Let's take a look at where we're at in the bracket. Let's talk about the matches we're going to have today. And I think we have match number 1 queued up, so we can jump into it soon enough. Let's not dilly-dally. Some quick context. There we go. Winners bracket quarterfinals. Don't forget, everybody, this is a winner, or what's it called? Double elimination. So we are looking at the winners bracket right now. We are doing all 4 of these matchups today. Mr. Tunison, Kvoth Magic, Recon Rappel, Chemo Grass. I believe we're going to start with Chemo Grass, if I'm not mistaken. Soup, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. There's one thing I wanted to point out here, something I just noticed before we started. Only one game, Tunison versus Ulysses, was won by the underseeded. Every other match was won by the favorite. So, yeah, that's just something interesting. Something I thought was quite interesting here.
Interesting indeed. Well, you know, honestly, as we get into the later stages of the tournament, the seeds are starting to be like closer and closer. Like if you look at these 8 players right now, it's, you know, we're just about looking at the top 8. So, you know, seeding is a little bit finicky, but it'll be interesting to see who actually comes out on top. Anyway, so yes, they are best of 5s, all 4 of them. I see someone mentioning Edelrid in chat, best of 5s, all 4 matches today, best of 5. So we're in for some excellent matches, hopefully some long, drawn out, hour-long games. That's what I'm gunning for, all 20 of them. 20-hour stream, baby.
All right. Yeah,
Maybe.
let's have it. Why not?
Anyways, there we go. Here's the lower brackets. You guys can get a look for who else is still in the tournament. We got Mosca, we got Nolus, we got Loki, we got El Matador. Their lives are still alive. They are still alive in the tournament. They're in that round 2 of the losers bracket. So the losers of today will be dropping down to fill these spots. So nobody's out of the tournament just yet, at least not, you know, not for the players who are playing today. That will happen, I believe, tomorrow. So
yes, that's tomorrow.
No need to cry.
But even these 4 players here, Matador, Luki, Nolus, Musket, they're in the top 12. And if they win their next round, they'll be in the top 8. So, you know, they're well in this tournament still.
Indeed. Joshua Black wants us to give a prediction for who's going to be in the final. I predict one of these 12 players will be in the final. One of the 12 players, 2 of the 12 players that we just saw will be in the final. How's that for a prediction? Joshua Black. Anyway, do we know, real quick, let's, I think we have another couple of minutes before match number 1 starts. We can get an update on that on the back end, but I think there we go. On your screen, everybody, top right, above the Nordic Viking over on the right side of your screen, above that guy. Anyways, we've got a timer. We've got about a minute to real quick talk about matchups and drafts.
Let's discuss the bands here quickly. Chemo's got his Gaia and Isis band, and Grass has got his Loki and Gaia band. So none of these players will get to play Gaia. And Grass and Groom first picking Zeus, Chemo first picking Kronos, even Frey. Hello, Chemo first picking Frey. This is like because we are in a best of 5. I think Chemo's pretty much forced to play Norse at this stage. And I guess kind of he has to play 1 Norse, so he wants to maybe take away the Frey pick from Grass, and he just says, all right, it's going to be Frey, it's going to be the Norse pick, and then yeah, we'll see where else it goes. Very interesting to see. I hope we get to see Chemo play Norse. I really want to see that. What's my prediction for finals? I want, I don't know, Mister probably. It's like a safe pick, right? And then I'll say Kvoth. I haven't actually checked the brackets if this is going to be possible, but Mr. Kvoth. Those are my 2 favorites.
All right. Well, first, enough of that. First, we got Chemo against Grass, everybody. If the game is ready to start, we are jumping right in. Game number 1. Game number 1 of the series. Game number 1 of the day. Soup over in the left-hand side. Spawning in the red color, we have Grass and Groom, our little teenager friend. He is playing Poseidon, Poseidonos, left side of the map. Over on the blue side, the right side, we have Chemo starting things off with Set, with Egyptian. He is known to be a bit of an eggy boy, bit of an eggy boomer. So Poseidon gets Set. Soup. This is a really open map. If you look at the mini map, we can see the scouting right now, but we saw it before. It's super open map. Thank you, vodka. Ooh, a couple of animals getting collected. What Soup? In my eyes, the open map. It seems like it's a good thing for the mobility of cavalry, Poseidon cavalry, and centaurs. But is that true against Set? Where's your head at here?
Yes, I think your initial assumption is absolutely correct that this is the Poseidon favorite map because like you're saying, Heaviest Centaurs, you want to put that early pressure on. The one downside is that this is huge map. It takes a while to get from your base to your opponent's base, so that 315 advance that you often see Poseidon going for, it's going to be later before you actually, take advantage of it on a map like this.
Mhm.
But once you have your army established of Hippias and Centaurs, you have these very, very good mobility, and it's hard for me now to even come up with a good unit composition as set to deal with that because the barracks units can kind of keep up with them if they have priests and enough numbers. They're so slow. And on this map, I do think the Hippias Centaurs will be able to utilize their mobility very, very well.
Well, there's that temple coming up for that early advance. We're starting things off. Oh, vodka is spoiling me today, man. We already have picture in picture, and it's not even barely 2 minutes into the first game. I feel spoiled today. It's beautiful. Anyways, having said that, Soup, um, Set has the option to go either Anubis or Ptah. Are you thinking Anubis for spear action? It's very double picture in picture. It is an open map, which could be a really good thing for Anubites potentially.
Yeah,
To
we
utilize
saw.
that mobility, plus you get
Look,
spear upgrade.
look over on Chemo's side. I think he built a second monument already. And that to me tells me there's a very high likelihood we're going to see Anubis.
Mm.
Generally, a play that you can make as Set versus Greek is you go 2 monuments in the beginning, then you build your temple, and depending on where you want to go with the game, you can build a third and even a fourth monument after that.
Boy.
Chemo, the kind of player to build 2 monuments, temple, town center, and then if he wants to, he can add more monuments. But either way, the second monument in already, and there's the temple coming in for Chemo. To me, this kind of tells me he's probably going to go for Anubis.
Okay. Okay. Well, it is a really open map, like we said, so probably gonna have a lot of little skirmishes and little poking and prodding and whatnot. Lots of goats there for Grass, which is gonna be really nice, keeping that
This
food inside of his base.
this map has so many goats for both
Oh yeah.
players, so yeah, that's definitely also something to keep in mind. There's a bunch of hunt on the outsides of the map as well as the goats. Actually, Chemo a bit unfortunate with his, but yeah, we're about to see Hermes in for Grass and Groom now, aiming for going to be a 345 advance. Like I said, the 315 advance not as good on this map because it's so big.
Yeah.
So Grass going for that slightly delayed 345, but he's going to have Atalanta running in immediately, and we'll see if he goes for stables or if he goes for a second TC immediately.
Well, we do see Anubius on the chemo side of things. There's Atlanta, of course. She's gonna, run over to the other side. We got Anubis that's already coming in halfway through for chemo, so we're getting there. You mentioned real quick, Soup. You mentioned that chemo's hunt spawn around the outside of his base is a little bit less fortunate, I suppose. He is set. He can just convert the boars and bring them on home. So there is that.
Yep. Well, you got to keep in mind, Grass is going to have total map control at this stage. So hopefully for Grass, he will be able to scout
Oh,
that chemo priest. I don't know what happened
oh.
there. What happened?
Speaking of scouting, he just barely missed all those villagers hunting.
Oh.
Oh, he
Well,
could already be
why?
harassing.
I don't know. Grass is playing very, very defensively here. And the reason he's not harassing is because he's afraid of shifting sands right here.
Oof.
I don't know why he's going back now. Maybe because he's afraid of Plague of Serpents now. But either way, yeah, we do see Grass just deciding to not really go for any aggressive plays. He's gone for that second TC himself. Grass and wait, actually killing a priest with
Oh,
Theseus. Huge.
Bro, we
That's
both missed that. Jeez,
that's
that
pr-
is huge, isn't it?
that's probably the priest, the aforementioned priest that was out trying to convert animals, which was
Yep.
spotted by Theseus. But look at that. Look at Chemo. He's got Necropolis now, which gives monuments plus 33% favor gather rate. And he's already pre-queued the Anubis upgrade. So he's definitely going for the Anubites. And I don't know, Chemo, not the kind of player who really likes to spam monuments as much, but we could potentially see a third monument in from him as well.
He's already got the spears coming out. But, yeah, maybe you don't need the third monument necessarily if you get the upgrade, right, for the faster favor generation. Anyway, this is something that's interesting too, because you said that Grass was going to have map control and initiative and but he's actually taken the second town center, which kind of forces him to play slower and more defensive. That gives Chemo the option to go out on the he's hunting, improving his eco that way, as we just saw already, et cetera, et cetera. There's a couple of Guardian and Nubites that are already in top of your screen, everybody.
Yeah, and
They
then they're
can
going
just
to
hop
use.
over the wall.
Let's see it. The thing is, when you utilize your jump to just, maneuver over something like this, you lose out on some damage. But this is good damage already now with these Guardian and Nubites. Potentially even
Nice.
taking down one. Ooh, really good
Oh,
micro there from Grass.
it's gonna snag this other one, possibly. Good micro, good defense, good defense. He was close to losing, one or two villagers there, honestly.
This is
Yeah,
good
the
from Grass,
Centaurs.
too.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying this is good from the Centaur killing a Spearman, but look at this raid from the two Guardian Anubites. Two villagers gone
Huge.
down. Finally, Atalanta here to stop this. I think one Guardian Anubite probably going to go down now. Centaur also very good at defending, so got to keep that in mind.
Indeed, indeed. Speaking of defense, Grass is having to play more defense. Is he going to lose more vills? Bro! Ooh. Couple of
Barely.
those vills. He is just barely getting out of there by the skin of his teeth. Holy smokes. He's almost lost like 6 vills at this point in time. Yikes.
Grass is having a hard time here. He's being put under a lot of pressure by the Guardian Anubites, and it is so hard for Greek to deal with, even when you got Atalanta and Centaurs, which are probably the best answers for Greek. Even then, this is very, very difficult.
Sure.
And Grass is also in a bit of trouble. Grass has got like 24 goats, right? So he's getting a husbandry now. He's going to have so much food available to him. He's going to utilize that, I think, to go Heroic Age so that he also gets Hippolyta out to assist versus the Anubites.
Probably. We don't see any military units in his queue as he's cleaning up these little serpents here. Honestly, I think this serpents, yeah, he's got a bajillion. There's the market prepping for Heroic Age, like you mentioned. And there's the Anubite man trying to find some more kills. Is he going to find some of those low HP vills? Maybe, maybe not.
The damage is so good, even just on the auto attack. Lots of
Indeed.
low HP villagers for Grass here.
Well, Grass was able to take almost all of that hunt on that bottom side by the town center. He's got all those freaking... Look at all the goats. Look at the goat difference. That's what, 5 goats for Chemo in the blue. That just took a town center, by the way, compared to like 25 goats, 20 goats. Holy smokes, man.
Kind of
Huge
wild.
difference.
It's kind of wild because Chemo is playing set. So he's got that monkey in the beginning. He's got the animal conversions from the get-go. Kind of weird that he's got so few goats. I don't know if he was just extremely unlucky or if he messed up his game plan. Either way, Grass, having access to all these goats is going to make his game plan so much easier. Getting to the Heroic Age, even Mythic Age without having to do a farm transition is huge for a Greek player.
Well, so quick, let's jump over to Grass's main base. Let's see if he's still... Yeah, he's got 5... Speaking of his game plan, he's got 5 villagers on favor. And we can see he's got another Centaur out. He's going for the Centaur upgrade. Is he... Yeah, there we go. Oh, no, that's just another Centaur. He's not upgrading him just yet. He's really close to clicking up. Yeah, there we go. Aphrodite coming in just now. So he's not going for any human units just yet. Just strictly Centaurs, some defense heroes. And he's on his way to the Heroic Age.
Ooh, good micro there from Grass. If you get hit by the Anubites with the Centaurs, they take massive damage. But the good thing is, when you see the special coming in, you can just back off and you don't take damage from the initial jump. So, very good micro here from Grass.
You can react if you got that fast twitch muscle. You sure can. Me in my old age, I'm like, oh shoot, my centaurs are dead. Grass is young; he can handle it.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, Grass doing a bit of a farm transition still. I think it's because he's ahead by 9-10 villagers already. kind of realizing it. Maybe he just has to play defensive, and establishing these farms already now means that he's going to delay the point at which he needs to make a full farm transition. So if you can afford it, it's always nice to do this. Ooh, look at this. Almost getting the damage off, but the Anubites are taking down Atalanta.
Oh, that is so big when your hero gets gangbanged by a bunch of Anubites. Are you kidding me? And there goes a Centaur as well. That was worth it, dude. He could just go back and heal up. Well, what is that? 4 priests and a pharaoh? He can heal up all those Anubites. No problemo, man.
Indeed he can. Aphrodite in for Grass now. He's going to be very happy about that. He's getting Atalanta out now, and he should definitely look to get Hippolyta out as well. And he's going to need all those heroes because you're seeing the damage that these Anubites are causing, and Chemo really putting on the pressure now. That third hero is a godsend for Grass and Groom right now.
Okay, indeed. Soup, what is up as we see a little, okay, real quick, everybody, Chemo, right-hand corner, Chemo's taking a third town center, so he's going to be staying in the classical age for quite some time. Pegasus does see it. Attaboy, Peggy, well done. But Grass and Groom is going for 4 freaking barracks. Are you kidding me? Does he really want Hippospis that bad? I guess he's going for a mix of hips and hops.
Do you know what? Do you know why? Because he sees the third town center. He also knows that Chemo is not going heroic age anytime soon. And then when you have the Hippospis, you counter the Spearmen, Axemen, and do well against Slingers. And there's the big fight.
Oh, curse is huge. That curse is so huge. Plus the stun from the Nemean Lion. Are you kidding me? Bro, Chemo's army has just disappeared. Are you kidding me?
Did you see the Hippospis and the Hoplites? How well they did here. They're so good against the classical age Egyptian army, and Chemo has to just think to himself, why did I not go heroic age? Because you need it against this Greek army.
Oh yeah. In all fairness, Soup, the Nemean Lion stun and the curse also helped out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's that heroic age power spike you get through Aphrodite. You get your 3 heroes out, you have your centaurs already established, and then you get, like you said, the lion roar and the curse. It just struck so hard here. And Chemo well on the back foot here. This is Chemo, he prefers playing like this, but at the same time, my god, he's got a lot to defend right here.
I know. Well, you say Chemo's on the back foot. He can be on the back foot, but Grass was a little bit slow to, hit back right after winning that fight. He's going to have to... Chemo's already caught up at the Vil count, for example. He has a window of opportunity here he needs to take advantage of before Chemo recovers.
Bit of a blunder here from Grass. This is actually bad for him. He's lost 1, 2 centaurs, almost 3.
Oof.
He's getting the forward town center though, and there's some farms established. He's killing villagers now, and it does look like his centaurs are back in safety now. Meanwhile, for Chemo, this is also another thing that you really have to look for here. Is Chemo able to go to the heroic age? And right now, he's just not. And when he's not able to go to the heroic age, this infantry-based army from Grass and Groom is just gonna go to town. It's gonna be extremely difficult for Chemo to deal with.
Well, here's the thing. You have to be, Chemo's just committing suicide right now, dude. Are you kidding me? What is it? What? Okay. Soup, here's my analysis of that game. Chemo walked right up to the guillotine and Grass just completely beheaded him. That's just about it.
I don't think Chemo realized the power spike of Aphrodite with even just 4 or 5 Hippospists, however many it was in that small skirmish there. They dealt so much damage, and the armor composition from Grass and Groom was perfect against what Chemo had.
Yep. It felt like Chemo was so close to getting value from those Anubites, but just not quite. Look at that kill-death ratio, 50 units killed compared to 7. Are you kidding? And 7, that was like a couple of centaurs, and heroes and whatnot. Those were valuable units that Chemo killed, but still 50 to 7. Wow.
Only 2 villagers killed from Chemo. It looked like he dealt a lot of damage with the Anubites, but I think looking back, he would have wished that he maybe invested into a 3rd monument and had even more of maybe even 2 groups of Anubites running around, because I think that's what went really well for Chemo here, was the Anubite raids, but only 2 villagers killed in the end, not enough.
Well, I mean, like I'm sure we might see some clips, some replays. Yeah, like right here, dude. This is the beginning. This is his first little raid. Look how low HP that thing is. That other villager just throughout all of these raids, he was. And here's another example. So look at that villager. If you
Yeah.
sneeze on him, he's gonna go down. Are you kidding me?
Grass Groom did such a good job keeping them alive, but also kind of unlucky for Chemo, if we're being real.
Yep, yep. Sometimes just the littlest pixel and pathing mistake and whatnot or whatever, and you don't get Vil kills. That would have
Here it
changed the
is.
game a little
Here's the big
bit.
one. Let's see it. The Lion Roar into the Curse. And it's just, while the Lion Roar is there, the Centaur special is just raining down on the entirety of Chemo's army. And that's
Yeah.
why this went so overwhelmingly in favor for Grass and Groom.
And that is essentially all she wrote, folks. Game number 1. Might have another clip here. Yeah, for those centaurs going down. I mean, that was good. Chemo did a decent job. He picked off what 3, 4 centaurs throughout the game, something like that. That's not bad. But he just took way more damage compared to what he was able to deal out. So, there we go. Game number 1 is in the record, everybody. Poseidon, better than Set these days.
This was really well played by Grass and Groom. Very surgical, I think is the word for it. He didn't really go out of his way to make any big early aggressive plays, anything extraordinary. He was just playing the 2 TC Boom. He made the Centaurs for defense, and then he had that really, really sick Aphrodite timing. And that, yeah, he took home the top just from that.
Well, it's real quick. My last thought on that game, and then we can look ahead. My last thought is that he took the third TC, and it seems like if he's going to take the third TC, he's still investing into Classical Age army. He just lost a fight, etc. It seems like if you're going to take a third town center and you're planning on staying in the Classical Age, that you would want to like spam a couple more barracks and get your production going. So that you can take advantage of staying in the Classical Age, put on some pressure, some map control, etc., etc. But it didn't seem like he necessarily did that. He kind of just stayed on a couple of barracks, a group of Venubites, and he didn't really find enough value.
I don't think
Chemo
was hoping for losing the first skirmish as hard as he did. So, yeah, just after that, he was in a bit of a hard situation. At that point, he had already invested into the third TC. And then he just said, all right, I got to produce villagers from 3 town centers. I need a barracks army, which is very food intensive. And he's setting up a farm transition meanwhile. It's just too many things he had to invest resources into. And resulting, the Grass and Groom just ran over him in the end.
Yeah. Indeed. Well, if you're a fan of the kid, everybody, there you go. Grass and Groom starting off the morning, starting off the day, starting off day 3.
We got a really interesting matchup coming up. I don't think I expected this here. New WoW versus Odin on Alfheim. Especially Odin is a very peculiar pick here. Usually, when you like Grass and Groom, he's got access to Ra here, or Thor even. 2 very good defensive boomy gods, but he's going for the raiding option. Like, traditionally, you would say Odin is good on a map like Steppe that we just saw, because he can build a bunch of raiding cavalry, get Thundering Hooves, just raid all throughout the game. But on Alfheim, he won't be able to do that, especially versus New WoW with that Earth Wall.
Indeed, I think in Legacy, old back in the day before Retold, we saw a lot of players like Rappel, for example, liking Odin on Alfheim. Alfheim's a teensy bit different these days. You see kind of 2 variations of the map, one that's more open, soup, one that's a little bit more closed. So maybe he's trying to roll the dice for something a little bit more open. If it is closed, maybe he's going to go the Rigsthula Heimdall route and maybe go for a boom type of a thing. I think that I agree. Odin is not the first pick that would come to my mind, but I think that the 2 options that Odin has in terms of meta and his minor gods for Classical Age, it kind of sets him up nicely for the 2 possible variations of Alfheim. No.
Yeah, I guess so. And I think especially Heimdall has seen a bit of a renaissance recently. Undermine got a small mini rework where it can no longer take down town centers as it's being built, but then instead now it deals a lot more damage. So if you use it on a second TC that's already built, you can take down 50% of its HP just from the Undermine. So that's another option for Grass and Groom here. Just establish a really big Classical Age army, and then just spam out units onto the second TC. I'm almost certain from Chemo we're going to see a 2 TC boom. So it's about how does Grass react to that? Does he go for a boom himself, or does he go for a fast heroic or Classical Age fighting with Undermine? I don't know. Like I said, it's a bit of an unorthodox pick here, but I'm very interested in seeing what Grass will do.
Well, real quick, aside from the general, theory or meta strategy options for Odin, we got 30 seconds before we're jumping into the game. What about Odin against China, Odin against Nuwa? That's unexplored as a matchup so far, yes?
I think people will generally say Norse actually plays very well into Nuwa. It seems like the Norse army is just good against Chinese, especially when you don't have access to Chiyu and those electric weapons, god power that you get. So, I can definitely see Odin working out here versus Nuwa.
Okay. Well, first things first, everybody, as we're jumping into the game. First things first, let's see what kind of an Alfheim we got spawning. Okay, that'll maybe indicate what our player in the red is gonna do. Here we got Grass and Groom, we got the kid, we got the teenager, the forever kid, playing Odin. If you're in the red, he's on the right-hand side of the map. Pretty decent starting hunt there, Soupy Soup. Over on the left-hand side, we got Chemo playing China, going for a new bog. See Kwafu rather, starting things off. If you're unfamiliar with China, China's still pretty new, but if there are any viewers out there that have not heard the news, we have an official new Civ China, and Kino shall be demonstrating. We've got a Pioneer scouting around. Soup, it seems like we already kind of set the stage in terms of general expectations for this game. It looks like this map looks like it's kind of on the more open side of things, looking in the middle, but maybe not. What's your take?
No, I think you're right. Considering that this is Alfheim, this is definitely one of the more open ones. But I think it's gonna be important if you look at Chemo's second town center. There's a gold mine right above it, and you can almost imagine Chemo grabbing this really early and then placing an earth wall next to it. And then what does Grass do, right?
Well, exactly. There's still the Heimdall Rigsthula option that's still going to be pretty good. That's a nice little relic. Good relics on Retold these days.
Yeah.
I agree with you, man. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that relic is a plus 5% wood and gold gather. It very, very good for any Civ right here. So Chemo definitely wants to go for this one. And actually, also if you look at Grass's base, his second TC is not nearly as good. His gold mine is not nearly as well protected because of a weird wood line right next to it. So I do think Grass and Groom probably more likely to go for a 1 TC play here, which begs the question, is it going to be Classical Age fighting or Heroic Age fighting? I'm very interested in seeing it.
Well, that still, like you said, it seems like Chemo already tends to favor more boomy types, play styles. So if assuming he's scouted that second town center of his, that seems like the no-brainer play, right? Sit on that town center, 2 TCs, use your Earthwall God power, and you're chilling. It seems like a no-brainer. And so if Grass goes 1 town center into that, he's gonna have to do a lot to find some success.
I think this spawn favors Chemo really well. It favors his playstyle, it favors Nuwa, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Grass to make something work here. And we already see Chemo now transferring his villagers over onto gold. He's going to have enough gold and wood to go for that second TC as soon as he advances. I think that's the goal for him at least.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he's getting the relic Pioneer upgrade, which allows him to grab relics. So I don't know which one he's got himself looking for. Probably the aforementioned Blue Crystal Shard. Such a good relic to pick up.
Yeah, it's right next to his base, right next to his town center, so he could pop that sucker into the temple quickly and go out for a couple others as well. Very nice.
Grass and Groom, meanwhile, has gone for Freya. So we're not going to see... Actually, Freya is such an interesting pick. I was almost certain it's going to be a Heimdall here because of the Reeks Tula, the Undermine. But Forest Fire has been buffed recently to the point where it's now actually... It can be considered a real god power now. It actually deals damage to units nearby, and it's a very, very useful one. Chemo sending peasants only and no Kuafu here. I wonder if this is something he's been thinking about mathematically. Does this make sense? I'm not sure. There's a hero
Well,
Kuafu right there.
well, hang on. I wonder if he wants to snag the hunt right after.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably true. Seeing the deer pack right there.
Hmm.
Grass and Groom going
Possibly.
for, I think it was 2 Great Halls on the side of Grass, wasn't it? No, just the one and then a Longhouse. So I think maybe what Grass and Groom is doing here is just spamming Norse units out. So that'll be hearses, raiding cavalry, throwing axemen, and perhaps even some berserks in there, depending on what Chemo is going to build. And then he's just going to try to simply overpower the Chinese player. I think that's what Grass and Groom is maybe hoping to do here then.
Well, you mentioned, as we see, I can't remember the name of this unit. Flying Tiger, Sitting
Chongqi.
Dragon, Flying Tiger, Chongqi.
Yes.
Hey, we got the Valk after the Chongqi. China's still new. Still got to learn all the new fun words and terms and everything like that. Anyway, yeah, and Chemo is going for that forward hunt. He does have that earth wall that he could potentially use. Having said that, Super, real quick, you mentioned trying to overwhelm Grass and Groom, potentially staying on 1TC, potentially staying or wanting to overwhelm Chemo. Maybe not early on, but I'm getting a vibe of like, can he burn into the base and use like have a nice heroic time, burn
I
in, and
think
then
look at
walking woods?
look at Grass's army. I'm getting second TC vibes here. Because you look at his economy. Oh, that's the Earth Wall. But look at Grass getting a middle town center now. So at the late second TC as a reaction to a 2 TC boom, very standard
Yep.
Norse play, but at the same time, it's kind of risky to do this as Norse because you do fall behind with villagers. You see Chemo, he's already producing villagers from 2 town centers. He's getting that, I forgot what the name of the upgrade is, that gives plus 5% economy. He's just got it. Every time you drop a resource off in a silo, you get plus 5% resources. I think if you click a silo and right click it, maybe you'll see what the name of it is. Abundance, maybe? Ah, it's not even there. I'm pretty sure it's called Abundance. You get it when you go through Ho to Minor God. So the point is, Chemo, he's booming really hard, and Grass is going to try to boom as well, but he will be slightly behind of Chemo.
Well, I mean, if Grass is going to take the slightly slower eco approach, he does have dwarves. Norse eco is good. He does have dwarves. That kind of mitigates a little bit of that Vil difference a little bit. He does have access to the rest of the map. You can see on the bottom corner, there's a couple of food patches. That's got to be at least one of them is going to be hunt. There's caribou right there. So he's got hunt. He's got dwarves. He does have some tools to kind of, stay neck to neck or close to neck and neck economically.
No, you're absolutely right. And Grass is doing such a good job with the walls here. So, and Kima's establishing a farm economy now. He's on berries, and then if Grass can pick up all the hunt on the map, like you're mentioning, dude, this 10 villager difference is gonna be minimal at best or at worst. Potentially even better for Grass because he's got that hunt bonus, and like you said, the innate Norse just in better economy than Chinese. I think Grass and Groom could potentially be just fine here.
Well, okay. So, additionally, something to be said, it's not necessarily an economic advantage per se, but getting map control, man, that is what Grass is doing.
Yep.
He doesn't, Chemo's building up a little bit of an army right now. He's got a couple of units here and there. We can see him dropping walls forward and just having more of initiative and map presence around. So, it's not the biggest of deals just yet, but in the long term, if he can maintain that, it'll pay off.
Yeah, and I think the way that Grass plays here, I see no reason why he shouldn't be able to maintain map control. The Chinese Classical Age army is not a threat to Norse without having access to Chiyu electric weapons. I don't think so.
Yeah.
So I really like the situation that Grass is in here. That wall, a bit unfortunate, doesn't reach the cliff. But look at the numbers favoring Grass here, and he's actually the one pushing back now.
Well done.
It's really well done. I love how Grass is playing here. It's very, very safe what he's doing, and I think he's the one in the driver's seat. Chemo not really sure what to do here. He doesn't even have access to a third TC if he wanted it. And there's Skadi coming in for Grass. He's
Yeah.
he's defending against the chemo attack, and he's going heroic meanwhile.
Well, I mean, do you like the heroic play? What does heroic age give him? I mean, it unlocks a couple of units, but is he wanting, like Goaty, for example? Is he wanting units? Is he wanting to drop a hill fort for Huskarls? What's the Scotty play here? What's up with that?
Maybe just getting the upgrades, honestly. Like
Yeah.
getting the line upgrades and he could even get he could get Huntress Axe for his throwing action, though he doesn't have any. Actually, a good question. I think maybe just line upgrades. Plus, he also gets Winter Harvest, which is an amazing upgrade.
Hunting
Plus
equipment.
hunting equipment for villagers, but I think that Winter Harvest plus 20% gather rate on your food on top of your already plus 10%.
Yeah. Sick upgrade. Sick upgrade. I can't remember. Is it Gongzhu or Gonga? No, it's not Gong. Zhuhu, Shui Shu.
This is
Something like that.
Rusho.
Yeah. Rushu. Okay, there we go. Hushu. Rushu. Coming in for heroic age. Okay, so Chemo's not too far behind in the heroic timing. It's going to be about a minute or so behind. It's not the worst thing in the world.
No, and Rusho is actually really good because Rusho gives, there's one big upgrade that he provides you, and that's one where Dao's Swordsman will get minus 25% pierce vulnerability, and that's a really good upgrade, except if you're versus Norse, because Norse does not deal pierce damage. So the Rusho pick, it's good for late game still, because there's another upgrade that you get for Dao's Swordsman. But I don't even know. Could also just be about the Fey Beast, which is a real game changer for God Power when used correctly sometimes. Either way, both.
Yeah.
No, both players are heroic now, and I don't know if they're maybe. We do see heavy infantry in for Chemo. I was about to say maybe they'll just go straight mythic, but it doesn't look like it.
Well, Soup, I think Chemo needs to buckle up because he's got 413 military population, and for Grassengrim that he needs to face. That looks like a little bit of a UI bug.
Yeah, it must be. I don't know what caused that. It's a bit weird.
That would look a little bit scary if you could see that in game. Anyway, he does not, everybody, he does not actually have 415 military population, but he does have a respectable army. Having said that, heavy Dao Swordsman here for Chemo.
Yeah, and heavy archers as well. And he's getting that, the other Rusho upgrade, the one that gives +1 divine damage to your swordsman. So that one is definitely still good. It's this one, right? Yes, divine judgment.
That's huge.
Yes.
That is huge.
But at the same time, going that heavily into Dao Swordsman also opens up the possibility for Grass to go heavy on throwing Axemen. And since he's gone up through Skadi, he does have access to the Huntress Axe, which is a great technology for the throwing Axemen. So you can kind of say that Skadi counters Rusho in a sense here.
Okay.
It's looking good for Chemo. He's got himself established a really good army here, to be honest.
Oh, man. Here's the thing, though, Soup. As he's pushing out, we might see an engagement. We also might see God Powers hitting the floor. We might see some bodies hitting the floor here.
You know what I
see another Bayou coming in. Yeah, go ahead.
Look at that forest fire. It's not the best. What I was just thinking about is, what's a great counter to Fey Beasts? Frost.
What? Oh, freezing them.
Yes. They're still gonna die at the end of the 16 seconds or whatever. They're gonna die still, so maybe we'll see that here.
Oh my god. Okay. There we go. There's the frost on the Fey Beast. It did a lot of damage to those throwing axemen, dude. Look how low HP those things are. You can't capitalize on it. But still.
This is not this is a really cool counter that Grass did here. He still lost a lot of HP on these throwing axemen, yes. But without the frost, it would have been a lot worse.
Plus they auto-heal. Look at that. They're just healing through the frost. Are you kidding me? It's Odin, man. The regen, the passive regen, it's huge. Is that Hillfort he's dropping? Looks like it.
Must be. Surely it is. And the Hillfort is going to be really good because there's Chukunu in the mix now for Chemo as well. And Grass and Groom needs to come up with an answer against those.
As well, he already has one. We see some Huskarls are already out, so he has at least one hill fort already constructed. This will be the second one. Again, this is Soup. I'm going back to the map control comment that I made earlier. Chemo is not able to get a third town center, right? Grass and Groom has map initiative. He has map control right now. Chemo has only one gold mine, dude. Oh, just kidding. Good eye, Vodka. Chemo actually has 2 gold mines. He has to sneak up top, but the point still stands. As we see another skirmish coming in here. That's a lot of archers, dude.
There's so many Chukunu here. And the Chukunu can withstand even the Hoskals. They've got a decent amount of armor and they deal a lot of damage. So you're gonna need more than just 3-4 Hoskals here and there. Look at it for Grass. Like, this is not enough. He needs such a good mass of Hoskals to defeat this Chemo Chinese army here.
What about buildings, Soup? What about buildings? How well do Chukunu do against buildings? Because he's kind of stuck behind his hill fort still.
It does look like there's fire in some of these arrows, or is it just me?
Yeah, they're
that's the fire archers.
Fire archers.
Fire archers. They do have an innate like 3 multiplier versus buildings, so it's going to add some extra damage here. But at the end of the day, it does take a while for this hill fort to go down. But down it goes still.
Down it goes. He's pushing out, dude. You see those vills in the quaver right there? He's pushing out for the town center.
Yeah.
Now is the time. He's got that sense. He's got that itch, man. His spidey sense is tingling. His chemo sense is tingling.
I'm surprised by how well Chemo is faring here. Just because Grass and Groom, like you mentioned, he got the map control. He was hunting throughout the game, and I was sure that Grass and Groom would be able to put up much better of a fight than this. But yeah, I mean, this is still not over by any means, but Chemo is well in the driver's seat, as we see here.
Yeah. Here's what, as we see another engagement coming in. I don't know if Grass should be taking this, man, because look at that. He could just delete all these houses. Sure, it's his own houses, but still, he's creating all these buildings and the forest that used to be there, creating all these little choke points. Ooh.
Good micro from Chemo. He took 2 sages in that fight, stunning frost giants and giving temporary frost giants to himself as well.
Huge.
Really huge. And the town center
Really
goes up.
huge. Town center is up. The 4 frost giants are toast. They're converted and now toast. He is getting pushed a little bit, Soup, sure. But still, I think...
This is what I was talking about for Grass and Groom. Once he gets a good amount of these Hoskals, you see, they actually start to become a real threat here. And they do begin to sort of actually get to hit their targets. And with the Frost Giants here especially, it does look like Grass and Groom is putting up much more of a fight than he did earlier.
Yeah, but I don't think he can maintain it because the town center is still there, dude.
Yeah.
Like the Huskarls are toast now. He's got to drop back, and now Chemo's on 3 town centers. Both players are about, if you look at the Vill numbers, both players are basically maxed out on their eco. Grass is on 2 town centers compared to 3 for Chemo. This is a close game, man.
These Chukunu are so good, and the way Chemo uses them here, just for clutch points like this, it's so hard for Grass and Groom to actually deal with.
I love clutch points, man. Those are my favorite points.
Right?
Seriously, though, dude, seriously. When that Fey Beast, this was the exact comment that I was going to make earlier on when, before Fey Beast actually came in. This position that Chemo now holds, where all of those houses are, the hill fort used to be, etc. Oh, there's berries there. There used to be a forest. There's so many little, there used to be so many little nooks and alleyways
Crannies.
and whatnot,
Nooks
which is
and crannies,
perfect.
that's the words we use.
Yes, all the crannies, baby. Anyways, that's perfect to hide your archers or to get value from Fey Beasts. So the map control was good, but it was also really congested, which is not very good for Grass and Groom for a Norse player. You want open spaces, you want elbow room as a Norse player. And now Chemo is in an excellent position, dude.
Yeah, he is, and he's established the farming. He's perfectly established the farming economy, as we just saw, and he's going off through Gong Gong. And
There
this
it
is the Great Flood. It is the better heroes. It's better cavalry. So it will be interesting to see if he does decide to switch up his army composition. Chukunu swordsman is his your soldiers of choice right now, but yeah, I don't know. Why should he even switch things up when it's working so well for him? That's the question.
Well, but hang on a second. As the game goes on, more upgrades will come in for Grass and Groom as well. We saw Tyr is also coming in for Grass. He can maybe get more of those Huskarls out. These guys probably going to go down, but still. My concern here, Soup, as we see the Huskarls get shredded, is that this Chukunu group, like army, is it's good to like hold a position and slowly push, but I think he needs a little bit more power. Maybe Gong Gong and Great Flood is going to give him that pushing power to really, you know, get some real value, because it feels like all that Chemo has accomplished right now is getting himself into a good position, which is something, but he needs game-ending power. That's kind of what I'm, the vibe that I'm on. I have a vibe, looking for a vibe.
And the thing is, this Great Flood has been heavily nerfed. It used to be amazing where you could basically take down 2 bases sometimes. You cannot do that anymore. And, you know, instead what Chemo can do is he can use the newly buffed X card, which is the melee siege weapon available to Chinese. That would go really well with this army that he's made for himself right here.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because, like what you said, he lacks firepower here, and he's in a bit of trouble here. So many Huskarls, and they're getting to their targets now. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Psych!
Wow!
Well, I can't remember what they're called. They're not called Springolds. They're not called, what are they called? The ranged...
Yeah, they're like
throwers? Are they
siege crossbow or something like that. Look at the fight here. Really nice timing for Grace Group, but at the same time, Great Flood is in.
What?
Oh, wow. What? So heavy damage on the army, heavy damage to a lot of the buildings, and here's the Qinglong in to finish the job. Looking like Chemo's in a great spot.
Indeed, but his eco is idle right now. Soup, his eco is idle, and looking at his resources, he has just a little bit of resources he's floating. He is getting a crap load of upgrades if you look at his queue, so perhaps that's why. Honestly, he didn't really lose any villagers. Tyr hurt, Fimbo went to hurt, but it didn't seem like it was all that bad for Chemo.
No, Chemo survives. He didn't lose a single villager in the process, so you're absolutely right. Idle villager time hurts, but after that, I think Chemo will have an easy time re-establishing his economy.
Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. Well, okay, I mean, still, ultimately, I'm looking for the pushing power. Maybe the slow push is the answer. He just keeps winning, little fight after little fight. Grass and Groom keeps retreating. I mean, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? Ooh.
And whoa, so many Huskarls here, and these are tier Huskarls, by the way. There's bravery on them, and there's a champion lion upgrade. Can we finally see a skirmish run by Grass and Groom?
Maybe. We got the Qinglongs getting targeted by that's what they're called, right? The dragons, the water dragons, sniped by the goatee.
Finally, we see Grass and Groom winning a skirmish.
Yes.
This is what Grass and Groom wanted all along. He wanted to overpower the Chinese army just like this. And this is so rough when you got such an archer-centric army like this. Retreating is not something you want to be doing.
He needs a frontline, man. He needs an answer to the Huskarls. Is it going to be Dao Swordsman? Is that the answer to the Huskarls? Dao Swordsman? What else does he go for?
I think he needs Tiger Cavalry, to be honest. But he just hasn't invested into it at all. But, oh my god, he needs that hero too. With that 2-second stun on all of these units. He needed that one as well. But yeah, dude, I think he needs Tiger Cavalry here.
Good point.
That said, though, Chemo is starting to push back while he is establishing a caravan economy as well. So this is definitely good for Chemo, and Grass is going to have to think, what do I do now?
Well, you know, in terms of a slow push, Grass, that might be the answer for Grass, is the slow push. Get those ballistic, keep going with it. You need heal forts for Huskarls. You need a lot of heal forts for Huskarls. You need ballista. Once you get a handful of ballista out, then you can start to do that slow push, man. And maybe with the upgraded Huskarls, maybe that's upgraded Huskarls plus the throwing axemen that are sick. Maybe that's his answer, with some ballista behind.
There's portable rams in as well, but it does seem like Grass is just being overpowered now. All the Dao Swordsmen, plus the Juggernaut, which is still there. New Frost. That's interesting, because, he lost his 2 portable rams, unfortunately for Grass. Had he still gotten those 2 portable rams, that would have been such a sick play with the Frost.
Oh yeah. He's still got like a half of a guy left over. Remember the Huskarls are good against buildings with the upgrade.
Oh yeah,
He
true.
still has. I mean, he's got the ballista in, a couple of Huskarls. He's got that 1 portable ram. I think this town center's going down, bro.
Yeah, it does look like it. Such a good Frost here. Like the 23-minute Frost when both players are well established in the Mythic Age, it actually hits really hard. Especially when you got the Bravery Huskarls, you got the Portable Ram and the Ballista. Just unfortunate for Grass. 2 more portable rams would have done the job easily, but not quite here.
Kimo must have some building upgrades, dude. He pulled in a whole bunch of peasants to rebuild the stun, and the town center stays up. That is pretty huge for Kimo.
But Kimo's army is in a bad position now. The Chugunu are being targeted down by all sorts of Norse soldiers here.
All sorts of army. I mean, but still, that Qinglong is going to town, my friend. Sure, it gets sniped, but still, I think that Kimo is alive, dude. Look at those swordsmen, man. He's alive, and he actually takes that fight, dude.
These swordsmen, they're actually so strong, and that is despite not having access to Huang Di, the Mythic Age minor god, which gives them 3 additional upgrades. And still, they're doing such a good job here in the Mythic Age. That's kind of crazy to think about, that these swordsmen could have been a lot better than they are now, and still they're doing such a good job.
Indeed. That divine damage, man, that upgrade or whatever it was called from earlier on, that thing is
Divine
sick.
Judgment, yep.
Divine Judgment, divine damage, divine
even
Chemo.
Even the Pierce vulnerability actually works against the Goaty and the Hillfort for what it's worth, so
Yes.
he'll take that too.
Yes, absolutely. Chemo's dropping towers, dude. Dude, we up on the top side where Chemo's trade and gold situation is. We got Chemo walls. Show the Chemo walls vodka. We got to see the walls a little bit to the right side. Got to see the Chemo walls.
There they are.
Hey,
Yay.
Chemo walls. Okay, Chemo is settling in for the long run, folks. Grass is going to have to come up with something, because in terms of late game prowess, we all know Chemo is a late game king, man. I don't know about Shine as a late game compared to Odin as a late game, god, but honestly, Grass has got his work cut out for him. That's for sure.
Yeah, I honestly do think that Odin can keep up, but the issue is you also see this reflected in the score. Chemo is just set up so much better than Grass and Groom here. He's got, I don't know how many caravans. Can we see that anywhere, actually? I don't even know. He's got a bunch of caravans already. And they got 76 gold when they get to their home market. And you see all the Chugun, all the upgrades are in for Chemo. He's got such a good economy already. And it just looks like Chemo is winning all these skirmishes. Grass is on 140 pop versus 240 almost for Chemo. It's almost 100 population difference.
Wow, that is so huge, dude. Don't be fooled once again, the little UI bug. Don't be fooled by the 300-400 military population that Grass and Groom doesn't have. But I'm going back to the same comment I made 10 minutes ago. Chemo doesn't quite have the game-ending pushing power. He's surviving. He's winning.
Well,
skirmishes.
You're saying that, but there's one, right?
It's Titan. That's something.
You're right, he's got his archers and he's got his swordsman here, which doesn't do bonus damage versus buildings, but there is one unit. Maybe one unit is all he needs as pushing power here.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that, I don't know, but I wonder if Siege is not a strength for China. That little axe cart, I'm not impressed by an axe cart. The Siege bolt thrower, archer, crossbow thingy. I don't know how good those things are against buildings. You might know a little bit more than me, but I think that China might struggle a little bit in terms of Siege. I don't know, but it's a theory.
No, you're right. Like portable rams, fully upgraded portable rams are better than X cards, and then something like a catapult is a lot better than the siege crossbow. Yeah. So the Chinese siege weapons are not great. They do have other options that they can do, like I don't even know, some of the myth units are good against buildings, and then they can just do Great Flood, Bracing Prairie, got god powers like that to finish things off as well.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Titan, as we I hope we get to see the Titan here for Chemo.
I agree. We see in his queue, he is starting to go for some siege weapons, so he's like I said, more towers are coming in, he's established, he's got his trade, he's got basically all of his upgrades, nice market position for Grass and Groom. Okay, he just needs that push and power. We see the siege slowly going to start trickling in for Chemo, and that potential Witchmabobber Titan coming in as well. What's the
There's
answer
all
for Grass here, though? Soup, what's the answer for Grass? If he
well.
knows that a Titan is potentially coming in, does he go for one himself? I don't think so.
I don't think he
Maybe.
can do that. First of all, I don't think he can afford it. Second of all, even if he could, he cannot afford having like 30 military units idle for 2 minutes or so it takes to build the Titan, right?
Uh-huh.
So Grass is in trouble here. Titan Gate
Yeah.
is placed. It is being built on the top side, I believe it was. Maybe.
Yeah,
Where
maybe
is
by
this?
the market, top left, possibly.
No, I was lying. Sorry.
Oh.
There it is.
I
The big
there it
rocks.
is. Oh, that looks pretty cool actually.
Wait, ballistas? I do like that addition from Grass and Groom. The ballistas
Yeah.
against the group of archers like this should do a tremendous job. But once again, 150 population for Grass. Kimo takes it.
Hemo takes it! Dude, he
You
ties it
asked,
up 1-1.
you asked me what does Grass have to do here, and like I said, I really couldn't come up with an answer, and neither could Grass, so he taps out.
Well, I think I like the idea of utilizing. Okay, so two things: the potential to utilize the map control and slow push with the ballista as a back line. I think it was a little bit slow to get the ballista out. That's a possibility. He could also go standard guerrilla warfare, Norse style, go for trade. Get side builds over on the left hand side. Chemo left his backside open. Nice KD for Chemo. Sheesh, those Chukanu went to work.
I do that. This is the first time I see Chukunu doing such a tremendous job here throughout the game. From even the early heroic age skirmishes to the very late game, as we saw here, Chukunu was just doing a tremendous job throughout the game.
Yeah. I wonder, Soup, I wonder if maybe if one more hill fort for just that much more Huskar production, ballista
Yeah.
production, that sort of thing, maybe that could have been an answer for Grass, possibly, I don't know. But yeah, those Chukanu were shredding, dude.
The small
Shredding.
the small sparks of life that we saw from Grass was definitely when he had amassed a good amount of Huskarls and he was able
Yes.
to sort of just run over them.
Yes.
And whenever it happened, he was unfortunately never really able to continue the pressure. So, like you said, maybe if he had an additional hill fort, maybe that would have made the difference. Here's a big
Indeed.
early fight.
Oh. That Fey Beast could have been so brutal on those throwing axemen, man. Thank goodness, thank Odin for the passive regen, because those throwing axemen live to fight another day. We see a handful. This is talking about the Huskarls, Soup. I mean, he's got what, maybe one, I think, heal fort at this point in time. He's got 4 or
Yeah.
5 Huskarls. This is just the beginning. We see him drop another hill fort. He ended up losing this thing, and man, just one more hill fort maybe could have been an answer for him. Maybe.
The issue with Frost is that all the units are surrounding get 99% armor, so you have
Mhm.
so many units that are just attacking 99% armored units, and then you just end up losing the fight. So Frost can honestly be actively bad for you to cast sometimes. Oh my god,
In
and
a
the
weird
Chukunu.
way, it's true. In a weird
Yeah.
way.
Yeah,
There goes
Norse
that.
Norse infamously bad against archer groups, and we definitely saw that reflected in this game.
Well, it's not like Grass doesn't know that. He's played long enough. Oh, there we see a couple of those frost giants getting
Yeah,
converted
getting
right there. That
converted
was
by this.
huge.
So well played from Chemo to have them ready there.
That's such a big power spike, or not. Well, it is a power spike, but it's such a key unit composition for Norse is to get the frost giants, the rock giants, that sort of thing, battlebores even, to complement the rest of your human units in the heroic
Yeah,
age.
and it's so you're right. Did you see he converted the two frost giants and then he used a special attack on two other frost giants.
Yep.
Ridiculously well played from Chemo. Such insane micro to make that happen.
He ain't no spring chicken. It ain't his first rodeo, that's for sure, man. Dude,
And
I
there's
can't. What
that.
I think is a little bit crazy is that at this point in the game, where are the Dow swordsmen again? Oh, that's right. He's not even making them anymore. He can just continue fighting for however long with his freaking Chuko Nu, man. As we see the God
Oh,
powers coming in. Whew. I am used to Great Flood doing so much more damage, so it is good to see it, not as just insanely bonkers broken destructive anymore.
yeah. This was definitely it did a thing, but it was not a game changer at all, like we've seen with previous iterations, right?
Mid flood, yes. It was a mid flood, a V2 flood.
It's good enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is like what I was talking about. Sometimes these Huskarls will go to town and they'll chase the Chemo Juggernaut army away, and then they'll deal a lot of damage. But then, whenever it happened, Grass just was unable to keep up the pressure. And when you cannot keep up the pressure, Chemo rebuilds his army, and then Grass and Groom is just stuck losing units left, right, and center to the Archibald. Very, very bad position to be in.
Dude, I think this play right here was
Yeah, that
so
was sick.
close. It was sick, but no. It was not sick. It was only ill. It was so close to being sick. I think that Grass and Groom, like you talked about, you were saying right now how he lost his he had like one or two additional portable rams that he lost,
Yeah.
and that if he had the more siege output, more military army here, you can see he's not even popped. He would have taken out the town center, and this game would have changed. This was a clutch crux of the game for Chemo, because after this, he kept his town center up, and Grass and Groom never got into a good position after that. He kind of, pushed. There were some skirmishes in the middle, but Chemo slowly gained more map control and solidification, solidness, whatever, in the game. So I think that was Grass's last stand in the actual game.
Yeah, yeah, and then obviously in the end, Grass and Groom sees the Titan Gate being deployed, and he has got zero answer to it, and he just says, "Nope, no more."
No more. However, yes, more to games, baby. 1-1, best of 5, everybody. So we have minimum 2 more games that are going to be played. And the next one, Soupy Soup, is going to be on Arena, which is a new addition as a map to the Age of Mythology scene. What's your take on Arena? Do you like it for AOM? Have you seen it very much? I don't know if you pay attention to other Age games where it's more popular. What's your take on this map?
I know that this is extremely popular in AoE too. I've seen
Yeah.
it being featured in a bunch of tournaments, and they seem to like it a lot. I don't play AoE 2. I don't know what's going on whenever I watch it, but I do like to just see, check in on the streams whenever there's a big tournament, just to see what it's about. But yeah, like I said, I don't know what the game is about. Apparently, it's an RTS game as well. That's all I know. No,
It
but
is.
last weekend I saw the first game on Arena. I can't even remember who it was, but one of the gods being played there was Fushi, and the other was Isis. I can't remember the players, unfortunately.
Super Mosca? Maybe it was a Brazilian. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, probably right. Either way, it did. It was kind of predictable what happened, which basically amounted to both players going for some form of boom into a fast mythic because you got these defensive walls there, right? So that was kind of predictable, and I think in Age of Mythology, it doesn't necessarily have to go like that. You've got god powers, you've got flying units, you've got myth units, you've got all kinds of things that you can do to not make this be a total boom war. So when you ask me how do I like it in Age of Mythology, I kind of like it a lot actually. And Oranos is such a weird pick for Arena. What do you think?
I just barely saw that. You mentioned like God powers, flying units, and whatnot. It seems like, there's potential to break through a wall. You got undermine options, that sort of thing, right? You got Zeus hoplites. You got options to break the Sphinx, to break through and put on some aggression and surprise an opponent. I don't see that from Aranos, though. I don't necessarily see Aranos' boom being super impressive. You'd think if he was going for an Atlantean boom, you would want to go for a Gaia, that's the no-brainer, or Kronos, the ability to time shift buildings inside of your opponent's walls, right? Aranos doesn't quite make sense. I think there is some value here, Soup, in that the sky passages, you can drop your sky passages around some crucial parts of the map in the center and the center part.
Oh yeah,
The settlements are forward. Settlements are forward. Eventually, you only have one gold mine in your starting base, and so eventually you can't just sit in your base forever, right? Eventually, you do need gold. You do need population. So I think that there's some long-term bonuses that Aranos can utilize, but he's going to have to get there. I don't necessarily see much value aside from that.
No, I'm super interested in seeing it. I know Grass has practiced a lot for this tournament. I know he plays a lot in private. I know he does the draft, he does the map selection, he does all of it. So this is not a random Uranus pick. Like, what do we got? I don't know, I'll pick Uranus here. That's not at all what's happening. So I'm sure we're going to see something, a concerted effort here from Grass and Groom. He's going to do some form of strategy, and Same with Chemo, of course, with the Fushi. I think Fushi makes a lot more sense here because Fushi has got that amazing Mythic Age that you can aim towards, and I'm almost certain we're going to see something like that from Chemo. Fast Mythic or semi-fast Mythic here.
Well, we'll find out soon enough as 5 seconds before we're jumping into the game. Let's see what Grass and Groom has cooked up in his little, in his mom's kitchen. Alrighty, everybody. Speak of the devil, speak of the kid. We have Grass the Kid spawning on the right-hand side in the red, playing the peculiar pick Oranos. We can see, oh, are those, yeah, like, okay, sorry. The double gold mine confused me for a second, but anyway, yeah, you have a starting gold mine and you have one large gold mine as well in your starting base. Anyways, left-hand side, we got Chemo. Yes, thank you. Sorry
They're
about
both
that.
they're both medium, so 6,000 in total.
They're both medium.
Yes.
I didn't even realize that. You're absolutely right. That is 6,000 in total. You're right. So again, eventually the value coming into the middle of the map. That's where the settlements are. That's where those gold mines are. Even the hunt. There's plenty of hunt and food inside your base, but getting map control is valuable here. Soup. So, anyways, we we really botched the introduction here. Sorry, everybody, but Chemo's playing Fushi. There we go. Fushi. There's the peach blossom. Delicious.
And this arena spawn is very different to other maps, with especially the towers. When you're playing Chinese, these towers aren't actually connected to your home TC, meaning that they don't generate favor for you. So you have to actually link them with buildings. And I think Chemo kind of blew it here. If we look at Chemo's base, because I'm pretty sure some of his towers are still not connected to his favored land. And what you got to do when you play Fushi is you got to place that Peach Blossom Spring. We're looking at cows right now heading home to grass.
There's not much else to look at.
Well, I wanted to say that in Chemo space, this Peach Blossom Spring tree should be used for connecting your towers to the favored land. So if you go down, there they are.
There, and the cows have successfully arrived, everybody. Just FYI. Thank you for checking that vodka. Always checking up on the important things.
See,
hey, more cows coming in.
These towers down the bottom for Chemo, they're not connected to his favored land. So what you got to do is you need to use your Peach Blossom tree, Spring tree to connect this tower, for example.
At least some of those towers are connected, though. He does have some of those towers, but not all of them. So
yes, he's done a good job placing other silos well. But yeah, I'm just saying, for future reference, if you're a Fushi player, you gotta use this tree immediately to link your towers to your home base.
Gotta get that favor going, folks. Okay, well, Soup. Moving on. I don't really know. I'm thinking about Grass and Groom here. We're gonna maybe assume or presume that we can see an inclination towards a faster mythic time for Chemo. But again, I'm just super interested to see what Grass is gonna go for. Grass is going for Prometheus. He just clicked up through Prometheus, and he's built his temple super defensively. Not that he'd be able to time shift it really or anything. It's not the biggest of deals in all sincerity, but still, Prometheus coming in. That is he's not going to get bite of the shark, for example, with the Murmillo. Which maybe is a big deal actually, Soup. If you think about China, part of the strength of China, especially if Chemo wants to go mythic early, is getting the Baolays up. Baolay, isn't that what the word is for the
Baolay?
Their castle type of building, the Baolay, in order to get the cavalry out. That's so crucial of a unit as games go late. And so Murmillo with Bite of the Shark could be a sick counter to that, and he doesn't really have that opportunity. Instead, he's got Prometheus.
Well, Grass is going 2 TC Boom here, surely. 4 on gold, 4 on wood, 1 on food. So gonna be interesting to see which town that he goes for. Probably just one outside of his base. And then Chemo, on the other hand, probably also going for 2 TC Boom by the looks of things. But he's gone up through what's her name? Shenu. And
what's it called?
Shenu, I believe is how you pronounce it.
One more time.
Shenu is a minor god's name. This is Jin.
Right. This is the flaming pony, as we like to call it.
Yes. So far, neither player has actually gone. We do see Chemo moving to his second TC now. Is Grass building village center in base or something?
Yeah, he's not going for the exterior settlement. Chemo, we see going for the settlement. He's going for counter barracks and a village. A counter barracks and a village center. What is he going to accomplish with the counter barracks? Is he going to make like 5-6 Terma just to have some middle of the map presence militarily, I guess?
I don't know. This is so weird from Grass. It's so weird to me because he's only got 3 oracles. So it's not going to be a Promethean spam. It's not. At least it's not going to be a big Promethean spam, anyways. So I don't know. I think he's gonna make Termas in the beginning just to use for scouting, for sniffing out what is Chemo up to. But
Mm.
it's not. One counter barracks. It's not enough to get a big mass of them, right?
Well, Terma are good for sniffing things out by all means, and there might be he might be able to catch a scent or two, because if you look at the TC that Chemo just took, the pony's looking for some value, not going to really find much aside from scouting information. Maybe that's all he wants. This forward TC that Chemo took, it's not like it protects any resources, honestly. So if he's able to eventually get some Terma out, yeah, there's resources, gold, etc., even wood outside of this base. Ah, there we go. There's a settlement coming in. Interesting.
Yeah. So it's like a
In-
village center and then a town center for Grass. Oh my god! And
Interesting.
the Chilean doesn't see it coming.
Come on, pony.
No, but you're
Ah!
absolutely. No, he still don't see it. You're absolutely right about the resources. They're super exposed, and if
Yeah.
Grass were to get just 5 Termas out here, I kind of wish he would have gone. Would have gotten a few extra Termas out. He could have stopped Chemo from hunting the Aurochs down the bottom. He could have stopped the gold mine if he ever went for it as well. But
There's options there. It's not like we're strictly going to be looking at economies for the next 10, 15 minutes, honestly. And Vodka just showed the little, what's it called? The little paper flyer or paper lantern, the lantern thingies.
Lantern,
That
yeah.
There we go. That's a little bit of a sick advantage for China because the Pioneers can send that lantern over the walls. You can scout well into your opponent's base here without breaking through the walls and get so much valuable information, man. Knowledge is power, folks. Stay in school. That's a nice little bonus for the Pioneers, man. That's really nice.
Yeah, can we maybe see from Chemo's perspective? Did he actually scout out the village center? That's the question then.
I don't
Maybe
think
he
so.
will with this lantern.
Here
It
it
does still have
goes.
it does still have to fly past the town center. And no, I think Chemo's gonna see it now. The
Yeah.
question is he observant of it? Because sure, he scouts it now, but it can be really hard to see on the minimap, and you have to actually look for it. And it kind of blends in this village center.
Yeah. If you're kind of just quickly glancing, it might
Yeah,
not catch your eye. He might just say think, oh, it's kind of a funny looking armory or I don't know something.
exactly. I've done that so many times. So I don't know. I think on this map you have to really be aware of it. You got to scout for the village center. So
Yeah.
probably, I think Chemo is aware of it here. We'll see what he does then in reaction to it.
Well, ultimately, the Terma are not sniffing. The pony is prancing. The lanterns are flying, and the economies are working, and we are waiting. That's about it,
Can we
folks.
can we see these valors? They're used on citizens, right? For Grass and Groom. So yeah, they are. So this is theft of
Mm.
fire angle for Grass and Groom, which also explains why did he go for Prometheus, because he wants that extra economy that you
Ah,
get when you get that theft of fire on your Valorant citizens.
speaking of extra economy, is he going? Oh.
Oh, I thought so too. I was certain he was going for it.
A greedy boy. If he seriously went for both those settlements in the middle, that would be nuts, nuts, nuts. No, he just clicked up through Thea. We also have Monkey King or something like that. Heroic Age for Fushi as well. I have no idea what that heroic
It's
age.
Gomong. Gomong.
Gomong. Okay, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
So the Gomong gives you a horse upgrade, which is really good, which allows your white horse cavalry to actually compete with the Contarius. I don't know
Oh.
if resource for resource, if they're equal. Probably not because Thea Contarius are so good. But either way, it does give an option to get a unit out that can definitely chase those things around.
Well, plus a little discrepancy is that you can make Contarius from the military barracks or military academy, whatever it's called, military barracks.
Military
Anyway,
barracks?
Yeah, where you're relegated or obligated to build the ballets for China in order to get the cavalry out. I personally don't like that. Maybe it's because I, particularly like the ability to spam cavalry, but it is a little bit of a trickiness
Yeah,
to trying to spam those cav.
yeah, and especially if you want the upgrades as well, because you only get those from the
Yeah.
Baolei too. So it takes like
Mm.
2 minutes to get your upgrades up and running. It is different when you're playing Fushi though, because your upgrades are just innately 300% faster because you're Fushi. So that's definitely a big bonus to him.
Here we
There's
go. We got
force
some Terma
protection.
sniffs.
I mean, look at that, 2 Termas and they force idle time on 7 villagers. He should have done that from the get-go, if you ask me.
Yeah. What a noob, right? No,
It's not
just
what I'm
kidding.
saying.
Soup, you're rude. Anyway, so we see some Arcus coming out. We did see all of the upgrades for the Contarius that Grass and Groom already researched. And there we go. He starts off with a couple of Arcus, but boom, he's going full send Contarius spam. Check that out. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna have a bunch of those out soon enough. Okay.
Yeah,
And the Prancing Pony looking for some information. Nice.
Contorius Orcus unit composition of choice for Grass, and for Chemo he's making Halberdiers, is that how you say it?
Albert. Oh, that thing is so cool. Oh, that thing is so cool. What is that thing called? Tao Wei? Tao Wei? Tao
Yes.
Tui Wa? Tui Wa
Tao Wu.
Wu Wei.
Tao
Wa
Wu.
Wei.
Oh my
Whatever.
god, a hero term going down to the Halberdiers, you don't like seeing that.
Not at all.
But yeah, the
And
Tao
your
Wu,
fan
Tao
of
Wu is
Chemo.
so good. It can even, I saw someone mentioning in boy chat, it can take down farms with its special. That
Ooh.
just sounds really, really good to me.
Farm raiding, baby. Let's see it. It's going to take him a year to get over to the farms, but once he does, they're going down.
The forest protection
we
is
go!
in. Whoa, oh my god.
That is, dude. That poor Contarius. He's like,
You know what else you can do? You can run over cows with them. So if your opponent has like 10 cows in your hometown center, you can use the special there, and it'll literally kill all the cows, and it'll displace them as well. It looks really, really fun.
oh, dude, cow raiding. That's a thing,
Yes.
man. Stop,
Yep.
because if you kill the cows, then they stop fattening and gaining more food. That's brilliant.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not only do they stop fattening, they also start rotting. So it's a really good move.
Exactly. Speaking of rotting, here we got some rotting wood. The dryads trying to find some value. They're gonna find the ballet. Armies are getting a little bit more interesting, Soup. No mythic
this
coming
is-
in just yet, but we got some action.
It's a big army here for Grass. I think it's 500 resource value higher than Chemo's. There's the Vanish. This will be interesting to see. When
He
Vanish
vanished
is
his
used,
army.
your opponent will know that it's being that this god power has been used. So Grass knows it, but he's still staying here. He sees.
Oh, there it is.
What is this?
What about the special attack of the Twa Wei Wee Wah Woo thing? There's a shockwave. This is a weird fight, man. It's kind of hard
Yeah,
to tell
such
who's
a
gonna
weird-
have the better advantage or who's got the advantage, Soup.
Such a weird fight. I don't
Looks
know.
like
Is Chemo actually coming out on top with the Halberdiers on top of the Contarius?
Yes. There we go. Boom. Sick. Taking the Contarius down. I want more of those things, man. I want more. Come on, Chemo. I want like 3 of those things just blasting an army around. A bunch of Terma and Contarius just flying around. That's what I want.
Dude, this is the
to
second
me.
game where Chemo is just spamming units in the heroic age, and he's making it work. He's winning once again the skirmish versus Grass here. Not really doing much other than pretty much A moving, but he's just winning the fight with his heroic age Chinese army. I honestly didn't know that China can do this.
Yeah, China can do this. But you're saying China can do this and have it be successful. That's the
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
that's the crux, right? Is that you can be
Yeah.
successful in doing so. However, having said that, Soupy Soup, we have I almost said hell, not hell.
Hikati.
Hecate, dude, it's been so many years, feels like years, since
Yeah.
we've seen, right, Hecate
It's
come in
been
as a mythic.
82 years.
Right? Seriously, it's been a long time. Which gives you, this is a big deal, everybody. Well, it's a deal, everybody, because it gives you, dude, I'm forgetting these words. It's been so
Celery.
long.
You get the celery upgrade.
The celery, no, the Tartarian Gate. That's what I'm thinking
Oh,
of.
okay, that one. well, he also gets celerity upgrade, which I fondly like to call celery.
The celery
And
upgrade.
yeah, it's
I'm
really
I
good.
don't
It's really good when you got the dryads because you have those 10 myth units that don't cost any favor, and then
mm,
then you get celery, which gives them plus 33% attack speed, very
yeah.
significant on those units.
Okay, okay. So eventually we're gonna have a celery spike here, folks. Until, of course, Soup would like celery.
Right? It's like the base of
Wow.
a soup.
Clearly, we know what Soup's thinking about right now. He's thinking about a chicken soup. I'm thinking about a Tartarian Gate, man. Can you use Tartarian Gate on the little area with the special Earth? What's it called? That Pro
Oh
Gauge
yeah, the Earth
Earth
Wall, I'm sure you can,
special.
yeah. But
Well,
it's used here. Not
okay.
much. But yeah, look at Grass, he's just forced to retreat once again. He's losing a bunch of units in the process. The Chemo army is just better in a straight up fight by the looks of things.
Indeed, it looks larger too. Okay, so Chemo's simply winning fights. He's sending back some of his units to go take care of that Tartarian Gate.
Yeah,
There it
he's
is.
definitely forced
Bravo,
to.
Vodka. Dude,
Very, very nice. And actually, Grassingrum winning the big fight because of it. And now this is such a hard position to be in for Chemo. He is halfway up through Mythic, but right now his units are no match against Grassingrum. The Destroyers in on the Atlantean army as well really makes it difficult for the Chinese army. The Tao Wu, Chemo will be very happy for that, and so far it does look like it's still gonna stay alive.
Dude, this was looking totally chill for Chemo, but Grass kind of took that fight surprisingly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see that new forest protection in for Chemo? This cost 100 favor, but basically gives him, the favor, the protection on this town center as well. It's such a brutal god power.
Sick, sick, sick. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep the town center up. That TC, dude, is halfway dead.
Yep. It's a lot of destroyers here. It's a lot of destroyers, and I think that's going to be a wasted forest protection. I don't know if it's wasted because the Tartarian Gate is being taken care of meanwhile. But yeah, this is a really good play from Grass.
Wow, okay. There's a little bit of an advantage for Grass going after the gold mine now.
Let's see the big dragon.
Where is he?
There he is. So the big dragon has a special attack where everything around him becomes slowed. So you have to put him into position around your enemy units, and then after that he can start casting lightning bolts, which also deal a small area of effect attack, like you see right here. But these are hero citizens, so they don't take any damage almost.
Ying Long, not a Ching Long, a Ying Long, folks.
Yes. Ooh, Grassingrum says big dragon in my face. I think I'll make like 10 hero archers here.
Yeah, no problemo.
And Grass deciding to take the fight here. Very smart with the forward palace. Does not want Chemo to rebuild that third town center again. So he wants to take the fight here so that he can continually stop it from going up.
That's the win. That is a win condition for Grass. That's the advantage he's got, and he's got to maintain it. Can he maintain it, Soup? I love the forward palace that he's got. The potato can maybe take it down, possibly with the Ying Long. But let's see. Big fight.
No,
Important
this is great.
fight. Crucial fight here, Soup. Crucial.
The destroyers are so big here for Grassingrum because it means that the archers on the side of Chemo, if they're not microed properly, they're just going to be shooting at units with so much pierce armor, and this is such a clutch fight.
Indeed. I feel like whoever wins this fight, that Neja coming in is huge. The heroes of China are so crazy sick. Okay.
There's Neja available for Chemo, and there's also the other Mythic Age hero, which I forgot the name of. But both of them are so good. And there he is, the Yang Jian, and that's gonna make things so much better for Chemo. Big dragon, 2 big heroes, as well as a bunch of other units. It's gonna be very tough for Grass to defend, I think.
Well, let's see if the Arcus can make it happen, dude. He's got tons of hero Arcus. Chemo has to bust through this palace in order to take his town center back. Can he do it? It's close, man. It's close.
It's really close, but look at the Yang Jian. He's tanking so much, and he's dealing area of effect damage, and he's just taking down all the Arcus in the back. That unit is so busted, I'm telling you. It's such a good unit. and it heals itself, and it barely takes damage. It's he's just going to
Where's
town with it.
Grass's army? Where is Grass's army? It's 37 military pop to 100, over 100. Well, there we go, everybody. All you need is a dragon and Young John or Lil John or whatever his name is, and then boom, he's just gonna reclaim the entire middle of the map. What does Grass do now, man? Does it, like, you would think that a bunch of snipers, Arcus are pretty sick units, dude. You would think that a huge group of Arcus would be able to snipe these important units. Evidently not.
Nope, it doesn't look like it. I don't know. These heroes are just so tanky, both of them. The Neja is fast, it can dodge arrows, and he deals, even when he's not attacking, he's still dealing a lot of damage with that universe ring, with that singed poison trail. And the Yang Jan is just a chunky unit that takes forever to take down. And, you know, then there's the dragon on top of everything else. My god. Chemo is just plowing through grass right here.
Well, having said that, Soup, it is still 3-3 town centers. Yes, Chemo reclaimed his forward town center. His army's looking sick. His units are, you know, beasts. But the game continues. There is still possibilities here for Grass to come in. For example, you can get a surprise attack in the main base of Chemo. You can, you know, get some Kenterius raids going onto farms and wood and da-da-da-da. There's gold control potential. There's still win conditions here. To try and avoid taking those brutal fights against those really valuable units of Chemo.
Yeah, the thing is, Chemo has got these valuable units that we talked so much about, but on top of that, he's also went off through Wang Di, which is the minor god that gives 3 unique upgrades for your Dao swordsman. So not only will he have those valuable Mythicate units, he's also going to have really good frontline, which are now champion Dao swordsmen. I don't know how many of the unique minor god technologies are in just yet, but when they get there, on top of the good heroes, on top of the Yinglong, which will probably go down as I say it, but still, it's gonna be hard for Grace. Oh my god, Young John!
Are you kidding me?
What Dude, is that unit?
This is... are you kidding me? That is ridiculous, dude. He just lost like 10 Arcus. Poof! Just like that.
Anyone watching this game and knows they're going to be up against Fushi in the future, you gotta either finish the Fushi before he gets to the stage, or you gotta really, really have a good answer to that unit, because that seems just so good. I don't think Grass does not have an answer right now to that unit.
What is an answer? What do you... I mean, it's just one unit, but still, it just takes for freaking ever to kill. What is the answer?
Well, I would say that the answer is Mass Arcus, but clearly that's not the case. So... I'm not sure.
Formation. Dude, look at that thing. He still has so much freaking health as well. It's going to take 1.5 years to kill him. Oh.
Let's see now. So a bunch of units targeting it down now. But it just doesn't take... It just stays alive.
Bro,
He's just
I
staying
remember
alive.
back in the vanilla days when I would complain about Bellerophon. This is a whole nother level.
This is like Son of Osiris level almost.
You get a Nidhogg? Dude, Huang Di gives you a Nidhogg and Son of Osiris.
Oh, look at this. There's a special attack. When this dog comes out, it's gonna heal him up. You see half HP.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my Huang Di, oh my Huang Di.
Oh, he's gone down. Yang John is down, everyone.
Opa! Finally, holy smokes, we gotta cheer for that sucker going down.
But Neja's there still, and I'm sure Chemo is gonna rebuild that sucker back up, isn't he?
Yeah. By the way, quick shout out. Wait. Quick shout out to the potato and the axe carts, which is probably one of the 2 of the funniest looking units I've ever seen. The only thing we're missing is the chillin, the flaming pony. If we had a flaming pony here, it would just be, this would be perfect.
Dude, the axe cart animation is so cool. Look at it. Like it's like reloading, but it's just a hammer or something. It's really nice looking.
Are these like historically accurate? Like, is that what is this?
Surely that mechanism is not historically accurate. Surely it's not.
It's gotta be.
It's really cool, I'll say that.
And a bit silly. Look at it, so silly looking. And there's the young John.
Dude,
Lil Jon.
six area of effect damage. For comparison, the Cyclops is 3 area of effect damage. In fact, most units in the game that has area of effect is 3, but this thing has got 6. And on top of that, he's just the most tonky unit in the game, it seems.
Yeah. We forgot about Nezha.
Yeah.
Nezha.
Look at the damage there. He's just running around. But the universe ring is being cast automatically. This is not Chemo doing it, it's just there. And it's dealing so much damage to the citizens as he's just driving by. And look at it.
Bro,
there it is.
This is cool, but like, what? Are you kidding me? This is like Ganondorf. This is like Ganondorf on fire in Age of Mythology. This is ridiculous.
Let's look at the Yang John here. Can he get into the center of these units? We're gonna see a lot of area of effect damage if he does.
Oh, gotta get into those Arcus. Grass and Groom, Grass and Groom, Grass and Groom. Run, Arcus, run!
Just a one hit. Hiding behind the berry bush is a bit of a genius move here from Grass, to be honest.
Yeah, but you can't move from the berries. You're stuck in the berries.
That's true. And meanwhile, Neja's just running around, being such a nuisance.
There it is.
Young John is being retrained.
Jeez, man.
That thing needs...
Titan Gate. Titan Gate also just was researched by, or Secrets of the Titans. Sorry, just researched by Chemo. So I mean, Grass is staying alive here. So kudos to him, trying to handle these freaking heroes. And he's still on 3 town centers, still 3 to 3 town centers. But there's a Titan potentially coming his way. There it is, just dropped.
What a pretty base Chemo's got himself here. All the farms and all the woods.
Oh my god. Wait. Vodka, go back to the Titan Gate. Look at the gall. Look at the audacity to drop your Titan Gate so far forward. That is just a small backhand in the face to the kid. Are you serious? He's not concerned about losing that at all.
The Titan Gate starts at 50% HP, so it's not as fragile as it used to be in the old game when you cast it immediately. Yeah, I know. Look at the Yang John here, getting in on the Arcus Ball, and oh my god. No, Grass Groom wants none of it. Or does he? What is going on with this unit?
Avada Kedavra!
4 X cards as well, so like Grass Groom has to make a melee army to take these things down. There's so many things that Grass has to react to here, and it's just looking like it's too much. There's even a Titan Gate coming up behind all of this low.
Dude! Whoa! Man! Whoa!
I'm telling you, this Yang John unit is the best counter archer unit in the game, bar none.
Seriously. I can't believe I'm saying this. Soup, I cannot believe I'm saying this. And for those of you guys in the community who've known me for a long time, you might be shocked to hear me say this. I feel bad for Aranos here. I feel a little bit bad for Aranos here. This is brutal. I can't believe I'm saying it.
The unit just stays alive. I don't know what this regen is that's just constantly occurring with it.
Why is there... Dude, it feels like, why are there so many bonuses? Like, Bellerophon gets 1 bonus, Perseus gets 1 bonus. Like, it makes sense. Myth units get 1 bonus. Why does he have so many bonuses? There's the Titan, by the way. I don't get it.
It's a menacing sound.
I know. That is the Undertaker come to... Oh, he leaves footprints! Is that new? I've never seen that before.
I never had either. It's really cool. And look at this. It's a wall. Here.
Look at the footprints. Is that Vodka, do you have a mod? That is so great. Yeah, Chemo victory. Surprise, surprise. No. Fushi victory. Wow.
What a game. Dude.
Wow.
Fushi on this map, I think it's a great observation from Chemo. You gotta go for the super late game god here. And I don't know, Chemo makes Fushi look like the late game god here. He's utilizing the Chinese Mythic Age better than anything I've ever seen. This was ridiculous.
Well, in all fairness, Soup, Grassengroom, if you say Grassengroom's been training, and it's not like this is the first time he's seen the power of Fushi, he's aware. So the onus is on Grass to win the game beforehand. He went
Yeah,
for a sick boom
yeah.
himself with the Villager Center and additional town center, but it felt like he was really late putting on pressure. Like with the Terma you mentioned early on, he wasn't raiding with Terma. You know, he had to protect his economy, sure, but it felt like Grass kind of allowed this to simply happen. Oh my god, units killed. Yeah, that's 400 units killed by Lil Jon, and 35 units killed by everything else.
Exactly. 37 buildings raised for Chemo, 4 from Grass. No, I think you're right, Maiden. Grass needed to be a bit more proactive here and
Yeah,
see how screwed he will be if the game goes late, as we saw right here. He did make
yeah,
he did go aggressive here, to be fair, but this is like 12 minutes into the game, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You could have been raiding, harassing,
Yeah.
preventing. Oh, and there's the little revelation of the units that were hidden, vanished, whatever,
Oh yeah, the
unvanished.
vanish.
Yeah. Shockwave. We saw, if I'm not mistaken, we saw one Shockwave the whole game just now. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know if
you
Shockwave would have necessarily won additional fights, but Shockwave is really valuable, dude.
You know, Room was spending most of his favor on Valor in the
Mm.
early game, and then in the
Oh,
mid game he needed
yes.
the Contarius upgrades and a bunch of everything, a bunch of other upgrades, I imagine.
Fair enough. Bro, look at the recast cost. It's 15 favor recast cost. It's not
Yeah,
that
you're
bad.
right. Maybe we just missed it. It's not that big of an impactful god power, 25 minutes into game, right?
How dare you? I disagree, dude. Imagine like right now, boom, shockwave on either group of the army, on either the
Yeah, that's
swordsmen
true.
or the thingamabobbers,
He only
javelins.
has 2 oracles. He probably didn't replenish his oracles at all.
Yeah.
That's my assumption here.
Grass is clearly not an Aranos player. Grass is originally an Aranos player, actually, which
Oh
is
yeah,
a little
that's
bit
true.
funny.
He used to be around as OTP almost,
Yeah.
but
Well,
yeah,
kudos to Grass for
this was good from Grass. He took down a
yes.
TC. He was putting on the pressure on the gold mine. I don't even know
Yeah.
what happened. Oh yeah, just I don't know. Chemo just getting the numbers up again, and then he just wins a fight here.
Mythic
And
happened.
this is without Young John though, isn't it? We don't see the ridiculous
Yep.
mitigate tiers just yet, and Chemo still takes it, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I wonder, what about Fanatics, Soup? Like we saw Contarius. Contarius was
Ooh,
the frontline unit of choice for Grass. What about
yeah,
Fanatics, dude?
that's a good call. Fanatics Destroyers would have been
Yeah,
really good here, probably.
yeah.
Ah, there's
Um,
an
uh,
Edge in.
yeah, that was the introduction to the end, the beginning of the end right here. The fire, Nezha
Yeah.
coming in, and then Little John soon after. Yeah, he had map control. He had quite a few palaces in the center of the map. I think Fanatics maybe could have been a play, dude. I think
Yeah,
he went for some.
versus the swordsman frontline, definitely. There's a Young John. Now we begin to see it.
Yeah.
I
Ay,
wonder
ay,
how many of
ay.
these highlights we're gonna get of Young John just going to town on the Arcus. Oh
Oh my
boy.
god. Oh my god. Look at those bodies. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Oh, that poor Arcus had no chance. Yeah, dude, this highlight is going on and on and on because there's just carnage and destruction second after second.
Yeah. I mean, this
God.
game had a lot of fighting. It did seem like Grass and Groom was taking it early on. He won the small skirmishes early on, but in the end, it's just the Dao Swordsman with all the Wang Di upgrades, and then obviously when the double heroes come in, the
Oh.
Neja and the
Oh.
Young John.
Oh. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Oh. Dude, how many units? Somebody pause it, somebody in chat. Pause it and count how many Arcus just went down. It had to have been 20 easily. 15 easily, 20 maybe. Oh,
We need a veterancy
wow.
counter in AOM. How many units has this guy taken down?
Yeah, capture
There's
age, capture age. We need that, man. Right, vodka? Right.
There's sometimes when you get like Apollo, that first manticore that you get if you're playing a defensive game will take down
Yeah.
a bunch of units as well. These kind of sets would be really cool to see.
Oh, dude, like Chimera, Manticores,
Yeah,
even like early on Anubites or
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Jiao Bei, Jiao Shi, Zhu Bei things that like, phew, what are they called? I can't remember what they're called. They used to
Yatze.
two-shot villagers. Yahtzee,
There we
that's
go.
right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Oh my god. Dude, I'm not even joking. Capture Age. Okay, it's fine. Capture Age is contributing to Retold. What a missed opportunity to add that into the observer UI like the death count. Yeah. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't even count that fast. Oh, there's 4.
Is
Oh,
it?
he saved 4 of them. Good joy.
And this was the same Yang John from like the. It seems like he stood alive for like 10 minutes or so until Grass
Mm,
and Groom finally managed to kill a few of them. But they just get retrained. And it's like,
yeah.
I don't know, more 30, 40 seconds. Can't be much more than that.
Wow. Well, Lil Jon coming in clutch, carrying Chemo to victory. Of course, Chemo's a gangsta rap star fiend. Of course, he'd go for the young John, Lil Jon thing. Anyways, we got 45 seconds until the next game. It's 2-1 Soup. Match point for Chemo. Grass and Groom has to win this next game, and he's going Thor against Hades on Ghost Lake. That real quick. Chemo and Grass has a little bit of some history on Retold. They've matched against each other a couple times in S tier tournaments, and they've had really good sets. I think Chemo has come out on top both times, if I remember correctly. I think Ghost Lake specifically was a crazy sick match last time they had it. I believe it was Hades for Chemo. So I don't know exactly what's going to shape up here, but we'll find out soon enough. Yeah.
It's a really good matchup. I'm looking forward to this. Both players good with their respective gods. It's going to be epic.
Let's go, folks. Game number 4, match point for Chemo. Grass and Groom's winners bracket life is on the line. We have the Thor build here on Ghost Lake. In the red, playing Thor, we got Grass and Groom. Already see, like I said, the armory coming up. This is 1 gold mine. Real quick shout out, Soup. 1 gold mine map, which is not the biggest of deals for Thor because you have the Dwarven armory, but still, it does make a little bit of a difference. And then we got Chemo in the
Actually,
blue. Nice gold mine.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, introduce Chemo, and I'll make my point.
Here's Chemo.
No, I do think the 1 gold mine actually matters for Grass and Groom. He's making so many dwarves from minute 1. I think he makes 1 gatherer or 2, depending on whatever build order you use. Maybe it's even looking like he's making 0. Yeah, Grass is making 0 gatherers. So he's gonna need gold. Yes, he does have dwarven gold mine, but he also needs to move out for his secondary gold really quickly. He cannot rely only on dwarven gold mine. So it being only 1 gold mine is very, very nice for Chemo. He's got that Vault of Erebus, meaning he gets a constant trickle of gold, 2 gold per second as soon as that technology is in. So he doesn't have to move outside of his base for the first 16 or 17 minutes sometimes. Really good technology.
Up. No, 16 or 17 minutes? Shut up, dude. No way.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
It's like that. Generally, with Greek, you don't spend as much resources on gold as you do with other gods or civs. And then on top of that, with the Walls of Erebus, yeah, you can sit in your base for so long.
I'm going to pay attention. I need a sticky note. I'm going to write myself a sticky note real quick to pay attention to that, because I'm going to hold you to that, Soupy Soup. I'm going to hold you to that.
Okay? Well, just keep in mind, we're watching Chemo play Hades, and there's one thing we know about Chemo is that he's going to go for a 2 TC boom, and that gives him access to a really nice gold mine over on the right side, for example. So I'm not sure we're going to see it this game, but yeah.
Okay, touche. But I would say that is a fair point. I would say both the town centers are a little bit sketchy. Like that forward TC that you're talking about that protects the gold mine for Chemo. That thing is out in the middle of the boonies, man. That thing is out completely exposed. So that maybe opens up Chemo to some aggression. Sure, he has sentinels. Sure, Hades is hard to kill. This is the Backtown Center. Yeah, it's this TC. Look how open that is, baby. Yes, there's resources behind it. There's wood nearby, but he is kind of opened up to some harassment.
It's a bit sketchy, and it's also if Grass and Groom plays the early game a bit aggressive, there's a good likelihood that he's going to be able to either prevent it or at the very least punish Chemo from taking it, because it's quite a long walk for Chemo to get there.
Yep.
So it's looking juicy.
Said that, well, it's not like Thor with a Dwarven armory build. It's not like you're putting really heavy aggression and pressure on your opponent early. So maybe that does mean it's completely safe for Chemo to go out and take whichever town center he wants.
I'm speaking from an observer's perspective here, so it's very easy for me to say. But if I
Mm.
knew I was against Chemo on this particular map, I know that Chemo would see that town center. I think it's so juicy, and so I could definitely conjure up a build order where I could apply pressure on there, even though I'm Thor. So that means you can build sometimes like a forward longhouse, and you can make berserks from there, or you can
Mm.
say, all right, I'm going to build just one Great Hall, and that's it. And then I'm going to apply pressure with my starting Hersers, my starting berserk. You can even build an additional one from your town center if you wanted to. You can make plays like that, especially when this town center that Chemo will look at and think it's so juicy. If he does in fact go for it, you can definitely be able to punish it. Trust me.
Well, let's see. Vodka, can we see Grass and Groom's point of view real quick? Red's scouting real quick. Actually, there we go, Soup. There's the
Ooh,
villagers presumably going out for the town center. And he sees it. That's exactly what he scouted. That is unbelievable scouting. That is
there's a big
unbelievable scouting.
yeah, it's really well done. There's a big relic fight there. Grass and Groom coming out on the short end of things. Chemo managing to snatch a relic just in front of him. I don't know which one it
Nice.
was, if it was a good one, but Chemo
They're
is on
usually
that town
good.
center now. Range soldiers hit point plus 10% for Hades. It's really good.
Yeah, sick. Sick, sick,
Well,
sick. Town center coming in. Good call, Soup.
look at
Soup
it.
knows his stuff.
It's 5 minutes in. If Grass really wanted to, he could have definitely forced a restoration here. That would have been sick. Either way, double longhouse for Grass and Groom. So yeah, I'm not even sure what kind of units he's going for here. Berserks and Hersers. Interesting.
Well, he's
Very
got
interesting.
and just so that everybody knows, he went up through Forseti so he can get the Hall of Thanes upgrade. So the Berserk's going to have a little bit more speed, and those things can be pretty brutal even against groups of archers. So while Hades wants to go for archers,
Look
Berserks
at the
can
second
be so
TC
good and
now.
mobile. Yeah.
Look at the second
Oh, he's
TC.
going after it. He's going after it, dude. Second TC vodka. He's going in.
Ah,
Sentinels are protecting it though.
Grass and Groom is way too late here. He's got
Yeah.
9 units here, which is obviously great, but if they're late, what does it matter?
Yeah.
This is like a pure infantry army for Grass. I'm very surprised by this. Klimo's now got himself that second TC. Okay, so what Grass can do here is he can grab a second TC up for himself, and since he's got so much infantry, that obviously allows him to build that second TC quickly.
Mm.
Yeah, like we see here. So maybe that's what Grass wanted here. Just a bunch of infantry out so he can get that second TC.
Well, and here's the thing though, Soup. Because he gets the free dwarves from the armory, the villager count, even though Chemo already has the additional town center, the villager count is just about equal. And the Norse economy can be really sick. So I think once Grass gets his TC up, he's going to be behind in villagers, but that does not mean he's going to be behind in total economy, in total resources, right? I guess
Yeah,
Vault
that's
of
true.
Erebus is a sick upgrade, so that gives a trickle of gold for Chemo to to help
Yeah,
out.
Vaults of
Still.
Erebus, you can think of it like 2.5 villagers or so.
Mm-hmm.
No, but you're
I
absolutely right. The economy is quite equal at this stage. Good little catch on that Berserk there.
yeah, nice.
No, but
What we're
I'm a bit surprised that both of these players are going for a 2 TC boom here with a 1 gold mine situation.
yeah.
But I think it's probably because the second gold mine for Chemo is so good. If it wasn't that good, I think maybe Grass would have gone for something different.
Well, speaking of second gold mines, Tunison mentioned Grassengrim's second gold mine as we see a Minotaur possibly going down here. Oh, or maybe
Oh,
ooh,
Grass unlucky once more.
or maybe just not
Well,
paying attention.
yeah,
Pay
exactly.
attention.
I think if he did pay attention, he would have gotten it first. Actually, yeah.
Either the relic or the Minotaur.
Yeah, true. But now 2 great halls in for Grass, or is it just more longhouses? I can't
That looks
tell.
like longhouses to me, dude. Oh, a market.
Market, longhouse, longhouse. So yeah, it's just full infantry from Grass and Groom. This is funny.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I play Norse and I'm playing, well, Thor versus Hades, dude, I would never go full infantry. Like you see Chemo, he's playing Hades. He's got that plus 10% bonus HP on Archer's Relic. Oh my god, this is a big raid from Chemo.
What a cheeky raid with a single little Minotaur here. He goes directly to it. Nice scouting. Boom. That's one
One
dwarf
dwarf
dead.
dead.
Ooh.
Just the one dwarf, but it's such a good raid.
Yeah.
Getting that dwarf kill is really nice. Grass and Groom, good micro, obviously. He does this a lot, I've noticed. But yeah,
What is he
forcing
doing?
these. Well, where he takes if one of the villagers are close to dying, he sends a full HP villager back
Ah,
to sort of draw the aggro from the
yeah.
unit.
All right, good micro. The kid with showing some skills, showing some prowess here. Bravo. We saw Apollo coming in. Vaca just showed Apollo coming in. We also have
Yeah.
Bronchi coming in actually on Grass's side. So heroic age coming in from both the boys. Villager count similar. This is a great hunt patch for Grass right here. It's very protected. He's protecting that gold mine as well. Tunison was mentioning in chat the second gold mine of Grass and Groom, a little bit sketchy, right? But he's building up pretty nicely on this position here. Should be able to keep it secure, and he has not used his Dwarven gold mine yet, so plenty of gold options still for Grass.
Yeah, it's really good for Grass that he hasn't used it yet. Means that he'll get 3,000 gold when he hits the heroic hits rather than just 1,000, and that's gonna help him out a bunch. Dude, the gold mines on this map are in general very poor. You see, there's only two. There's the 3,000 gold in base, and then both players have an additional 12,000 gold in total. Another sick Minotaur raid here. But yeah, gold is there's so little gold on this map to play with. So that's definitely, I think, if this game goes any longer than maybe 20 minutes, that's going to affect the outcome of this game significantly.
Well, but the longer it goes on, it's almost like the better it gets for Grass because he has not used his gold mine god power. He still has flaming weapons, which is going to generate a crap load of favor for Dwarven mine recasts. I think it's bad. It's worse news for Chemo rather than Grass. Grass can handle it a whole lot better, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. One thing we haven't talked about is the underworld versus flaming weapons dynamic. So a lot of inferior Hades players are going to be building just pure defensive against the Thor player, and then a flaming weapons hits and they get overrun, and then they think, "Oh my God, Thor!" Let's see the underworld here.
It's on the left-hand side, Vodka, far left side. Boom, grabbing sneaking the dwarves, trying to sneak the dwarves onto that gold over there. The Pegasus sees it.
This is
Continue,
good. Yeah,
Superstar.
this is what you got to do as Hades against Thor. You got to use this underworld preemptively. And now, if Grass ever uses flaming weapons, Chemo has got himself an escape route, and he doesn't have to fight the flaming weapons. And not only that, the underworld gives him access to a new gold mine, so he can send his villagers there as well. And even though Grass can potentially take over this entire operation, Chemo still have access to gold, and he hasn't lost any units to the flaming weapons. So this is a great spot for Chemo to be in. Really love that underworld play, and
Yes.
especially on a map like this where gold is so scarce, it's a ridiculously high value underworld passage, and Grass is struggling to figure out a way to use flaming weapons effectively here.
Yeah. But by the way, real quick, before we potentially take an engagement here, the underworld also opens up the possibility for him to take both forward town centers because there's a gold mine and a settlement down there to be taken. Yeah, there's the gold mine and the TC nearby as well. You're absolutely. This is so interesting. Grass maybe Grass wants to leave that forward TC position completely alone. It's got sentinels, it's got all the production buildings, it's very fortified, it's got the underworld nearby. Maybe the answer for Grass here is to go after the main base of Chemo because it has towers, sure, but it doesn't have the underworld nearby, the town centers, and there's still economy and everything that he can deny from Chemo.
Yeah, I think that's true what you're saying. Grass needs to find a way where he can use flaming weapons without it being just completely negated by the underworld passage, and that's definitely an option. Go for the home base.
Yeah.
Get rid of the towers that were just upgraded by Chemo, and then you can do something like that. Or maybe you can go over to the left side and take care of the underworld passage over on that side now. The issue is then Chemo is going to put his units in and out of that underworld passage, and it's going to be very awkward to fight there.
Yeah.
But I think maybe that's an option too.
Well, we have speaking of Chemo's army, Sarissa just came in for hoplites. We have Sunray, if I'm not mistaken, Sunray coming in for the archers. So those unique techs are coming in for Chemo's army. It's going to be so sick. Is he maybe going to get us around here?
This is going to be a good surround.
Flaming weapons?
We're going to see it.
There we go. There's a flaming weapons. He's pretty far away from the underworld. Restoration in response. Soup, he's just taking the fight. The
So good for Grass, I think.
Attack.
This is what Grass wanted, but the Hades army is very strong, isn't it?
Yes. Flaming
a
weapons
close
is
fight.
good, man. But the restoration seems like it's so much stronger. Plus, the upgrades, the special upgrades are so sick. And the heavy units across the board for Chemo. Chemo is taking that fight, no problemo. Little bit of micro, delicious restoration. Boom. Flaming weapons mitigated, and we can continue. And on the heels of that, third town center coming in for Chemo. There we go. Underworld is still up. That was a power spike of grass that did not hit as it needed to. Soup.
Remember, flaming weapons was nerfed like 2 or 3 patches ago. It used to be very strong. You can almost guarantee that you would win a fight, but I think it was nerfed by like 15% damage or something like that. And in a clutch fight such as this one, it really makes a big difference. And dude, the Chemo is in such a great position now. He's got, like you said, he's got all these amazing upgrades. He's got a really, really good unit composition. And Grass, yeah, he's got access to Dwarven Mine. He still hasn't used his initial one. But my god, he'll be in a world of trouble. He's going to have such a hard time ever winning a fight against this Chemo army.
Yeah. You say, like, there's still options for Grass. It's that the game is not over. That was just really well handled by Chemo. The game is still continuing, but it is going to be really difficult for Grass to find advantage and to find a way, into some kind of advantageous position. Army is just so strong from Chemo.
Yeah, Chemo's floating a bunch of resources despite only being 160 pop. Perhaps putting himself in a bit of a rough spot here. This shouldn't be such a close fight for Chemo, considering all the resources he's got in bank. Perhaps a bit of a blunder, but that said, he's still doing just fine here. Maybe.
I mean, maybe indeed. That's the thing, though, Soup, is that one way for Grass back into this game is for Chemo to bring him back into this game by suiciding his army. The army is strong. The Hades army is strong, but Greek units are on the more expensive side. And he might just give up this... Bro, he might give up this Underworld.
He is. Do you see why? Because he's going for Artemis now.
Ooh.
I really don't like that play from Chemo. It's typical Chemo, I guess, at the end of the day.
Why don't you like it?
I don't know, he was in such a good position. Just keep producing units, and you're never gonna lose a fight. Like, right now, he's losing skirmishes. I don't know which fight this will go. And he's losing his Underworld potentially here. I don't know. I wouldn't have played like that if that was me anyways.
Okay, well, I think there's a lot of potential here, though, Soup. I think there's a lot of potential for for him to use it. He's got so much production buildings over on that right-hand side, Chemo does, and there's the first Dwarven gold mine usage there. He's got so many production buildings over on this right-hand side. If he can Earthquake and then, boom, just quickly attack that right side, he could take out the gold mining operation of Grass. He can take out his production buildings, go for the town center, etc. Grass is starting to switch over to the left side of the map where there's the settlement, the gold mine, etc., which is good, but if he loses all of this infrastructure, that's going to hurt big time. And I think there might be a nice timing there for Chemo.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Chemo, he's obviously doing so well this game. He's still, what is he at now? 166 population versus 180. Plus he's about to hit, like you said, the Earthquake. He's gonna hit so hard. And there's gonna be chimeras in. He could put more villagers on favor now and really get a bunch of those chimeras out. Either way, if he just gets the champion line upgrades on his units, that's gonna make a significant difference on top of getting to the 205 population. Chemo's he's gonna be zooming here. I'm sure of it.
Well, check it out. Grass is already abandoning this position, and the army is strong enough. Dude, the army could just shred through these buildings. He's gonna lose all this population, all these buildings, all these resources without Earthquake. Nice little break here, but without Earthquake investment. So he can Earthquake the other side of the map. And he's
Dude, Chemo hits Mythic, and immediately he gets his 3 Mythic Age economic upgrades, as well as Fortified Town Center. He's getting the wall upgrade, for God's sake. He's in such a strong position now. He's using resources on whatever he likes, and he'll make it work. Earthquake use now on the hometown center, right? Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh my god, there's a Dwarven Mine too, so that's extra value.
There we go. He can maybe just push in, take out that main TC, and just start picking apart town centers. Honestly, would you? I mean, he needs chemo. We need to follow up the earthquake now, Mr. Chemo. We need to follow up the earthquake.
He's got 2 patrollers here plus a gigantic army. He doesn't even need to follow up on the home TC. If he takes down this town center afterwards, dude, Grass and Groom is losing villagers. He's got idle time. He's losing the big skirmishes. He's not anywhere near Mythic himself, so Chemo is absolutely fine with this happening like it is right now.
Yeah. Like I said, this ain't Chemo's first rodeo, man. He knows how to take advantage of Hades. Chemo's known to be a little bit of an Egyptian player, but I know him a little bit more as a Hades player personally. I played against his Hades back in the mid 2010s quite a lot.
Oh, nice.
Hades player. Nice, yeah. Oh, nice.
Well, you know, if he's good at Egyptian, the defensive booby playstyle, Hades is just fine too, right?
Yeah.
Hades excels at that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Courier says Grass is in checkmate, man. It seems that way. Hammer Trolls can maybe, stone his way to like 5 minutes of game time, but this is not looking good, dude.
These are champion Toxotes with Shafts of Plague, as well as the Apollo Sunray upgrade. These are ridiculously strong Toxotes. And like this is once again Grass and Groom with Norse. No answer to the Toxote ball right here. Like look at this. The Raiders are just running in and dying. Hoskals, when you only got one of them, it's not enough.
It's true. Man, those trolls are dropping like flies.
Yeah.
He had a decent looking army in terms of army size there, but the strength, the raw power of that Hades army is just way too much for Thor at this stage of the game, and that's it. That's it, Soup. We got ourselves a 3-1. Chemo moves on, and Grass, the kid, drops down to the lower bracket, and will be playing tomorrow. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
I don't know. I think this series could have gone either way for me. I think both of these players have taken series against each other, and both of them have fared incredibly well in past tournaments. So yeah, this could have gone either way. I'm happy to see Chemo performing so well in Hades. He did the Underworld was really, really good. Not only did he kill a dwarf, he forced the idle time on the remaining dwarves, and then Grass and Groom was just in a spot where he couldn't do anything. He's got the big army, he's got flaming weapons ready, but he just couldn't do anything. It was beautiful.
Well, it seems like Chemo didn't really make a mistake here, right? Like he went for the forward town center. Thor is not going to be able to pressure that early. He went for the forward town center. He got it. Sentinels. He had a hunt there. Gold mine. Let's go into some of these clips. First clip we got is the little cheeky raid right here. Nice.
That's an almost full food aura that he's being pushed away from, plus the dwarf kill. That's really good value. And then here's the flaming weapons, countered by the restoration and just a superior army. There's heavy infantry in for Grass and Groom, but no heavy raiding cavalry.
Yes.
Versus the full heavy line upgrades in for Chemo, plus the heroes are there, the restoration, so Chemo can defend this perfectly well.
Resto is crazy sick, man. It's still fairly cheap to recast. I guess it's up to 100 at this point in time. It used to be like 40 or 60 or something like that favor to recast, which was bonkers in my opinion.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, we jump right over another clip. There we go. This was the end for Grass, taking out that main town center, shredding through his population on the front, his production buildings. And
we've seen so much
strong.
I feel like we've seen so many Thor games where the Hammer Trolls on Ghost Lake are just getting so much value. But versus Chemo here, with these ridiculous backline Toxotes plus the heroes, they're not able to do much here.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like he went for the 2 TC play. Grass went for the 2 TC play. He matched, tried to match the economy of the Hades player. It was good. But he just didn't get the value of flaming weapons, which is such a crucial crux of a matchup when Thor is involved, for Norse in general. It seems like Chemo just zipped on by that with a little restoration action, no problem, and he just cruised to victory. Easy peasy.
Damn, we're just about to go into our next series almost immediately. This will be Cloth versus I Am Magic. I've been looking forward to this one. I think historically speaking, I Am Magic should be the the obvious favorite here, but seeing as how Kavoth has been practicing Retold in general a lot, and especially in recent weeks, he's not even been streaming because he's been playing so much in private. I expect really good things coming out of Kavoth here.
Well, players, competitive players like to say, oh, the ladder doesn't matter. It's all about competitive wins. Yeah, but Kvoth has been up at the top of the ladder, the tippy top of the ladder, basically since Retold came out. That's months and months and months. So inevitably, he's been playing against top players. You just said he's been training offline, off stream, off ladder as well. He's been going hard. And I completely agree with you, man. I think that Magic, in my opinion, we've seen like two different Magics in Retold so far in these S tier tournaments. We see a Magic where it's like, Magic? Like, is this Magic? Is this really Magic? Or there's like this Magic boy. He's
taking down Mr. 3-1 in a series Magic, right?
Yes. So, having said that, if Magic shows up, Thoth is going to have a rough time. If Magic isn't having an off day or whatever, dude, I think Thoth can smash him. So, this is going to be very interesting to see which version of Magic shows up today.
Yeah, we got some good maps here. We got Arena once again, and Nuwa in for Kavoth, and we got Shenong for Magic, so we could potentially see a Chinese mirror there. For now, it's Gaia versus Set on Step. We've seen that map a lot in this tournament, and it usually brings some very chaotic, cool games for us too.
Well, cool game number one coming in hot, folks. Magic against Kvoth. Who are you rooting for? Let us know in chat, everybody who's watching live. We have Kvoth, starting off with Kvoth in the blue. He is playing Set, bottom side of the map. Top side in the green with the lush, the beautiful lush on the beautiful steppe map. We got Magic playing Gaia. Really nice gold mine right there, Soup. Excellent gold mine, very defensible. I don't know if Kvoth playing Set, I don't know if he's really gonna, want to put on a lot of pressure. He can maybe go at new bites and maybe get a little bit of value here, possibly.
No, I think Magic is going to be very happy about that. We've seen, I think it was Mister a week ago, utilizing Tar and just Wadget spam plus the Egyptian Classical Age army versus Gaia in particular, actually. And it just seemed so brutal and difficult to deal with. But when you got a gold mine like this, when you got the Gaia Forest as well to protect yourself, I think Magic is going to be super happy with this. And I think Wadget spam Egyptian Classical Age army going to be difficult to make look as good as it did last week with Mister.
Well, having said that, I'm going to repeat basically what I said, last step, and basically every step map that I've casted. It's the resources are so open and exposed. Wow.
This is big. This priest is going to survive, I think. Maybe. If it does survive, that's going to be so huge for Kavoth.
Shanked. Almost made it back to the tower, but not quite. Dude, he was just like a pixel away from teleporting into that tower. That was close.
This looks like it looked like it was bad for Kavoth because ultimately in the end he was a bit unlucky there not getting to the tower. But all in all, Magic spent a lot of idle villager time chasing that priest around. Sure, you stop the priest from converting any animals. Sure, a priest will cost 100 gold to renew, but I think Magic lost more resources actually in that just having a minute of idle citizen time. That's with a hero citizen, I think that's more than 100 resources.
That's what I was going to ask you, man, is, was it worth it? It's hard to say.
I think generally a minute of citizen time equals 90 resources. And then it being a citizen hero would be 99 resources. So all in all, 100 for 100, right? Call the draw.
Yeah. Fair enough. And but he is kind of, I like what Magic's doing. He's sitting there hunting in the middle of the map. He's trying to get, economically, he's trying to be efficient, even though he sent that citizen out. But that citizen, the citizen is quote unquote efficient because it's, immediately gathering resources once again. But that does mean that Magic needs to defend it at the same time, which could get interesting because we already have Classical Age coming in for Kvoth.
Ooh, and it is Tar, so we are going to see, I suspect, some Classical Age fighting with Wadgets, despite there being such a good gold mine for Magic. But also, I was going to say, also keep in mind, that's a hero citizen. it's going to be very tough
Mm.
for even a set player with the free animal army early on. It's still going to be tough to kill a citizen hero because there's going to be a Caladria flying in that can burst heal it as well, right?
Touche. Yes, yes, yes. And we do have Oceanus coming in, or yeah, coming in.
Also,
Go ahead.
yes, but it's going to be super delayed because of that chase on the priest.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what I wanted to say was there's also a second monument being built by Kavoth right now in the back of his base.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure I saw that being built down. If we could move down a bit,
Hit us, vodka.
there
There we
we
go. There
go.
it is.
I'm pretty sure that's a monument being built, right?
It's
Yes,
probably a
it
sentry
is.
tower. Protect the berries, right?
No.
Definitely a monument.
So yeah, early tar is in, and there's only 2 gold miners with 150 gold in base. So we're seeing immediate barracks in for Kavoth. This does seem like all these super high level players. Like we're obviously in the top 8 right now. We're in the top of the winners bracket. So these are like 8 of the top A1 players. It does seem like when you got the Egyptian versus Atlantean matchup, that classical age fighting is the favored way to approach this matchup.
As Egyptian.
Yes, exactly. Because I
Well,
think one issue if you don't do that is that you're going to allow the Gaia player to just go heroic through Thea, and then they get their Contarius upgrades, which are just very, very difficult to deal with, even if you've got camels. So
yep.
yeah, we got the barracks down, we got the 2 monuments down, and we're already seeing X-Men produced. Was it a few spearmen before? I'm not sure. Either way, a bunch of barracks units as well as obviously a bunch of snakes in the mix.
Indeed. Okay, so he wasn't quite able to get any pressure on that hero citizen. He was looking for it though. He had his pet, or not Petsukas, his the Wadjet and animals were out looking for the hero citizen. I guess Magic brought it back to safety, and things have kind of
So
leveled out here. Yeah.
interesting to see that Kvoth used vision to see what buildings Magic were building,
Hmm.
and Magic built 2 military barracks, meaning he can only build Murmillos. And then what Kvoth does is he says, all right, I'm going to build pure X-Men and pure snakes, and I'm going to be able to perfectly counter your army. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what we're seeing here. So really, really nice use of vision from Kvoth.
Well, so Bite of the Shark Murmillo are sick, right? But when you only have Murmillo and you're walking into a bunch of Egyptian axemen, maybe not so sick, eh?
No, yeah. Yeah, obviously you have to, like, even though you have got the superior technologies, if you're against pure counter
Whoa,
units,
wait. No. It's not Murmillo, dude. Look at his resources. 700, 500.
oh,
He's got his market up. He's going for Cantarius.
that's not Mamilus, that's
Or
Cantarius, you're
Arcus?
right. No, it's
It's
Cantarius, trust me.
gotta be Cantarius. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's super dangerous for Kavoth because the gold mine is so good for Magic. And dude, Kavoth is investing so heavily into X-Men. He's getting the medium lion upgrade, he's getting the scalloped X, and I think he's got at this point something like 15 of these X-Men out. They are gonna be not useless, but near useless against the super fast, super chunky, and actually quite affordable Contarius that will come out from Magic here. I think Kvoth is in a very rough spot here.
Well, okay. I mean, what about, if he's able to get some watchets out and kind of just play defensively, keep his army together, keep his army and his eco and his base and everything kind of compact, can he survive to go heroic and, get some camels out? Is that the play here? Should he
I,
try and go, aggressive and hit the berries, hit the chickens, for example? Like what's the response here?
I think he overcommitted on X-Men, and he's continually producing them. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, he
He's
is.
got so many, and dude, Thea is in no time now. We're gonna be able to see. We'll see which technology Magic actually goes for. Probably Poseidon's Secret, which makes them cheaper. Well, actually, maybe he just doesn't build any of them, and he just goes straight for the Contarius here.
Yeah.
Realize he's under a lot of pressure, and he doesn't need the technologies for now.
Well,
But
so we
no,
see
this
the immediate switch over to Spearman. Immediate switch, but like you said, it's maybe too late because he's already invested so many resources into the axes. They don't do squat against the, against the Kateri.
Kvoth is face palming himself right now. He's asking, why did I commit so heavily on X-Men? And he all in all, he's got 20 X-Men or so, and these will not be of any use against the Contarius or the Arcus coming out as well. Because if Kavoth invests really heavily into Spearmen, what Magic will do is just say, all right, I'm going to make a bunch of Arcus as well. And the longer this goes on, where Magic's in Heroic Age versus Kavoth in the Classical Age, the better off Magic will be, I recognize.
Well, okay, so here's the funny thing. You were praising Foth for using the vision early on to see the double military barracks, and so he went for the immediate, what he thought was the immediate reaction, but what he really should have gone for was the reaction to the reaction to the reaction to the reaction, which is what Magic was going for, which is the Cantaria spam. And, so mind games, folks, mind games.
Yeah,
we're watching
indeed.
chess here, actually.
This is just Magic, just being one step ahead of Kavoth. And you do see a bunch of spearmen out. This is obviously set, so we saw a lot of animals inside the safety of under this town center here. But even then, with all that food in safety for Kavoth, he's going to be stuck in the Classical Age, losing units now to the Contarius. Do we have Poseidon's Secret in for Kavoth if we right-click one of the Contarius?
I don't know if it's yes,
Oh, we
everything
do.
coming in. He's got heavy
Hey.
coming in as well. So things are going to be sick.
So Kavoth is in a dominant spot right here. And even the Spearmen, they only have a 1.75 multiplier versus Contarius. This is a big army, though, from Kavoth. To be fair, Kavoth has amassed a really big army. And there's 4 snakes in the back. And at some point, Magic will have to go for a secondary gold mine.
That's kind of what I'm thinking here, Soup, is that, yes, Magic, he got those Contarius out, he mitigated damage, blah, blah, blah. But Kvoth has mitigated damage too. What has those Contarius done, aside from force a lot of spears? I mean, I guess it's forced a lot of spears and forced Kvoth to stay in the Classical Age. Maybe there's some value in that regard, but that is a really big-looking army from Kvoth at this point in time. So, Magic needs to start thinking, okay, how do I've given him time to create 20, 30 spears. Now, how do I counter that? I can't just rely on straight Contarius the whole time.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Kvoth's army is Spearmen and Axemen, so the obvious answer is just a bunch of Arcus, right?
Yeah.
Plus Dryads as well. Dryads cost 150 wood and nothing else. So even though he's struggling mightily for gold, he can still make, well, he's already got 10 Dryads, so he cannot make additional ones at this stage, but it's gonna be a big army for Kavoth. These 10 Dryads are making the situation so much better for Magic than it would be otherwise.
Okay, but still, Kvoth has priests and Wadgets, man. Look how big this army is. Look at his resources. He's producing more and more units. Kvoth is. He's planning on evidently just staying in the Classical Age and going for a fight. He's taking the fight here. More spears coming out. Good micro there by Kvoth. Magic's just taking the fight, melee against melee units here. Who's gonna take it? Dude, this is so huge. Who's gonna take it, Soup?
I don't know, dude. It's looking like Kavoth is actually in a good spot here. The Spearmen plus the Priests and the Wadget actually managing to fend off this skirmish here. Now Magic forced to retreat, and this Stymphalian Bird's going down the process by the looks of things. And this is, even if this is kind of a draw, let's just call it a draw hypothetically at least, even then, Kavoth will take that as a victory because that's 1 or 2 minutes closer to Magic being forced to leave his base for a gold mine.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 175 total population compared to 135 total population. No additional town center. We have a dude, look at the queue for Kvoth. He's got 3 racks queued up, 20 plus spearmen. If he really wants to stay in the Classical Age and get some kind of gold starve or something, I say drop another barracks or 2, man. That way, okay, It looks like he did just do so. Queued up a couple of more. There's the mining operation on the right-hand side.
Yeah, we see the mobility of the Contarius not even being that useful for Magic because he's forced to take these fights. If he doesn't take the fights, then Kavoth is going to hit him on the gold mines, and if he does that, then Magic won't have any gold to produce units, and Magic's just gonna go out of this game slowly. This is a big fight for Magic. Even though he's got pure Contarius against Spearman, he's taking this fight pretty convincingly.
Yeah. Just got to whittle those numbers down, I guess.
Shifting Sands.
And he gets out of there. Nice reaction by Magic. Really nice reaction by Magic. Boom, he is out of there. See you later. That was not a very good. I like the idea for the shifting sands, but the execution was not quite there. He forces the idle time, yes, and so there's only 10 gold left in the bank for Magic. The idle time is there, yes, but I feel like he could have gotten a lot of damage with that shifting sands if he got better positioning on it.
Well, I don't think he needs the damage, is the thing. You see Magic now, he's on 0 gold miners, on 26 gold in bank, and now he'll be forced to chop wood, and they're gonna sell wood for the rest of the game, basically. Kvath has got full gold mine control, and look at the overwhelming numbers in favor for Kvath here.
It's true. It's true.
Dude,
He's losing some units behind this, though. Are you?
Yeah. No, I like the way Magic approaches this. He's realizing he cannot win fight, so he needs to utilize his mobility. But all in all, dude, Kvath's got 175 population, and these are spearmen with as many upgrades to the name as they can get. And it's just this step map is so poor for gold mines. You see what Magic has to take? He's got gold mines left, right, and center, to be fair, but they're all so extremely exposed.
It's very true, man. It's very true. But the one saving grace is that it's on far left side gold mine, far right side gold mine. The army of Kvath is a little bit slow. Sure, those pure spears can get around pretty quickly, but the Wadgets and the priests are super slow themselves.
Oh, this is like Kvath. He's probably gonna kill a few citizens here. But even without it, Magic is he's just not getting the gold income, and he needs it for the Contarius.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
So brutal.
Sick. We have Arcus. We finally have Arcus here, Soup. We finally have Arcus. There's a Carnivora usage. And Magic is pushing into this gold mining position. Speaking of gold kill or gold mine, gold starve and whatnot, there's maybe an opportunity here for Magic to get some value because his army is separated. We saw those spears over on the gold mine. The Wadgets are going to town.
Really good move here by Magic. He's forcing the reaction over on the gold mine to the right, and now he's making his move over on the left. But the Wadgets, how many are there? Like 5 or 6 of them, and there's no heroes to take them down.
6 of them, there's indeed, exactly. And so those things are just carrying him to victory. Now the spears can even surround the Arcus, get some sick kills. He does have that one shield upgrade, I can't remember what it's called. He's got a couple of upgrades, armory upgrades on those
leather frame
spears.
shield, right?
Yes, that's what it is, leather frame shield. Oh, bro, look at that. He's got full upgrades on those things. Why not? It's 16 minutes into the game. Why not? Sick. This is a cool game. When was the last time you saw 16 minutes and no heroic age from an Egyptian player? Are you kidding me? This is a really interesting game.
And yeah, it's so interesting. Like, I really thought he overcommitted on the X-Men, but then as soon as Magic had to move out for a gold mine, Kvath was at 175 population with like 50 military units or something ridiculous like that. And then in the end, it didn't matter that some of them were X-Men because he had so many spearmen still.
But that's why, earlier on I was like, at the Contarius, Magic has not really found any value with the Contarius. No economic damage, no really kills or anything like that. And so that gave time for Kvath to just get the spear numbers up, get his military numbers up. And so the Axemen, it didn't really matter that he didn't have, or that the Axemen don't do anything against the Contarius. Anyway.
Yeah. Magic is... I wonder, can we see the market sell rates at all? How much does Magic get for... No, we can't see it, unfortunately. We can. So yeah, he gets 24 gold for each 100 wood sold. Ouch. That's the situation Magic's in right now. He's sold so much wood that he honestly doesn't get much of an income from it anymore.
Well, we do have Nephthys coming in, so the heroic age, we're going to have about an 18-minute classical age duration for Kvath, but Nephthys is finally coming in. That's going to give him another, aside from just the Migdal units. Oh, there goes a citizen. Another couple of citizen kills. That's going to give him Migdal units. It's going to give him Ancestors. That is another power spike. I think that should be the nail in the coffin for Magic. I don't really know what the options are for Magic anymore. Yeah, Kvath has even got a second town center. He's got map control. He's got a huge army, huge population. He's chilling, man.
We see Bite of the Shark in for Magic. That's the right response here because Kvath has got himself Spearman Slinger army. So if Magic could theoretically get 40 Bite of the Mamillos out, he would be well set to win the next fight. but he's gonna struggle to get 5.
Well, yeah. Remember, how much gold does a Mermillo cost? Times that by 40. How much gold does he need for that?
30, so that's gonna be 1,200 gold that Magic needs here. It's
But
gonna
if
be
you're
very
sell
rough to get to.
It's very true. He is on that gold mine. You can see on the mini map. We're watching the army. Yeah, boom. He is over on that gold mine. So he's getting a little sneak with that gold income. So he still is alive. Kvoth is in a sick position, and this army should be going bye-bye. But
There's
Magic
one
is
Arcus
not dead
hero
yet.
here. 2 snakes gone down. 3 snakes. Hello.
He's got his work cut out for him, that's for sure. Defensive Carnivora here, Soup.
Oh my god, and
no.
the Ancestor's hitting over on this position. Wait, there's actually Arcus heroes in for Magic. Dude,
Yeah.
is Magic gonna do it? This Migdal is so good for Kavoth, though.
Oh, he just let the Migdal go straight up, man. The Carnivora didn't do squat. Are you kidding me? He's kicked off of that position already. Wow.
He is.
Wow.
And the Spearmen are gonna be able to catch a few of these citizens, surely.
JK.
Well,
They're thinking about it.
Well, consider it.
We'll consider it. No, they do get kills after all. Decent speed on the Spearman, man. He gets what, 4 citizen kills right there. And Magic's not worried about citizens being alive. He's worried about the citizens working on a freaking gold mine. Ay. This is not how you. If you're a Magic fan, this is not how you want him to start the quarterfinals.
No, definitely not. On the other hand of the coin, really, if you're a Kavoth fan, you've got to be happy with this performance.
Oh, dude.
He's got the matchup figured out so well here. It seems all he got to do is produce these melee Egyptian barracks units, and all you got to do is sit on the second gold mine, and you're set. And that's what Kavoth is doing. He's playing set, and he's set.
Indeed. He's also Thoth. He thought about Thoth. We got a meteor coming in, folks. That's gotta be the meteor in the coffin, right? Big fat meteor in this base.
Surely.
I hope Magic lets us see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, with all those buildings surrounding it, I want to see the destruction.
Yes, please, Magic, give it to us. Give it to us.
Kudos to Magic for staying in the game for this long, but he hasn't had access to a second gold mine for more than 20 seconds at a time or so.
Yeah. Hey, he's got the sneak on that bottom side. Maybe if he was around us, he could sneak with the sky passages, but nope, not with the Gaia. Oh no.
I think he's gonna call it now, isn't he?
Give us a media. Give us a media, love. Give us a media.
You see it,
Magic's a fighter, man. He's a competitor. You think 2 citizen losses is going to phase him? I don't think so. A meteor might do the trick, but...
The elephant's in for Kavoth as well. He's getting a 3rd town center. He's going through Thoth. He's even getting the iron weapons. Like, these are just luxury technologies to go for.
I think he's feeling confident. Yeah, I could suffice it to say.
Yes, indeed.
All right, everybody. It looks like, in a matter of seconds, we are going to have 1-0 for Kvoth. What most would consider as the underdog. Looks like he is... I don't know. I'm trying to make another dog pun here, but it's not working. Looks like he's just going to take game number 1. Simple as that.
Magic's fighting last citizen standing, not surrendering any time before.
There's nothing else to meteor anymore, Soup.
Magic's got himself a gold mine. He's not. He wants to relish this moment for just some time before he gives up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can relish this moment though.
We can. We definitely can. Boom. Shakalaka. Dog is God indeed, everybody. He's getting dogged. That's what he is. Magic is getting dogged in game number 1. Kvoth takes it. Dude, that was a sketchy situation with the Axeman, but the Cantarius value was now found. And since then, massing the Horde. He went full set mode, just the classical age barracks Horde. And Cantarius can't deal with that, man.
Look at Magic's wood situation. 18,000 wood gathered, 6,000 gold gathered. Horrible macro for Magic here. Oh my god. I'm joking, obviously.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I like the idea for Magic. I like the sneak, not the sneak. I like the mind games. I like the strategy going for those Cantaries, but he just didn't find the value. So I think a lot of players would have kind of panicked in Kvoth's position and been like, "Oh shoot, I need camels. Let's rush heroic." But he went full send classical, and it worked out really well.
It did. Is this like the first big skirmish that we're kind of having here? Yeah, it's not like you have to take this fight, but with the slow dryads, I think Magic felt like he had to take the fight here. But
Mm,
there's a bunch of X-Men in here, but there's also a lot of spearmen, and the priests are in to take care of the dryads, the snakes to take care of pretty much everything. And this
yeah.
is the reason why Kavoth is winning here. He's got the numbers, he's got the counter units, and the X-Men, they're good for just at the very least, they're good tonky units to, tank the Contarius.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Why not? Pure numbers game here. I wonder if part of the idea for Magic is to simply force Kvoth to stay in the classical age. Barracks units, if you're spamming barracks units, that can just drain your economy and keep him in the classical age. Jokes on you, Magic. That's exactly what Kvoth wanted to do anyway, is just stay in the classical age and
Yeah,
spam those suckers. So
yeah,
worked out.
yeah.
It worked out for him in the end, man.
This was nice for Magic. The small skirmish to where you utilize your mobility. Your opponent cannot escape this kind of engagement. So this is what Magic was probably banking on. Like once again, he's doing it here, but with the numbers in again from the Spearman, he's forced to retreat. And he
Mm,
doesn't have access to a gold mine, and he would need like 5 of those kinds of engagement before he could seriously begin to contest a gold mine.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, it never quite had a good answer for the Wadgets. The Cantaris weren't quite finding the value that he needed, and that full send into classical age, dude, it's reminiscent of old school age mythology, vanilla age mythology, even. Just the full send aggression. I dig it, dude.
Oh yeah.
It felt a little fresh, a little
Yeah,
fresh.
and with we saw the aggressive sifting sands, just you used to so you don't have the mobility. That you definitely the Gaia player has the mobility over you, but you've got the shifting sands and you've got
Mm,
the ancestors that you can use over here.
mm,
So yeah, I think really like both of these players are taking their gods, their civilizations to the maximum potential. So
mm.
really cool game to see.
Agreed, 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 agreed. That Migdal going up was brutal. I think he would have gotten kicked off of that position regardless because the spears were coming over. There was a group of Arcus to deal with the ancestors. That was not too bad, but the Migdal really was the brutal part of that situation there. And there we go. The elephant going to town on the TC.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very rare that you see set players going for elephants. But in this case, it made a
Mm.
lot of sense. You got the Migdal up, you got the food economy for it. Why don't you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. At this point in time, you just want. I mean, of course, you got the eco, but he's got the Migdal so far forward. A little bit of some siege output, some damage output, I guess, on the buildings. You just want to keep those numbers up, honestly. Just keep throwing those numbers. Keep the horde doing horde things. Here's the my
Indeed.
meteor.
Yeah, good guy
Nice.
magic actually giving us the fireworks in the end before resigning. Boom.
Good guy magic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. It's all about that. It's all about the viewers. It's all about the viewers. Thank you.
Magic, he knows.
He knows. He knows. Saying his first rodeo, in the spotlight. So for all you other players out there, that are playing in these games, when it's all about the viewers, give us the big moments. That's what we want, baby.
So we got Loki versus Zeus on Anatolia. This is a great matchup. I've played this a bunch on ladder with Loki, and I usually fare very well. I think this is, I don't know if it's the Loki favorite matchup because most people will tell you that Zeus is just the dominant god on this map.
Mm,
Nevertheless, I always have a lot of success with Norse against Greek. It's pretty rare that I ever lose, to be honest. I'm not trying to brag here. All I'm saying is, even though Zeus is like the dominant god, the S tier god on most people's meta here, on most people's tier list, I think Loki is a tremendous choice. And I'm sure that Kavoth has practiced this particular matchup. This is not a random pick for him. He knows the build order, he knows the strategy, he has a game plan here, trust me.
Well, so question, you say that Zeus is the kind of no-brainer pick. I think the two in in terms of the Zeus versus Norse paradigm, um, you got Hydra, sorry, Scylla, to to pick off water, pick off the fishing ships, pick off water. And Kraken are an answer, but it feels like skill are a little bit stronger at the very least. And then you got Hippospis to really complicate things. You're gonna have a decent heroic time and Hippospis to really help you establish map control. I think that Loki. Those are the two keys for Zeus. Yes.
I think for Zeus can do a bunch of things here. Zeus can either go for a fast heroic, or he can go for a classical age fighting with hoplites on opponent's docks to both fight
Mm.
water and land simultaneously. And even when he goes for fast heroic, that also leaves him open to a bunch of possibilities. He can still go for fast heroic into just land pressure, or he can go fast heroic and try to gain control of both sides of water with those Scylla. So many options when you're playing Zeus here. And this is probably why most people would put him on S tier on water maps in general and Anatolia in particular, is because he's got so many options. He's got the hoplites, he's got the Scylla, and those, like, he's got the best unit on land for this particular map. He's got the best unit on water for this particular map. So why wouldn't he be dominant here? I think that's what most people will say.
Then, as we got 30 seconds before we jump into the game, then what does Loki do here? You say you're successful and confident and comfortable with Loki in this matchup. What's the gist of what Loki's trying to do here?
You gotta go hell fast mythic. You gotta utilize that early Nidhogg, and Zeus won't have an answer to that. So that's what I want to see from Koth.
Okay, let's see if Kvoth agrees with Mr. Soup here. And here we are, game number 2. Magic is down 0-1. We got Mr. Kvoth in the blue. Game number 1. He's playing Loki. Looks like he's dropping his dock on that top side of the Anatolia water. Opposite for Magic in the red. Magic is going for the bottom side of water. He is in the red playing Zeus, a forward gold mine here. Starting gold mine there, Soup. So maybe some targets for our potential fast mythic Nidhogg to be looking at. Potentially. Same thing with Kvoth, actually. Both players maybe need to be careful about that.
Well, the thing about the fast mythic is you gotta utilize the Nidhogg to take control of the gold mines in the
Mm.
center of things, not in the base. So
Of
generally,
course.
my game plan would be something like about the time when Zeus is forced to leave his base. That's when I want to hit my power spike. That's when I need all my power. That's all the myth units I can get. That's a Nidhogg. I want flaming weapons if there hasn't been any early skirmishes. Basically that's my game plan. You want to gain control of the middle about the time when the Zeus player has to leave their base.
It's kind of classic theory, game theory, strategy theory.
Yeah,
Classic timing in AOM, right? As a player's going to that exterior gold mine, that's when you want to hit it. That's when they're vulnerable.
yeah. But then what makes this map different to all other AOM maps is the fact that you have 6,000 gold in your base. Plus, you've got the fish economy to boot. So that means that the timing and the power that you're going to be able to have when this time comes is just going to be so different to what you're used to on other maps and other matchups. So I do like Anatolia. I think a lot of people are maybe a bit tired of Anatolia because it's been a
Yeah.
stable in Retold ranked map pool, but I still like it a lot, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this game is going to go.
Indeed, of course. I see vodka in the center of the map. We might be seeing either a house or a temple getting dropped. I want to see that blue dot. Just kidding. Those are a couple of wolves. I evidently need, I'm a little bit, well, there's the Berserk, of course. It could still drop a temple forward. I mistook those little dots for a temple getting dropped. JK, LOL. Sorry, guys. Anyways, moving on. Okay, and it's a
Well,
house.
there's a house. That's just to gain vision of that forward town center. I really like that house.
Yeah.
It's nice being able to see if it does go up or not. But interesting to notice for Kavoth, he's on one dog as of right now, and Magic has sent a villager to the left side to get a dog over on that side too.
Mm.
So we
Mm.
could see some
Mm.
asymmetry here. That Berserk is awfully far forward, isn't it? We see Kavoth with now a second Berserk being produced from the TC. I wonder what this Berserk is going to do then.
Can't really go for the villager fight. You can't really deny that dock from going up necessarily.
No.
So, Yeah, is he just gonna go maybe hard on? I mean, the temple getting a berserk from his town center. That means he's dropping a temple inside of his base. So I don't envision any real aggression on land in order to take over one side of water quickly. So is he simply just gonna? Yeah, there's a temple. Is he simply gonna just give the right side of water to magic? That's not really what you want to do. It's gonna
I
make his
think this
economy
is
crazy sick.
This is looking like Kvoth is going all in on the left side of the map. He
Yeah.
wants to take control of
Jeez.
of how many is this? 15 fishing spot on the left side. He's getting a forward dock down here. He's gonna build the
18.
temple in his base, but then he can maybe build 2 longhouses forward, and he can just produce berserks really quickly and start
Hmm.
to maybe chunk down on these Sioux stocks. Heimdall is in. That's definitely the play
Wow.
then.
Yeah, but even if he builds his temple in his base, which is safer, and it doesn't reveal what he's actually going to do, blah blah blah. But at the same time, not getting those Hersir out right where you want him, not getting the Einhjar out right where you want it, killing Docs, doesn't that kind of nerf his strategy? It might
I
hide
think
the
what
strategy, but eventually it's going to be revealed.
it's just nice having your temple at home, not being exposed because it's so expensive, 300 resources to rebuild it. And then what he can do instead is build 1 or 2 longhouses forward. Those things only cost 110 wood, so 220 resources in total for 2 production buildings there. That's a
Wait,
really good value.
longhouses?
Yes, and then he's going to make berserks from there in order to, because the berserks train super fast and they have a high attack, so they're very good at taking down docks quickly.
Okay, let's see if where's his berserk? Is
Well,
berserk still forward? Let's see if he actually drops stuff forward, or maybe if he goes for ships. He's getting a couple of ships out. We can see in the queue.
he's got
There's the
13
berserk.
villagers on wood, so it's just a lot of water fighting by the looks of things. Then instead, could also be
Well,
that
the,
he's maybe he's going to go for throwing axemen at home. I'm not sure.
hmm,
Mm, nothing quite yet. Nothing revealed quite yet from Kavoth, other than the
yeah.
fact that he's fighting heavily on water.
Hmm. And he's speaking of water, he's only on this top left side. No
Yep.
docks on the right hand side for Kvoth, so he's purely focused over here. It looks like he's going hard on water, but it's only on water. He's not including any of the land units. No Hersir, no Hein, Herjar, no longhouses like I said.
I'm really surprised because Undermine, like I mentioned earlier, has been
Hmm.
buffed to the point where now it deals more damage versus buildings, including docks. So if he had that early army there, some early hearses, some early berserks, right now he could be putting on so much pressure on these docks. But he's playing it much more carefully
Ooh.
and just investing on water instead for now.
Well, speaking of taking out dogs, we see, Jason and the Minotaur trying to take out that one
Oh,
dog, Berserk,
oh
getting
my
some
god, that's 2 villager kills for this berserk.
nice.
He just
Pay
killed one. There's a
attention.
second one. Could even be a third. Oh my god. I honestly think so. Look at the berserk again.
We need
There's a
picture-in-picture
third,
vodka.
almost a fourth. Like this is
Well,
this is the most important thing happening in the game right now. Is the berserk going to town on those wood choppers?
well, okay, indeed. Well, seriously, but
Oh,
the hoplites, man, he's got a good. How many kills is that? 4 or 5?
was that 4 or 5? Yeah, he's gonna get almost another one. Either way, okay. Let's look at the dogs again. Sorry,
There we
vodka.
go. Well, no.
Yes,
This is the next important part. Like that's a blunder. Obviously, just unnecessarily losing those villagers. But at the same time, he's focused on producing hoplites and trying to take out these docks, which could be huge because this is the only side that Kvoth has water on. He doesn't have any water presence over on the opposite side.
that's true. At the same time, rebuilding docks is actually not that difficult in Retold. So if Kvoth gets a unit control on land again, which he should be able to do, I'm a bit surprised by how Kvoth is playing it. He's got 700 food in bank, 200 gold,
Mm,
almost enough for heroic. But sitting at that almost enough to go heroic, that's a terrible spot to be in.
yeah.
Either you should have 0 resources and with a full army, or you should have enough to
Oh,
go heroic. Big hit on the Minotaur there before the rest is able to heal him back up.
oh. If you're kind of face palming a little bit if you're rooting for magic there, man. That is, he tried to save his Minotaur, but it goes down
Yeah.
anyway. That's not how you want to use a restoration, man. We saw what restoration was able to do for Chemo against flaming weapons in Grass and Groom, and he ain't got that no more, or at least he's gonna have to pay for it at the very least.
Kvoth has now gone up through Njord. Very
Wow.
rare Njord
What?
pick up here. So,
Why?
yeah. Why does he go Njord? It's a good question. He will get access to the Mountain Giant, which is just going to get bolted. He'll
Yeah.
get access to Walking Woods, which I don't know if he's going to be able to find value from it. Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Okay.
I'm not sure about this Njord pick. We'll see.
Well, dude, but at the same time, like he goes Njorn, and so it's like the power spike is kind of going to be non-existent. He only has one dock left on water. I know you said he can rebuild them, but still, he's almost kicked off of water. He has no water over on the other side. This is this is questionable for me, Soup. This
There's
local
gonna
strat
be
is a little questionable.
There's gonna be a Kraken out as well for Kvoth, and there's only one bolt available for Magic, obviously. So he's either gonna bolt the Kraken or the Mountain Giant. I think Magic has just sacrificed the left side of water now. He's seeing the numbers on water here for Kvoth, and he's saying, "All right, that's fine. He'll take that as a win." And now Magic needs to get Heroic Age himself. I think that's his immediate goal now.
Oh no
Wait,
way.
actually,
Oh, no way.
Magic is building Pentacounters. Aww. That's a disastrous Walking Woods for Kvoth.
I know. Is he confused? He looks like he's confused. He's stuck. He's about to. He's like falling off the edge of the map. Whoa, whoa.
Wait,
whoa.
there's Undermine available. Kvoth really got a mind. Are they not? Is he not able to control them properly or something?
What is happening with these Walking Woods? This is a complete throwaway. Aside from a little bit of idle time, dude, he doesn't even need Heracles and Jason to pick off these, to pick off the Walking Woods here. Are you kidding me? What was that? That guy's still falling off the edge of the world. Wow.
So that was a waste.
Okay.
There's the bolt on the Kraken. Magic actually really adamant on fighting.
He's hanging in there. He's like, whoa, whoa, somebody, help. That's what we want, vodka. That's what we need. Thank you. The Walking Woods cam. Let's check back in. Let's check back in a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll check back in
he's,
5
safe.
minutes, see how he's going then. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, Kvoth doesn't even know that guy's down there. Not that guy would have even changed anything that would have happened, right? Like the Walking Woods was completely countered with a couple of villagers, man.
Yeah, there was hoplites, villagers, that's all you needed. But, Kvoth's got Undermine now, and he's still making these plays with the hoplites. I wonder what his plan is now, Magic. He's going after Dionysus. He does not have favor for his second restoration. Usually that's the game plan you're going to follow. Use bronze restoration for a massive power spike. But that's not available for Magic here. So we see Hypaspis coming in now. Already heavy infantry pre-queued. So it's just, it's the dog plays with the hoplites for now.
Mm-hmm. I think it makes sense. We saw Vodka just show that Hell is coming in, so we got the mythic. It's not quite a fast mythic like what you want, but it's a decent mythic, right?
Oh,
That's
it's about
coming
as
in.
good as you can get. I don't mind, fighting over water and securing the fact that you don't just lose water immediately. That's perfect. This is a big win for Kvoth. Dude, those building blockades, really, really big there.
Good play.
Hell.
Good play. Oh, he's safe. Okay, the Walking Wood is safe, everybody. He's not falling
calmed down
anymore.
a bit now. I think he's accepted his fate at this point.
He's tired. He's like, whew, jeez.
This is my life
Take
now.
a breather. This is... He's just on the edge of the earth pondering his life as a wood.
Yeah.
Not walking at all. A standing wood.
Well, like I said, Hell is coming in now. Persane is pre-queued for Kvoth. This is huge. He's going to have a good economic power. Oh my god, he's back
he's trying to go for villagers. That's what he's trying to go for.
Oh, at one point those villagers will be near that Walking Wood and he'll find value.
Like, if you're one of those villagers, you're just like, nothing to see here. Like, chopping away, no problemo.
Oh my god, Magic, is he going for the CC? He's using, I think Magic knows that Hell isn't coming. And now, it's too late.
Oh, the fire giant. Oh. Use your special. On the bronze. There he goes. Ooh, it was decent.
And the lid hog,
decent.
and
the lid hog.
Oh, huge special there.
Decent Hadouken, exactly. All this fire, just burning everything alive. That's one way. Just melt the bronze. That's how you counter the bronze. You just melt it with dragon fire. Didn't you know, Soup? Didn't you know?
Apparently, Kvothe doesn't have any gold mine right now, but he does seem to have secured himself the military advantage on land. And Magic is nowhere near Mythic Age. He's only got 2,000 military resource value versus 4,000 for Kvothe, plus
Oh my god.
a big ass dragon. So it's gonna be so hard for Magic coming back now.
Dude, wait. So I've been saying, oh, but Kvothe does not have the right side of water. No, he doesn't have the right side of water. Magic only has half the right side of water. Magic is not taking fully advantage of the fish over on the right side. He only has half. So that means he's kicked off on the left side. Kvothe is going to have the better fish you go at this point in time. And he's ahead of age, and he's got the big ass dragon, and he's got the lava giants, the fire giants.
And he's got the Salt on 4 upgrade.
Turned.
He's got the Salt on 4, giving him 75% additional food income from the fishing boats.
Oh. Delicious, man. He likes his seafood, Hippospis popping out.
Oh, oh my god, the fire giants!
Oh, dude!
There's 3 of them.
Is this a Yao Jin or a Young Jin, or is this a fire giant, man? Holy smokes! We've seen so many big death balls like that today. Holy smokes!
Oh, that fortress is going down.
Undermine. He used Undermine, takes out the fortress. This could be a gold star. Remember that one-time soup when we said, oh, Nidhogg on the forward gold mine? Guess where Nidhogg is going? Towards the forward gold mine of Magic. Uh-oh.
Indeed.
It's a good thing Hippospis costs only 20, 25 gold?
Yeah, 20 gold, yeah. I think it's not much.
I'm getting a little excited here, dude.
3 heroes available just for Magic. He's got to face himself a Valkyrie, an Iron Harry, 3 Fire Giant, and a Dragon. And eventually a Walking Wood.
And a Standing Wood. And a Standing Wood.
Yes.
Dude, he just walks these Fire Giants. Oh my god! He just walks the Fire Giants into the main base like nothing's wrong with that.
Oh,
and then he just,
over here.
Morville's going down. Dude, Magic is getting burnt to a crisp here. He's still alive. He still has some fishing ships. He's still alive. Production buildings, cheap, gold units. Okay. But oh boy, really boy. He's in some hot water.
Magic is down 6 villagers on land, and he's down a significant amount on water to boot. Plus, he's down an age. So it's looking really, really rough for him at this stage.
Yeah, it is.
Fire
I believe.
Giants, and here it is again.
It looks
underwhelming.
Cool. It looks cool though.
I mean, it looked cool, sure, but the bars didn't move as much as they did in other cases.
We want bar movement, people. We want bar movement. Come on, give it to us.
Want to see those health bars chunked down?
Yes, please.
Is that Kvothe making a move on the right side? It is with the. Oh my god, the tower. Those towers, can you click the tower, see what the damage amplifier is versus fishing boats or just boats in general? Triple.
It's a Heimdall tower. Triple, nice.
Oh my god, it is. You're right. So they're cheap and they have extra HP.
Oh man. Okay, so hang on, Soup. Kvothe is in such a sick position here. Why has he not finished the game? How does he finish the game? Does he just march this army into the main base of Magic and just say, bye-bye, we're going to burn you to death? Or what? What does he do? Like, what does he do?
Right now, he's controlling gold. Magic has got 0 gold minus.
He's controlling wood as well. Oh, forest fire, baby. This is just a hell forest fire.
Kvothe has a better economy than Magic. He's got the map control. He's got the standing wood, still standing.
It's not even going after the Vills, dude. Could it not aggro and go after the Vills? Why is it not? He's just bored at this point in time. He's like, I'm done. Game's over. GG go GG go next.
21. I'm scouting.
Yeah. I'm scouting. Yeah, here we go, man. Here we go. Dude, Magic is doing what he can, I guess. He's like trying to create a little choke point when you use these talks. Although the Fire Giants are just gonna go in and special the talks. Ooh.
Oh, there we go. That's what we want to see.
Health bar go down. Woo!
Yes.
That's what we want. TC health bar go down now.
I think Kvothe is
going down.
I think Kvothe thinks that Magic is going Mythic now, so he's going for this play. I mean, even still, it's still a good play, to get rid of the town center, but that's why he's doing this. to
A
prevent
lightning
a
storm would
potential.
hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yikes. Yikes. Yikes, TC is down. No gold mine, no TC, no fish, barely any army.
This is honestly, if Magic could have done this a bit earlier, get rid of the fire giants like we saw here, he could have been in a better spot. Because right now, Kvoth is pretty much out of power spikes. He doesn't have the Nidhogg, he doesn't have the fire giants. He does have, but instead he's got the ridiculous economy and all the lion upgrades that he needs. So even though Magic's kind of making a bit of a comeback here, I think he's gonna get overrun sooner rather than later by the Kavoth army.
Well, he doesn't need a power spike anymore, right? He just needs to finish the game.
Exactly.
Like Magic is holding on by the tip of his, the tip of his little finger. He's holding on. He just needs to close out this game. I'm not worried about power spikes. I'm just worried about, I'm worried about my bathroom break time. By now.
110 pop versus 190. Resto. Will be enough.
Tree check, vodka. Tree check. There's a Resto. Resto is sick. Tox can only do so much. There it is. Dude, he earned that thing, man. He definitely earned that victory. What a great game. I was super sketched out because he only focused on one side of water. Usually that is a catastrophe, but Magic did not take advantage of the free water on the right side.
Yeah,
and
that's the big thing.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
I just mean, he got himself into a really bad position eventually. That's what I mean. Sorry.
Right. No, what you said was the big thing. Magic should have he should have sent a villager over on the right side and built docks up on the upper side, and then he should have taken those last 9 fishing boats as well. Without it, he just slowly fell behind.
Yep. This was the bummer Resto, dude. Yep. Right as he uses the Resto, the minnow goes down.
Dude,
and here's the bummer Njord.
What happened here? I want to know. I want to ask Kavoth at some point, what the hell happened with these walking woods? Did you just right-click a random place on the minimap and then forget about them?
I mean, well, we saw the bugged walking wood.
That's true.
We saw the one that was, mentally neurodivergent walking woods, just chilling on the edge of the map. There he is. There he is. Guys, wait for me. Anyways, it was maybe big. Just a bugged walking woods or something.
Yeah, this was big. Magic lost so many hoplites here. Look at this. And then
good.
the big bronze attack, trying to take down the TC before Kvoth reaches Mythic, but nowhere near. And then the Fire Giant special into the Nidhogg special. You ready for it? This is such a good Nidhogg special. If you can use Nidhogg special while your opponent is retreating, like we see here, that's when you get the full value out of it.
Yeah. Look at that corridor. Just a corridor of fire. Like that bronzed Hydra's like, it's fine. It's literally that meme. Everything is on fire. And it's like, everything's fine. No, exactly. It's not.
Narrator, it wasn't.
Oh, yes. Oh, I remember this part. Come on, fire giants. Hit us. Yeah. Boom. Oh, yeah. So much.
There's those destroyed health bars we like to see.
Yeah, health bar go down. Woo! This guy.
Oh, and look at these villagers praying.
Health bar disappear. Rather, that's what you get. They were worshiping the wrong god. They should have worshipped hell instead. Sorry, gentlemen.
Clearly. Holy. These fire giants, how cool are they though? And there's the
shout out to the walking wood, the standing wood. Shout out. I love it.
Man. Such a good position Magic puts himself in here, but it's just medium Toxotes versus full champions with fire giant. Doesn't matter how well he plays it.
Here's the thing. Like I think that on paper, there's another one. Oh, burned to a crisp. Here's the thing. Magic coulda, woulda, shoulda taken over the right side of water. He would have had that much better economy. He could have gotten, he maybe could have aged up mythic, possibly more fire raining down from above. So sick. Yeah, we got to see that one twice, right? Anyway, I don't know. It just felt like he was just piddling around with the dogs for way too long. He didn't take advantage where he could have taken advantage.
Yeah, I think
Just it's
If Magic rewatches this game, he will notice he should have grabbed control of the right side, and then I think the dog action on the left side, just constantly running these hoplites around, didn't provide him the value that he wanted to. So yeah, that's what he had to do. Play a bit more economic game, and yeah, that's honestly the big thing.
Indeed. That's we got 2 minutes before we get into game three. So, the last I think that there was maybe a little window of opportunity when he used bronze and he pushed into the main base of Kvoth. Kvoth had a pretty, like you said, it's about as roughly an early of a mythic timing as you could get realistically while you're
Yep.
doing fish. I think that was maybe a decent timing for Magic, but he didn't quite have enough army to do serious damage, to take down a TC, to kill an army, to whatever. So the restoration, wah, the bronze, wah, and his power spikes were power nubs. They weren't power spikes. They were power nubs.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely right. He got to do a few dog raids with the hoplites, which is something that you like to do as Zeus. But other than that, never really got to utilize all the things that Zeus excels at on Anatolia. So
Yeah.
we got Nuwa versus Kronos on Ghost Lake. This is not a matchup I've seen before, I think. Nuwa, really not the most popular pick in this tournament so far. And Kronos, rare to be played on Ghost Lake, I think. So, yeah, this should be interesting. I'm not sure what to expect here. Although, I kind of want to just say 2 town center, fast heroic / fast mythic. There is a potential that this is going to be one of those games. We'll see.
For who? For both? For
both.
both?
For both.
For...
Both of these gods definitely likes to go for 2 TC booms, and both of these gods have a nice mythic age power spike. So seems like the game has started. We do apologize, everyone. for the small hiccup there. The game is in, and we are playing on Ghost Lake. Maiden, can you tell me, are you here? All right, all right. So yeah, sorry for the small delay here. We see.
Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. We're into the game, so let's keep going. I believe we're still good. So let's just start afresh, okay? We got Magic over here on the red on the right-hand side of the map, top right-hand side. He's going Chronos. What are we at? What, three?
I just pressed F5. I see the game and everything now. Okay, it seems like we're in. I don't know how much of that you caught, everyone online, but nevertheless, we do apologize. We are well into this game to see both of these players actually advancing already, and one robot's already fallen down, a second one very likely to fall down. Magic not going to be happy with this.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, losing those, like you said, those robot spam, it can be so strong. You can maybe get another one out, go rebuild it possibly, but still, you want to eventually get a nice little mass of those robots, of the automatons, and a mass
Yep.
of Terma as well. He's going for a second town center. We can see, and there's another automaton. You can see it. It's going for a second town center. Getting harassed a little bit.
Kavoth has to protect these robot carcasses now, these dead piles of metal, because otherwise Magic is going to rebuild it. Did you just send 6 citizens over to build a second CC?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. Yikes. You do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah, I guess he saw the Pioneer and the Qinglong, Qiongqi approaching, and he just said, all right, okay, now the Temple is being repositioned somewhere else, probably just into safety somewhere. We do see Kavoth also going to his second town center. So pretty much to be expected what we saw here. That said, though, it is Kavoth who's come ahead here. He's killed 2 robots already. He forced the big reaction out for Magic, sending 6 citizens just to build a town center. So yeah, definitely a win for Kavoth, although he also had to invest quite a few resources into Pioneer.
Well, it seems like he's got creating such a hullabaloo, let's call it. He's gotten some value from the aggression, right? He's forced Magic to react. He's forced them to, like you said, invest so many citizens over to rush up the TC. So he's gotten some value from the Pioneers, and that's about all he can expect for now. Look at this gold mine. The gold mine is sick. Look at all these goats he has. Plenty of food in his base. Okay, so that means that, yeah, exact. Oh, that's interesting. It looks like Kvoth can only mine half of a gold mine. Sorry, Kvoth.
Well, Kvoth has a gold mine below that town center too, doesn't he?
Mm.
Yeah, he does. He's got such a good gold mine down back there.
Oh yeah. I think that this is a really good position for Kvoth by all means, but at the same time, it's also a pretty good position for Magic as well, because he has the back caribou behind his base. He's got this sick gold mine. He's got another really good gold mine by that second town center that he took. So he's got a lot of goats. He's got a lot of eco to kind of do what he needs to do here. And he has the potential for that Terma, the Terma automaton army composition. So it's going to take him some time to actually get that composition going. He might not even go for his soup, but if he does, it's going to take some time. So Kvoth has time to kind of boom and mitigate it potentially.
Yes. Yes. Very, very interesting game we got on our hands here. Things are slowing down now. The initial damage has been dealt. The early skirmish has been had. Now we just see a few raids here and there. Actually, looking like a decently good raid here from the Qiongqi. Also an Oracle going down. It's a good pickup there. That's 100 resources.
Not bad, not bad. And there's the beginnings of the army comp, man. He's got a handful of Terma, a couple of automatons out, so let it begin. But can he find value now, Soup? That's the big question. Earthwall has already been used, right? So
yes.
where can he find value with these automaton and Terma? Is he going to try and bust through the wall, get into the economy here, go around it, go to the main base? There's options, but it's not clear where he can really find value anymore.
I think he needs to get a big mass of 10 robots or something, and he's going to need a bunch more Terma as well. So right now, it's a bit of a waiting game for Magic to get the kind of army that he needs to really represent some kind of danger for Kavoth. And then simultaneously for Kavoth, what does he do? Either he goes heroic and he gets White Horse Cavalry out that can actually deal with Terma very well, plus he gets the access to more heroes, or he just spams out more Chinese soldiers. We saw Chemo earlier in the day, surprising me at least with the prowess of the Chinese army. I didn't know the power level of these things, but we'll see what Kavoth does.
His first decision is A, tower up, and B, he is going up through, I can't remember the heroic age god, but it is Rusho.
Yeah, and we do see the automaton upgrade in for Magic, so gonna be a bit of asymmetry here with one player deciding to go heroic. I imagine so that he can get a bow layout, so he can get cavalry out, and then for Magic, he's probably gonna stay in Classical Age for, I think he's gonna be there for a long, long time, compared to Kavoth at least, because he's also got access to catapults in Classical Age. He's got his robots. He's already got 5 oracles out, so maybe he'll be fine with just that. Either way, there's so many things that Magic needs, and it's all available in the Classical Age. So I imagine he's going to stay there for a while.
I mean, he showed that he really favored Contarius in previous game. I mean, I know Contarius aren't quite as strong with Chronos. No Thea. He doesn't have access to Thea, but what's the heroic play? Speaking of heroic, there's Fey Beasts! What a reaction die by Magic! Look at that reaction time! He's still getting some value. Kavoth is still getting some value, running them little beasts after the horses. He's gonna lose the army.
Oh, that's a good Fey Beast. After all is said and done, that's a bunch of dead robots and the entirety of that initial Terma army dead. Now, how many robots? 5 robots, 2 Termas, 6 robots remaining. But Kavoth is heroic now. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh my god.
He can rebuild him.
He can rebuild them in this spot. So Magic needs the military upper hand here now so he can rebuild them, but it's not going to be easy. There's a bunch of military available for Kavoth.
And here come the swordsmen, dude. Here come the Dao swordsmen. Those are going to be sick. The Terma are only going to tickle the swordsmen by all means. Maybe it's enough so he can gain some map control.
Oh my god, that white tiger, the Baihu with a big jump in. And it's going to be even more dead robots. There's that, dude, that second Xiongqi has paid for itself so much. And the Baihu here, the robots are just going down to the myth units right now. Yeah. There's that third age hero for the Chinese. It's one of the big reasons you want to hit heroic age, but my god, Magic is being pushed back here.
Dude, I thought Magic's reaction to Fey Beasts was awesome. He immediately spread out his units, but the Fey Beasts are so freaking fast. For some reason, instead of just retreating and running away, he stayed there. I wonder if that was maybe a mistake to just stay there. He ended up losing all of his army. Look at all those robot bodies. Look at all those automaton bodies. Are they bodies, pieces, components? Those automaton components just laying on the floor around the ice?
Junk graveyard, I don't know. I think maybe junk is the best word to use for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Baihu is about to go down. Is he maybe? Oh, Baihu goes down. That's nice. Magic is still fighting, dude. He's going for some Kyra Ballista numbers, which is a decent idea against these swordsmen, but those swordsmen are pretty upgraded, and he's got numbers. This is sketchy, dude. This is sketchy.
This Baihu has killed, I think, 4 Kyra Ballistas at this point, and the Kyra Ballistas cost 225 resources. That's almost 1,000 resources in a matter of like 20 seconds or so. That unit is very, very strong, guys.
Absolutely. Magic was able to take down one of them, but still, there's that second one causing some havoc.
Magic's economy is actually very good. He's got 84 villager population, so while all the fights has been going on, he's been doing a tremendous job, booming still, and he's getting a 3rd town center now, so he's finding it very difficult to win these fights, but after all is said and done, he will be approaching 100 villager population very soon with 3 town centers. He's going to be looking to go heroic and, maybe even try to make a bit of a comeback with Rhea. He gets access to Fanatics, Destroyers. We could see some magic happen.
Magic's gonna have to bring the magic, that's for
Ooh.
sure. He's gonna have to, it might take a little bit of magic to keep this TC up.
Can we see the technologies on these Dao Swordsmen? Does he have the 2 Rusho technologies in? Oh, he's got the gilded shields with the minus 25% pierce vulnerability. That's a huge one.
Oof. Ultimately, he has to retreat. Oh, he's got one of those siege crossbows out. Sick.
Oh, interesting. Rare that we see them.
Indeed. Let's see how good of a job that thing does.
Like 5 Kyra Ballistas here versus Dao Swordsman. I think they're going to do a decent job. Although we do see White Cavalry coming in as well to take care of the Kyra Ballistas, and they're doing a good job of it.
This is a close game. That was looking really sketchy through a couple minutes ago for Magic, but like you said, his economy is still there. His economy is pretty darn strong. He's got a 3rd town center on the other side, another gold mine on the other side. This thing is a little bit idle, but still, he's hanging in there, man. I still think that Kvoth has the upper hand, not by much maybe, but Kvoth definitely still has the upper hand here.
I think Kvoth overestimated the power of his swordsman here, and he underestimated the Kyra Ballistas. There was like 5 or 6 of them just continually shooting at those infantry units. And yes, they do have that gilded shields upgrades with the minus 25% pierce vulnerability, but even still, when these Kyra Ballistas are hitting their targets, they're hitting hard.
They're hitting their targets. You gotta speak. Oh, the ballet, the deconstruction. I forgot about that. That's so sick. That allows Magic to push into this gold mine position. Where is there another gold mine for Kvoth? That could get a little bit tricky for him.
There is still the one in the back, and it's got 5,000 gold remaining, so that's really good for Kvoth still. But he's on the back foot now. He's getting that 2nd Rusho swordsman upgrade. That's going to be really good for him. But, you know, Magic, he's looking to go heroic through Rhea, and that's really brutal because Kvoth, he kind of relies on those Baihu to win the fights. But the next time he gets one out, it's just going to get traded.
True. Very true, very true. Real quick, Soup. I thought that Kvoth was mining from that back gold mine a lot more than he actually was. I thought that gold mine was going to be running out soon, but like you said, there's 4,000 or 5,000 gold left on that sucker. 4,400 right now. He's still good to go.
Yeah, good job from Kvoth, honestly, getting the forward gold mine while that one is available. And now that Magic has taken control of the map, he's retreated back to the really safe one.
Yeah. Okay, so everybody, this is match point for Kvoth.
Oh no! Look at Kvoth. Are you seeing what I'm seeing with these wall chips?
What?
He's gone up.
Oh.
Yeah. He's gone up
Tower.
through. Yeah, exactly. He's gone up through Hotu, so he can make those wall chips into towers. It's gonna take 25 seconds before he clicks the button until it will be a tower because it's been nerfed. But he's got the option now. Even though he loses the villagers there, he's got a big presence there, just having the wall chips up.
He's got to actually take advantage of it, though. He's got to actually, he's got to actually do it.
Oh,
the swordsman.
I don't think these swordsmen can do this, can they? Are they that strong?
They're
taking down a
diving
bunch.
The Kyra Ballista.
They
which is
are,
kind of counterintuitive.
The Mermillos are there too, though, and they do a good job against the swordsmen, I believe. I don't know, it's so hard to tell.
Merms are sick, dude. Even without Bite of the Shark, Mermillo are so sick. Against every freaking civilization, Mermillo are so sick. That was not too shabby. He got all the Kyro Ballista, which is really clutch for Kvoth to pick off those Kyros. Those things are expensive, but still, he sacrificed a lot of Dao Swordsmen to do so.
Deconstruct is almost up again for Magic, so he can definitely just use that on this hill. The Baule on a hill if he wants to.
This is a Chinese Acropolis. Look at this.
Yeah.
Chinese Parthenon here, folks. It's funny. Okay. Honestly, I think that if we got something. What do we have? We have Mythic coming in for Kvoth in the blue.
Huge attack here with the 2 behemoths in the main base. Is that where he's getting Mythic from as well? I think it is.
It is. Zhurong coming in Mythic right here. Bro, that thing's... Look how healthy those things are. It's going down.
Oh, that's going down.
Villagers now. Oh my god, this could be it. This could be it for the series. I'm not saying that Kvoth is going to lose, but still... Yeah, he has to restart. Zhurong coming in. The villagers probably going down. Idle at the very least. Are you kidding me? What a play by Magic, and Fogfoth didn't even pay attention. Neither did I. Vodka's the only one paying attention in this game. Good eye, Vodka.
What a beautiful play from Magic. Remember, he's
Yes.
gone up through Rhea, and Rhea has been reworked recently to the point where Orichalka Mail used to be a really useless technology for archers. Nowadays, it gives minus 15% hack vulnerability for Murmillos, and that's super useful against this full Dao Swordsman army for Kavoth. So Magic's army with the full Murmillos is a perfect counter to the Dao Swordsman.
It is. It is. It is. It is. And that's, you know, that's mainly what Kvoth is making. That's mainly what Kvoth is making here, man. He's running out of gold. Players are gonna have to start trade routes and whatnot, especially Magic. This is his gold mine over here, man. Dude.
I'm a bit surprised how Kavoth has kind of taken the lead in economy like we're seeing here. He's the one who's going up through Mythic. He's the one who's sitting on a better army at the moment as well. And he's putting on the pressure over on this gold mine. Maybe that's it, like a bunch of idle villager time for Magic. I'm not sure.
Oh my god. Okay. Here's what I was thinking, Soup. I thought if he takes a TC down, idles the economy, kills a bunch of villagers, that could be what he needs to get back into this game, to get back into this series, and get himself a win on the board. But if he does not control the gold mine on the bottom side, he's toast, dude. He's toast without gold on the bottom side. He doesn't have a trade route, I don't think, set up. I know he's starting a trade route just now, so he's got life left over, but still.
Yeah, and it's looking like he's losing control of it. He did win a big skirmish here, though, against Kavoth. And Kavoth is left only with Chukunu right now. Magic now building Termas to deal with those. Rare that you see Termas produced 20 minutes into the game. But now Blazing Prairie is available for Kavoth. I wonder where he'll use it. Maybe at home. Let's see Magic's home base now. Surely it's about to be Magic's home base.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Magic's home base.
There it is. There it is. Ay, 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 caramba. Look at all that. Oh my god.
And it takes down farms too. That's the crazy part. These are Atlantean farms costing 150 wood. So the destruction here is just immense. It's so big. And Magic's gonna have to pay a hefty price to rebuild all that.
It's true, dude. It's true. It's true. It's true. And the thing is that he lost this gold position here, and he lost all of those farms at his town center and everything. So it's a twofer hit onto his economy right now. He's struggling. Yeah, he's got the llama caravans going, but it's not like he has a really established trade route right now. It's painful, I guess, to say it. Losing that gold mine right there, man.
I think both players are kind of struggling for gold, aren't they? They're both really low on gold, and they're struggling to establish a trade route at this stage. So it's actually a very, very clutch situation in the game right now. Both players are, every resource matters for these two players. That's for certain.
Absolutely, man. The Murmillo are doing a really sick job, man. Maybe they're keeping Magic alive at this point in time. Eventually, he needs that gold income. He needs that trade route, man. He needs to recover.
Second Fate Beast in, and it's taking a lot of damage on these Murmillos, aren't they? So many units caught in the poison trail.
Oh, it's so brutal. It is so brutal, dude.
Remember, since Kavoth is Mythic Age now, and that means that these Fey Beasts are dealing even more damage than they would in the Heroic Age. And I think that's the reason why we saw the total demolition of that army so rapidly by the Fey Beasts.
That's all you need to counter. That's the one counter to Murmillo, just Mythic Fey Beasts.
Yeah, I guess. 150 favor. For Chinese, I think, what is that, at 4 or 5 minutes of not producing Kuafu or whatever you want? Like, it's attainable for sure.
Well, again, Magic is still a fighter. He has his trade route that's becoming established. He still has, he's got his town centers back up. There is Murmillo production out the wazoo. There is some life in this game, in this series for Magic, but he's suffocating here. If he loses, like I said, he's not out of the tournament. If Magic loses here, he's down to the loser's bracket. Okay, so his tournament life is still alive, but the series, man, things are looking sketch.
And just for reference, tomorrow is when we'll see the losers of each individual series here playing against the remaining survivors down the losing bracket today.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's whoever loses this series is going to play tomorrow. And whoever wins will take a very nice break until the next weekend.
Indeed.
But for now, big fight happening over here. Deconstruct is not yet available for Magic, but I don't think he needs it either. You know, one thing I would love to see here for Magic, since he's gone up through Rhea, he should have got, I don't know if he should have, but I would have loved to seen Fanatics out in the Heroic Age.
Ah.
Ooh, we see
Heroes come down.
Tiger Cavalry in for Kavoth. We see the Mythic Age hero, which is, we've seen Mythic Age Chinese heroes. We've seen them earlier today, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, we've got the big numbers over on this palace and the town center, and they seem to just be diving.
It feels like that's kind of what... Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say the Chuganu, they're so strong. They're taking good care of the Murmillos and the citizens for that matter, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Murmillo can carry Magic anymore with the Chukonu numbers out. Maybe with a couple Chukonu and, you know, mainly Dao Swordsman, but they're not working anymore. Those Chukonu numbers, they can shred through those Murmillo pretty quickly. At least I think so. They should be able to. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Oh, they're so strong. They take down like two or three every round, every series, because like they take down one, and then the remaining ones will hit the different targets. There's a new Mythic Age creation used by Kavoth, used to build a machine workshop, so he can maybe get some X cards out. Probably what we're gonna see.
I like it. That's a cool idea, man. It's annoying to suddenly have villagers right there, but that's a cool idea. Good usage of it.
Kavoth is full villager population. Well, he's 89 now, but for a long while he's been full villager population, so he hasn't been able to even spend his favor on Kuafu, even if he wanted to. That's why he's racking up so much favor at the moment.
Well, you know, he's got almost full pop fills. He's got a big trade route. Bold players got a big trade route. We got Atlas. Magic clicked up through Atlas, dude. I think this is maybe his one... Maybe this is a little bit too hyperbolic, but it feels like Implode is like his one option left in the game.
We saw a trader there on maybe that unit, on an X card. That's not what Magic was hoping for. Yo, that's another reason why why Kavoth is sitting on so much favor, because he doesn't want to spend favor on myth units, because he knows it'll just get tradered.
True, man. True. He's got to keep that trade route alive.
I think if Magic manages somehow to stabilize his economy to the point where he can set up a bunch of palaces, and he can get the Atlas upgrades for destroyers and fanatics, and he can start pumping out that infantry, that can be his ticket back into this game. But right now, Murmillos and Arcus are not cutting it at all.
I know, man. It's true. Like, and these units are into his trade route. Like, he doesn't have any gold. He's completely reliant on this trade route. It's a big trade route. He worked hard for that thing. Every llama. It's sad to see the llamas go down, but still, this is what Kavoth needs to do, man. Just interrupt that. Sit here, dude. Sit here.
Yeah.
It's such an open, sensitive spot for Magic. If he has no trade route, boom, he's toast.
Atlas, dude. Big decision here for Magic. Do you use it here on a small army, or do you wait for higher value? 2 Argus are in, but there is a big Chinese hero here too.
Yeah.
Actually,
I think
Magic
you save
is pushing back. Yeah, he's saving it. This is big for Magic. He manages to defend this position without using Implode, which now opens up the opportunity for Magic to hit an even bigger Implode. Like this is perfectly fine. I don't know, maybe Kavoth can actually escape this with the Swordsman.
They're slow.
Some
they're slow
of them.
units.
It's not a good Implode. Kavoth is at 224 out of 235 population. It's not a great Implode. But I think Magic needed it there. He needed the immediate power.
Well, okay, Murmillo, hey, those Murms are, you know, they're up to champion now, so maybe those things are the solution here for him. Just go nuts on the Murms until he can afford, like you said, the Palace units, Fanatics and whatnot.
He's trying to get that third town center up, and Kavoth is kind of allowing it to happen, although he is probably, I don't know, such a big stun there from the... hero. It's only lasts 2 seconds now. It used to last 5 seconds, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
Magic is winning
Dude.
now. These the champion Mermillos and the Arcus in the back are doing a tremendous job. And Kavoth is now the one who's sitting on 200 population versus Magic sitting at full pop at 210. Soon to be 235 population. There it is.
Man. Dude, I am impressed that Magic is back in this game, and he is back in this game. He's a mythic, he's got his trade situated, he's got buildings on both sides, 3 town centers, etc. He is certainly back in this game. When he lost that gold mine right there, I thought, that was a really bad sign for him, but he hung in there, he stuck it out, and yeah, buddy, this is turning into a sick game. It would be an epic comeback, Soup. Epic, epic, epic.
Yeah, and it's looking like, I think Magic is well situated for a big comeback here. He's got the full population. As soon as he gets enough of a wood economy, he can really start to establish that palace production. And if he does that, man, I would love to see Fanatics, Destroyers, Arcus, that kind of composition. Forgo the Mermillos and then get Destroyers, Fanatics. I think that's the way to go.
That's the target. That's like the ideal, that's the ideal unit, I think. But by all means, the Mermillo are doing their job, man.
Yeah, they are. They are. Dude, we see a lot of Tiger Cav in for Kavoth here as well. He didn't go up through Gong Gong. He didn't go up through Gomang, which means there's no unique minor god technologies for these Tiger Cav. So they're a bit underwhelming in that regard. But then on the other hand, they're just a really, really good unit.
Indeed, indeed. Game ain't over, folks. The game ain't over. This series ain't over either. Again, Magic obviously he has to win this game to not get dropped down to the lower bracket, but seriously, one win can just turn around a series completely.
Yeah, for sure. And you get that momentum that you want. Your opponent begins to shake in their pants, and that's the beginning of the reverse sweep. I don't know. For now, this is still looking like a super close game. I don't know where this is gonna go.
Well, I think that Kavoth has the initiative. Like, he has that forward building position on the right-hand side, right? He's got these ballets here. He's got the
Hero Kuafu building.
Yeah. He's like he can either push into the town center of Magic's, or he can push into the corner for the market. Right? Either is going to be a good option.
Yeah, Magic's done a good job building a double wall over there, so he's kind of prepared himself. But still, it's just a double wall. If Kavoth gets some nice siege weapons out, he can definitely start to tear that down. We do see Titan Shield being researched now from Magic, giving those destroyers even more pierce armor than they've already got. So I think Magic's got the same idea that I do, that when you get to the super late game, it's a small skirmish, but it's just a bit of split focus now from both of these players.
Yeah,
I think for Magic, sorry, go ahead.
I saw the notifications on the screen, and I was like, oh, but it wasn't quite a serious push. Speaking of a serious push, Soup.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is gonna work. Like, just Mermillos, you need destroyers here. I don't know if Magic has the same idea that I do. If I was Kronos here, my aim would be to get like 8 or 10 palaces out, and then make most of my army consist of destroyers and fanatics. But it seems like Magic's very content just building Mermillos as an all-around unit that does pretty much everything.
It's working pretty darn well, dude. If it ain't broke, why fix it? It's working pretty darn well. And we do see a couple destroyers there, so he's thinking about it, dude. He already upgraded them, right? He got the Titan shield, whatever it's called. So he's thinking about it, man. He's really thinking about it.
Maybe that's all you need. The Mermillos for all-around purpose, and then the destroyers to take down buildings. And to just tank a lot of that arrow fire insofar as there is any.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is
that Hero Kuafu. The Hero Kuafu is building so much at such a rapid pace here. He's being a real hero for sure.
That's the real problem. Like, this is a real big problem over here. Magic has to clean this up. Magic's played a lot of... Dude, he's played forever. He's played a lot of deathmatch. You have to keep your trade route alive. He cannot allow the slow sneak into the corner. You cannot allow that. You got to put the kibosh on that right away and nip it in the bud. The bud is already budding, but he's got to try and nip.
Kavoth did a really nice move here. He made the attack on the left, and then He stopped all production on the left side, and now he's pumping out units over on the right side, and it's really taking Magic by surprise. He's not quite ready for the push that Kvath is making here. Hero Kvath is
Yeah.
staying alive, building a really annoying Baole here for Magic.
Yeah. I mean, the side switching, man, it's really nice. Forcing Magic to continue reacting. This is forcing a reaction, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
this-
we were talking about Kvoth being in on Magic's trade route. Vice versa here, man. He's got to keep his own trade route alive as well.
Yeah, so both of these players taking risks here, making aggressive plays. Kvath with the nice side swap, and then Magic with the raid onto the trade route, which can easily also pay off very well for him.
Yeah, check it out, dude. That's a lot of Murmillo, a lot of trade caravans. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, another Baole. This Hero Kuafu doing such a tremendous job.
Seriously, how well do those? We see all those Tiger Cab coming in, Soup. How well are they going to do against these Murmillo? Like I know all the Murms are over on the other side, but still.
They should, in theory, they shouldn't fare very well, because the Murmillos naturally counters cavalry. And then on top of that, they've got the rare upgrade with minus 15% hack armor vulnerability. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think in theory they should work. This is such a nice jack on the trade route. Kvath's not really sure how to defend against it. We see a bunch of the caravans were idle inside the earth wall.
Yeah.
Magic's
Yeah,
on
this
Magic's on 200 population. 190.
is. But okay, so no more trade for now. Oh, just kidding. There's the rebuild market. This is so clutch, man. This is such a clutch push right here. I'm telling you, those forward buildings. Magic never properly cleaned up those forward buildings, and now the town center's freaking down, dude.
The town center's down, but the funny thing is, it doesn't even matter that much for Magic, because you look at his population. He's at 180 anyways. He couldn't get to 235 if he wanted to.
I suppose, yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. But still, it looks like Magic, right as those Murmillo were really doing an excellent job. Once he got Mythic, the Champion Merms, blah, blah, blah. But at this point in time, Kvath has got some really nice, he's got a nice advantage here. Let's see if he can clean it up. Finish it out.
Catapulties are in the mix now for Magic, realizing he's against pretty much full Tiger Cav. You asked how are the Tiger Cav doing against Murmillos? It's looking like they're just doing ridiculously well. Oh boy.
Oh,
Babies,
no.
and the trade route is just nearby, and a poison trail on top of the trade of this route. Oh my god!
Oh no!
This could
Oh,
be
no.
devastating.
Oh no! I mean, it's not as oh no, but oh no, it's gonna happen. Wait for it to happen. It's happening.
It's slowly happening.
Okay, so there are a lot of dead llamas. Look at that. Oh my god! Kvath takes it, man.
What a
Magic
game!
was so close. He was so close to coming back, but Kvath takes it. What a
I
game
thought
indeed.
Magic had that for a second.
Yes.
It looked like he had levied the comeback. He's got control. He's got 3 town centers, the trade route. He had what looked like the superior army, but Koth, I don't know. Was it the Tiger Cav? Was it the side builds? Was it the nice moves back and forth from the map? I'm not sure, but either way, he made it work.
Indeed. I think, honestly, Soup, I think it was a mixture of two things. Like, towards the end of the game, everything was fairly equal. I don't think you could say the Magic had an advantage, nor Kvath. I think what ultimately lost Magic the game is that he did not clean up that right side, so Kvath could continue that immediate pressure on the town center. And when he went over with all those Murmillo on the left-hand side, going for the trade route, he didn't find enough value.
Yeah, that probably sounds right. We're hearing that. That's the first Fabiest, first of 3.
Yeah.
This was a really good one.
Look, his reaction is good. His initial reaction is good, but then he stays, and everything just dies.
He's kind of just running back in, and he's not accomplishing much. He's like, I think maybe a misclick on the Pioneer or something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Trying to jump in and snipe units real quick, but it didn't quite work. Work.
It's too hard not to go back here, try to rebuild these robots, and it just didn't work out for Magic at all.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it did here, but We're gonna see a small skirmish again. Oh my god,
With
this is it. The Bai
by
Hu
who came
special
in,
attack. Yeah.
changed everything, man. Once that by who kid jumped in, I think that if he didn't get heroic at this time, Magic probably could have rebuilt these automaton, and he would have been
Yeah.
chilling. He would have been okay. But the by
Yep.
who coming in, and then now the Dao Swordsman numbers coming in as well, that ultimately forced him to retreat. So, yikes.
The White Tiger. And once again, Bai Hu here taking care of all the Kyra Ballastas in the back with the
Mm.
Cheongchi taking up this last bit of damage here. Just allowing the Dao Swordsman to go to town on the Termas. It's such a big one myth unit, really just allowing this fight to be won quite comfortably from Kvoth.
Hmm. Yeah, it kind of it seems like, on paper, the automaton Termaspam seems like a good strategy against China. And so it seemed like maybe this was a nice defense right here, honestly, by Magic. This was a big turning point, it felt like. Um,
Yep. Yeah, with the
after
Kyra
this,
Ballastas. Yep.
yeah. Anyway, it seems like maybe Magic was trying to force some value from the automaton Terma, and so he stayed in the Fey Beast too long. He stayed there, taking too many fights that ultimately he lost, and it really kind of put him on the back foot throughout kind of that middle part of the game. But this was a nice hold right here. This was a really nice hold right here, and he got back into a nice position. This
Yeah,
was
and then
sick.
this is where we see the deconstruct. Not quite yet, but even still, he's winning the big fight. Or
Mm,
did he? This is so hard to assess with the Kyra Ballastas because it costs so much. So
yeah.
even if you win numbers wise, potentially in terms of resources, this was won by Kvoth, or it was a bit more
Mhm.
equal than it looked. I'm not sure. It's always hard to assess with the Kyra Ballastas.
Sure, sure. Well, look at those merms, man. I mean, sure, the Kairos did some serious work, but we saw throughout the rest of the game, the Mermillo were really the all-star. The MVPs of the game were all the merms. So if you're a China player, you got to find a solution to the Mermillo. This was such a clutch play, man. It wasn't the biggest of plays. It stopped Mythic from coming in, which was sick. I thought he was going to lose a lot more villagers here than he actually did. That would have been if he tanked like these 20, 30 villagers. That could have been huge for Magic. um
Oh yeah,
I think it was a really good play, but the problem is that he didn't secure the gold mine on the bottom side. He didn't secure the
yeah.
gold mine on the bottom side, and then ultimately that's what really just caused a lot of problems for him.
At this point, Magic had zero gold miners actually. So even
Hmm.
though it was a big play, he was just forced to retreat here and like try to recoup his economy. And now, yeah, that Magic having to being forced to retreat here allowed Kvoth to rebuild his economy, and this is where the Chugunu really starts to shine.
Yep. Yeah. See those numbers starting to grow, starting to grow. But still, this is one instance once again. The Murmillo are going hard. They really carried him throughout this game. It's just insane.
Yeah. That Rhea upgrade, such a nice change. Rhea used to be like a bit of a meme minor god. You wouldn't really pick her in a serious match. But here,
Hmm.
not only do you pick her because she's strong, but she also just makes so much sense. Yeah, Kronos now gets access to a good infantry unit, and it's just, yeah, it just blends in so well. I think this design fits Rhea so much better than what we had earlier. Big blazing prairie there. That was so costly for Magic too. Like we talked about, losing the town center, losing the farms.
Indeed. Well, so ultimately, Soup. I think that the score shows 3-0, but that doesn't necessarily show, how good of a matchup this was. It looks like a blowout, and the total score is that way. But Magic put up one hell of a fight in all of those games. Kudos to Kvoth for actually putting the nail in the coffin in every single one of those games. He played excellent. Magic put up one hell of a fight himself, and those were some three very very intriguing games in my opinion.
Yeah, especially that last game was a real banger of a game.
Oh yeah.
So it does end up being a 3-zip for Kavoth, but it's definitely closer than what the numbers would suggest here.
Okay. So having said that, Super, my friend, it is bathroom break time, folks. Next up, we have Recon against Rapple. So these guys have been facing up, and they're kind of forming a little bit of a rivalry between the two of them. They're facing up against each other in a lot of these tournaments. But anyways, we got Recon Rappo coming up in 5 or so minutes. So go get yourself another beverage. I'm gonna go brew another coffee. So go take a bathroom break, beer run, something like that. And we got 2 more 6 series coming up, folks. So we're only halfway there. We're just ramping up, that's for sure. We'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We are gearing up for another banger soup Rapple against Recon. We already know we're waiting for them to create their room and jump into. Oh, we actually have 4 minutes before the game starts. We already see that it's Fushi against Shenong, so we're going to start off with some China action. What do you think about the draft? What do you think about the matchup? What do you
Yo,
think?
there's
What do you
there's
think?
one thing I noticed immediately. Do you see it? If you see the 5 maps, Peach Blossom Land is actually picked.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what we want to see.
Yes.
So yeah, obviously Alfheim the first map, but then the loser gets to pick of the remaining maps which one they want to go on next. So it's not guaranteed we're gonna see it, but I think there's a likelihood that we are gonna see it. So that's that's exciting. That would be the first time this tournament, I think, almost.
Well, I've only seen one game of Peach Blossom Land. Only one game, so I want to see. I want to see another one. Please,
Yeah.
everybody, cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. Pray to the China gods that that we get Peach Blossom Land. That would be great. We also have Bamboo Grove, which is an additional new China map, so that's cool too. I've
Yep.
seen Bamboo Grove. I think Steppe is the most common. Bamboo Grove is pretty common. I can't think of others off the top of my head,
Then there
but
was the Silk Road, but that got replaced
mm,
with Arena,
that's
and
right.
then
That's right.
obviously
That's
Peach
right.
Blossom Land as we have here. But
That's right. Yeah.
let's look at the bands here. Recon got Ra and Kronos banned from Rebel, and Rebel got Ra and Nuwa banned from Recon. And that leaves us with Recon first picking Loki, Rebel first picking Isis, and also Shenong, Thor, Zeus, Kronos, Gaia, Fushi. Fushi actually prioritized from Recon. That's interesting. And then Uranus. So another thing I want to say here is for Peach Blossom Land, I think Hades and Zeus are gonna be common picks there because of Underworld and just being Greeks
Ah.
on water.
Hmm.
And we do see both of these
Oh,
players having access to either Hades or Zeus, so could just be a bit of a Greek mirror on that map. But either way, I really hope for it. It would be exciting.
interesting. Well, now hold your horses, Mr. Soup. You know, we'll get there when we get there. Hoping that we get there. For now, we have a China mirror on Alfheim. So I don't really know. I don't know what like Fushi and Shenong. You're going to
Yeah,
be
how do
more familiar with meta and whatnot. Is there an advantage one way or the other?
it's hard. The thing is, Fushi excels in producing heroes, pioneers, early game and late game. And then Shenong, he makes himself free myth units every once in a while. So, just basing those two, for facing those two bonuses against each other, you would say Fushi would fare better than Shenong there. But this is also Alfheim, very defensive boomy map. I expect potentially both of these players are gonna try to go for some form of 2 TC boom. And then where do you go from there? I'm not even sure. You say I'm more familiar with the meta, but the Chinese meta, Chinese mirror meta, I think it's pretty much unexplored land, at least at the highest level. So this should be a very interesting game. I don't know where this goes.
Well, we have mentioned a couple of times that a lot of these players have been that are still in the tournament. They've been doing some training games off ladder, off stream, that sort of thing with each other. So I wonder if both of these guys have been training. I presume they have. They've been training the China Mirror. So I wonder. I just wonder how comfortable that they're actually feeling, compared to the rest of us
Yeah, I'm sure
scrubs.
I'm sure they're feeling better than the rest of us. I'm sure they have a better idea of what to do. But we are about to enter, so let's see for ourselves, right?
Let's find out. Alrighty, everybody, here we go. Rapple and Recon. Game number one. Oh, buddy. We have in the blue Recon. He is going for a Fushi. And he is in the top left side of the map. Bottom left side, or sorry, bottom right side of the map in the red Rapple. Aces, the Rapple, by the way. He's going for Shenong. So, yeah, real quick. Soup, first things first. Open map versus closed map. This one feels fairly
Actually,
closed.
yeah, I was gonna say fairly close. Look at how that second
Fairly.
TC is ridiculously well protected. But then
Yeah.
conversely, it doesn't really give you any access to gold either, does it?
Yeah. Well, the reason why I say it's fairly closed is because exactly what vodka's shown us right now. These little pathways, whatever, that are very wallable. Like in the center of the
Yeah,
map, it's fairly open, but where the crucial parts of the map are, where settlements are, where certain gold mines are, that's where there's very wallable places where it's not really open. That's why I'm
yeah.
calling this more of a closed map.
No, you're absolutely right. This is going to be a defensive setup, Alfheim for sure. And
Yeah. Yeah.
this will favor a 2 TC boom, potentially even a 3 TC boom. I think there's a
Oh.
good likelihood that whoever decides to go for a third contender first could very well end up outbooming their opponent.
Okay.
Um, One thing I want to say is that when for this is mostly for the Rabble, he's gone for Shenong and he has access to Rusho. And having access to Rusho means he can get those Dao swordsmen out with a lot of pierce armor and with the +1 divine damage. And they're very good in the Chinese mirror, I think. And
You're
then,
obsessed with those Dow Swordsman, dude. Those Dow Swordsman upgrades, you just can't wait to talk about them, can you?
well, you say I'm obsessed. You see these players playing China, they're obsessed with them too, aren't they?
They started it.
Yeah, I'm just commenting on it. No, so it's I think this dynamic is important to comment on because Recon playing Fushi does not have access to
Mm,
Rusho. So I think
mm.
this could be one of the asymmetric dynamics that we're going to see here. Shenyu is in for Recon. Very rare that we see that, and then much more common that we see Hotu in for the Rebel.
Okay. Are you surprised? Why are you surprised? What is he? What's talk to me about that? What's the differences there?
So this Xianyu Minor God gives you access to the Qilin, which is I've never seen it being that strong. And then on top of it, you get some upgrades that are good for you in the mid to late game, but nothing that really helps you play the early game out, or even the first 10, 11 minutes. There's nothing really that Xianyu provides other than a myth unit that can kind of sort of slowly heal your army back up.
Mm,
So it's a bit more of a mid to late game pick, which is peculiar for a minor god in the classical age, right?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, on top of that, the God Power. What's the God Power called? Vanish? No,
Yeah, vanish.
Vanish. Right. In order to utilize that, you need like map presence, you need aggression, you need something like that. You're not really going to be using that defensively. So, yeah, it seems like it's going to take time for Recon to really get himself into a situation to where he could utilize his god power, for example. But, having said that, Rappel has, as we see some pioneers kind of microing over front side of Rappel's base, Rappel's got the earth wall, so he can play really defensively with that. So I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot of action early on, other than just a little bit of pioneer action here and there.
This is looking like a
Or
good raid from Rebel. He's getting the Jiangqi into position, and
yeah,
neither of these Kuafu are heroes because it's not Nuwa. So this is going to
yeah.
be a big raid for Rebel. Really, really, really big raid. And I don't know what Recon is going to do here. Vanish used to... Yeah, you can do that. It's funny. So Vanish is... Wait, is this TC going to go down? This TC is gone. I don't think it's going to go down, but it's going to be chunked a lot. But it's so funny. These villages, when they're vanished, they can still build, and they don't reveal themselves.
Dude, I just said that you're not going to use Vanish defensively. That's essentially exactly what he did. Are you? Look,
But
300.
this town center is going to be so low. I do think it's going to go up. I do think it's going to go up, but it's going to go up at like 200 HP.
No, 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 no. 7,
This could,
6.
dude, this could
No,
be the
no, no,
fastest
no,
game.
no, no, no,
This
no,
could be the
no,
fastest game we've had. My God.
Holy smokes, that was close, man. Unbelievable.
So now Recon needs to figure out, do I repair this town center back up, or do I leave it as is? If he does decide to leave it as is, 270 HP, it's extremely vulnerable to just, say, 10 swordsmen walking over there. They can take it down in like 2 or 3 seconds, right?
Yeah.
But at the
Or
same time,
even if he gets another one of the god or myth units, whatever they're called, the flying tigers.
Chongqi?
If he gets another one, yes, thank you. It's hard, okay, it's hard. I don't know if he heals that sucker up and gets another one out. He could pick that off easily. Although there we go. Good job, Recon. Good job.
A single peasant repairing. This is gonna take a while. So really nice action from Rebel early game, but he's well behind on this second CC. Actually, I don't know how he's so far behind in getting the second CC up.
He's rushing it up though. He ain't that far behind.
He's sending 3 big guys over there. I think maybe what Rebel did was getting 3 Kuafu out early on, and that obviously that third Kuafu costs 100 extra gold, so maybe that set him behind a bit. So prioritizing getting the early Kuafu rather than a lot of peasants early on.
Sure.
Either way, it's Recon who's got the villager lead now, simply due to the fact that he's got his second town center much earlier than Rebel.
And real quick, just so that everybody understands, aka so that I understand, the Kuafu in terms of villager population, are those counting as one individual unit on the counter, or are they counting as 2.5? Or is it 2.75, whatever it is?
They have 2 in the game they cost 2 population.
Right.
But on the UI they will count as 3 villagers population.
Okay.
So that's why also when you see the post game, you'll see the graph go from 41 to 44. It's like these big jumps up. That's because of the Kuafu.
Huh. Well, there we go. Okay. Speaking of Kuafu numbers, dude, look at the graph, or look at I guess graph. Look at the whatever now. Look at the bars now. 35 to 44. Dude, Rappel is starting to get way behind. And this economically.
Is this all because of that super delayed second town center, which I just don't understand? How did it get so delayed to begin with, Rappel? He's behind, like you said, more than 10 villager populations. This is crazy. There's a Kuafu there, so it's now only looking like 9, but still.
And he's losing bills here too,
He's
dude.
losing.
Are you kidding me?
He's going to lose 1, maybe even 2 here. This Neja is going to be able to put that passive fire damage on top of this villager. And
oh my god! Oh, it's on fire in the tower.
It's on fire, and when it leaves the tower, it's still going to be on fire. I think that's how this interaction goes.
Man, you'd think that the tower would burn down, you know?
Right. This is good attack from Recon. Very minimal investment. Look at that. That's how it works. Minimal investment, and he's dealing so much damage.
I know, man. The Chunashik and...
Yeah, this is interesting. So when you play Fushi, you've got access to the Peach Blossom tree here. And usually you wait for like 15 or 16 minutes to even take it from here. But Recon is doing it already. And I think it was food that he got from there. So probably using it to get to the heroic age really quickly.
Yeah,
I do like that
up,
decision.
You see?
Yeah. Nice attempt here from Rebel. Almost taking down 1 villager. Nicely done.
There you go. There's a little bit of some, counter damage, but still, he's still so far behind, and he's behind in the heroic age, or clicking up to the heroic age. What does heroic give it? Like, this is a China. Neither of the players have like a really big military presence. They don't have a big map presence, and so what does heroic give him? You mentioned the possibility of going for 3 town centers, which maybe it's kind of too late for that. Maybe now, but what would heroic age give them? I mean, like a different units, but they're not really going for any units at this point in time.
To be honest, it would give him access. It would give them access to the Baule, which gives them access to Mythic Age.
And
also, yeah. Well, also when you're playing Fushi, your Neja becomes a lot better. When you get the Baule out, you also get access to the White Horse Cavalry. Potentially, we'll see like 5, 6, 7 of these out for either player here. Could potentially be good. And if your name is the Rebel, you go up through Rusho. Remember, I said when you go up through Rusho, you get access to really good Dao swordsmen. So potentially, we'll see Rebel staying in heroic age, just getting a bunch of those out. And then for Recon, I don't believe he's going to stay long in the heroic age. There's
the ballet going up. Look at that. Ballet's going up. That kind of indicates, Mythic, unless he simply wants to spam cavalry.
I think it's just for protection and then easy access to the Mythic Age as soon as he feels like he can get away with it.
Yeah, yeah, okay, that's fair.
And the fact that Rebel is so behind in his heroic age that he's actually like a minute behind Recon in that heroic age, I do think Recon will feel perfectly fine just leapfrogging directly to the mythic age. He's got his wall set up right here. He's got the Baole behind the walls, and he's got a decent chunk of units. There's a
Oh, oh,
Fey
oh,
Beast
oh,
using the
oh,
gold mine over on the right.
right.
Oh, on the gold mine.
Oh, dude, oh,
One,
dude,
two,
oh,
three,
dude, oh,
four.
dude.
There's gonna be
Oh,
a
dude,
bunch
they're
of peasants
stuck.
and the Kuafu and
Oh,
two
dude.
Kuafu. Oh my god.
Oh,
This
dude. And they're still going. Oh.
Rebel needed this. He really needed this to happen. You see, Rebel, he's the one in the lead now with 5 villager population over Recon.
You gotta be kidding me, dude.
That god,
Oh,
dude, that god power used on the second gold mine is so high value, as we just saw. And now, dude, it's Rebel going off to Huangdi. It's Rebel who's
oh,
clicking up Mythic Age first.
oh my god, dude. This is, oh, that special is sick, but still, the flaming pony going crazy. I can't believe that, dude. He's gonna lose the flaming pony. I can't believe that, man. And what is the heroic age god power that that Recon has? The Earth special
Oh yeah, the forest protection.
force
It's
protection. It's
you
like,
could have used that on the Baole, to be honest, to maybe root the Fey beasts in place. It's easy to say in hindsight, but yeah.
compare the value of that compared to the value of a freaking 10, 15 villager jump.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
it's
Come
huge.
on, man.
Recon is still in heroic age. He's producing peasants from 2 town centers, not even adding Kuafu at this stage, probably realizing he needs the favor as soon as he hits mythic age. Recon likely to go for Gong Gong, and Gong Gong gives you 4 extremely good technologies, but those technologies are also extremely costly in terms of favor. So Recon already now saying, I can't spend any more favor. I'm going to use it when I get mythic.
Well, he's really close to clicking up Mythic. He's, 800 gold. He's just a couple hundred gold away. He's already got the food in the bank. He's already got the ballet up, etc. I mean, he's got a couple of these horses out. The cavalry, I guess he can poke and prod a couple places, but for the most part, Rappel's base is pretty locked down. He's got the earth wall. He's got the ballet on the right side, towers in the main base. There's really not a lot that Recon can accomplish here, aside from maybe some map control. He's kind of establishing some map control, which is valuable in a way.
Yeah, and you know what? It's actually Recon now on 3 town centers, producing villagers from 2 and going to the Mythic Age from another. That means that it's actually going to be some pressure on Rebel to make something happen as soon as he hits Mythic Age here. He's getting there first, but on the other hand, Recon is boosting his economy more so than Rebel. So, hitting Mythic Age first, not always a good thing. And we'll see how well Rebel utilizes being first here, because, well, already now you're seeing 2 of the technologies that I always harp on about being researched on Rebel.
Yeah, swordsman, baby.
Oh yeah. On the other hand,
Well, okay.
for Recon, he's got access to Gomang and Gong, both giving cavalry upgrades. So when he reaches Mythic Age, if he can get champion cavalry with those 2 minor god technologies as well, his Tiger Cav will be very good against the Dao Swordsman, I reckon.
Plus, he's already prepping for that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Vodka's pointed out 3 ballets.
Yeah.
So he's got the production. They're kind of spread out, which is a good thing and a bad thing, but he's got the production buildings up I think he can spam them pretty decently well.
Yes. You can also get the levy upgrades. They're fairly cheap. I think it's only 150 for the first one, 200 for the next one. Well worth the investment when it's the Baole you're talking about.
Yeah.
Heavy infantry now in for Rebel. He's going to need that champion infantry as well. He's going to need the remaining Huangdi minor god technologies as well. But when he gets there, you know what's coming.
And I'm excited to see it. Where do you use it though? Where do you use it? To me, it's not clear where you use the Great Flood, for if anybody was wondering. It's not clear to me where you do use it, however. Do you try and use it, on the gold mine, for example, into the main base?
I think maybe now. If he gets a good raid off here, he can get a bit of a double value, hitting both buildings, units, and villagers. Maybe. We'll see. A lot of Valbirdias here for Rebel. It's interesting. So he's not going full the swordsman. This is a good call from him for sure.
Okay. Just checking things out, scouting
Yeah.
around, I guess.
Oh, there it is.
Oh. Okay. Going for units, going for houses, going for town center. The halberdier just outran a tsunami. That is impressive, not gonna lie.
He'll be happy about that. Oh, he's stuck here though. He's gonna have to find a way back. That was, I think, Great Flood. In this day and age isn't even that strong anymore. So all things considered, I think he'll be happy with the value that he got there. Gives him some time to really build up his cavalry army. Still looking for that champion cavalry upgrade. This is a good raid. He'll be very happy about that raid.
Yeah, indeed. Still, gotta be careful not to lose those raiders unnecessarily. 3 town centers, you could rebuild a few villas, no problem, Soup.
Yeah, that's true. But it is Recon who's hit 100 villages first. Rebel only at 89 at the moment. Big by who special attack coming in again.
By who hey how way gong. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, right? That's the name of the potato, actually.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the names are hard, man. Like it's a different story. Like when you grew up saying Heimdall, Einherjar, Jarl.
Yeah, just give us 20 years and we'll be there with the Chinese Civ too, right?
Yeah, that's all we need.
But we have the Chinese Tiger Cavalry coming in now for Recon. They're only heavy, right? They're not.
Looks like it.
Yeah, they don't have that champion just yet, but they'll get there eventually. I'm really excited to see how the Huangdi infantry army is going to fare against the Tiger Cavalry. I think when you add in all these halberdiers, they should. I think in theory they should fare really well. But we've seen Tiger Cavalry, I think, performing much better than anyone would have thought. Oh, also the 2 heroes from Fuxi, who could forget?
Yeah, seriously, that's let's see how China can deal with it. How well, Shannon can deal with it, honestly.
And I was just thinking, Rebel is spamming infantry, right?
Yeah.
He's spamming infantry right into that Young John. And that Young John, the AoE special attack on another guy who's spamming pure infantry, isn't that just going to be ridiculously high value?
I suppose. I mean, but it's like, what do you do with it? We saw him smoke the Arcus, damage area of effect. Anyway, we saw him smoke the Arcus. It's, infantry, the melee units clump up together. What do you do? I guess you just split formation, a million Chuko Nu to pick him off, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either. That unit is very, very rough to deal with. Well, it's looking like both of these players are getting to the point now where they maybe want to start having a real skirmish. It's looking like Rebel's got the upper hand right here at the very least. And he's pushing in on this location.
Wow.
Recon is on, Recon, he's on 3 different places at once.
I mean, that's good, but at the same time, he needs to not lose this forward position, right?
Yeah.
I like how Rappel's pushing in here. I dig it for sure. Picking off the Little John. Careful there, buckaroo. Go hide in the woods.
Yinglong in just to defend against the Tiger Cavalry raid here. The Tiger Cavalry had taken down a lot of the earth wall, and finally Rebel said no more. He cast his dragon to defend that location.
Okay. This is such a precarious position here. Nice little. Ooh.
That was a Sage managing to get a conversion off on the Qinglong.
Yeah. It's like in the center. It's not clear. We haven't had a really big engagement, but
this is looking
exactly
like it.
What we might be seeing.
A bunch of pioneers against the Yinglong. This is gonna be a big fight.
Okay, tons of halberdier down below. It looks like Rappel simply has the numbers.
Yep.
Where are all the numbers of Recon? Where's his army, dude?
I don't know. Well, he's got the big his. Oh my God, there they are.
Okay.
Recon doesn't seem like he wants to fight this head-on engagement. I think maybe Recon realizes that he's not going to win it or something, because he seems quite adamant on splitting his army like we're seeing right here.
Yeah. Dude, this is so weird because like Rapple, these little raids on the sides, I guess they're nice, but they're not really doing any damage, right? And so it
No.
just seems like Rapple's getting a better and better position in the center of the map.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sick.
that's what it's looking like.
Sick.
Oh my god, there he is, the big boy.
There he is.
Oh no, he's doing it.
He's doing it! He's doing it! Get him! Jeez.
Over here, we do see Terracotta Army in for recon, and he's got all the pioneers in the world to take care of all these Smith units for the Rebel, and he's recon forcing a reaction over here from the Halberdiers. They're very slow.
Okay. The one potato going down, two potato just about going down. This is a weird. Honestly, this is to the point to where it's like the both players have pretty big armies, very upgraded units. I want one of the players to get some siege action going. Particularly Rapple. Rapple would have this push would be nice if he could start churning down these buildings and take the middle of the map instead of just with buildings instead of just units.
It's looking like when all the numbers are in one location for Rebel, he will win that fight. And like you said, if he can add an X card or two to the mix, that will definitely allow him to take more advantage of him winning these big fights. Because right now it seems like he's winning the big fights, but then what does he do afterwards? Just chasing units around? It's not really doing much, is it?
Exactly. Okay. The potatoes are so ridiculously looking, dude.
Yeah.
God.
Units without a head.
They just feel where their enemies are. Just feel it.
Look at there's the forest protection in for recon. Very good use here, healing up all his units, and it's going to root any rebels units that manages to get into the area.
Indeed. Dude, this is what I'm talking about now, Soup. If Rapple's able to drop some ballets, some buildings, etc., here in the center of the map, it sets him up nicely to continue pushing here, to push on the main base. Having that central map control can be so clutch.
Where's Young John, though? Where is our big boy at? Is he not there for recon? Maybe not.
Is he down there in the middle?
No one, maybe, dude, recon, surely he's got him out, right? Maybe not. He's got so many pioneers, though. Such a weird unit composition you end up with when you're playing Fushi. Because you got all those hero upgrades, you got all those cavalry upgrades, so it just makes sense that you go for something like what recon's got right here.
Well, okay, there he's got the siege crossbow. So he's thinking about siege. He's got a ballet in the middle. Okay, this is good for Rapple.
See Nedja in for recon now. Only needs one additional unit now. Wait, was he there? I think he was. Yeah.
Ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. God, that's so crazy. Now it's Recon's turn to kind of push out here. He doesn't have any of that siege backing or anything, so...
He's got all of these pioneers. I think one thing Recon is forgetting is using the lantern attack. When you get that last upgrade, the lanterns will actually deal damage when they land on the ground. When you have this many pioneers, that ought to be really, really good.
Absolutely.
Ooh, Nedja dealing tons of damage here in the chase.
Is that what that red stuff is? What's that red stuff?
That's a trail from Nedja. So anywhere he goes, he's got this fire trail. Oh wait, the red. That's from whenever a unit of Rattle dies, any surrounding units will get plus 35% damage and 35% lifesteal for 3 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really good. This is why I have on about these swordsman upgrades, because they're so significant.
Wow. Okay, so that's one of those the Dow Swordsman upgrades you were talking about.
Yeah.
Aye. Okay, well we're still in the same position here, Soup. Like the army is kind of going back and forth, fighting each other, but there isn't a lot of infrastructure to move forward and actually take map control here.
And interesting to note, neither player establishing a trade route just yet. I think Rebel may be
Yeah.
starting to consider it, but nothing really. Oh wait, there's some over here for recon, but it's in the early stages of it anyways. And it's a bit of an awkward map, this Alfheim. Very difficult to actually establish a trade route here, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ultimately, I think Recon would want the left-hand corner
Yeah.
to go to that topside town center, but that still is a very awkward trade route. So trade is just going to be really awkward
Yep.
in this game in
Yeah.
general.
Yang Jian is trained once again from recon, so I think when these heroes are not out on the field for recon, that's when he's starting to lose. As you see here, the numbers for Rebel, these swordsmen are just mowing right through everything.
Okay. Brutal, dude. Brutal.
And also the Ying Long has just stayed alive throughout this game. 27 minutes in, and it feels like it's barely even scratched still.
Yeah, he hasn't. It feels like he hasn't made a huge impact, but
I think it's done a good impact of protecting Rebel's backside throughout the game. So whenever Recon overextends, the Dragon is there to slow down any units nearby and to deal tremendous amounts of damage too.
True. By the way, Soup, if you look at the players' favor count, we're getting pretty high in favor. For example, we could see Rapple with another Fade Beast usage. I
Yeah.
don't think that's actually going to happen anytime soon because of all the pioneers. Hang on just a second. We'll explain in a second, everybody. There's so many pioneers that that's not how you want to use Fade Beast. You want to use it against, honestly, normal human units. You want to use it against eco units, that sort of thing. But still, it is opening up some interesting territory for another big play here for Rapple. Anyways, having said that, Soup, I believe there's a little bit of a bug in the game in terms of units getting stuck and units not like they get stuck inside of a building when you garrison them. So I believe our admin's going to figure that out with the players. We're just going to chill and enjoy the beautiful scenery and the hilarious looking axe carts.
That bug, I've never actually had that before. Have you?
The garrison one, whatever it
The
is.
one that you
There we
just
go.
described? I don't know. I don't recognize it from your description anyways.
I have no idea whether or not I've, experienced it before or not.
All right.
No idea.
This is such a spam war, such a spam fest at this stage. Like, yeah, and it's fun because it seems like whenever a player gains the advantage, as soon as they start pushing in, the other player will get they will regain their advantage, and then it's just back and forth like that. Neither player
Mhm.
really managing to make anything of significance happen here.
That's why I'm talking about buildings, dude. This is classic Age of Mythology theory on, a little dealy hopper, a juche,
Chuka.
way, or zoo. Is it a ch? It's a ch. It's a ch.
No. So ZH becomes J sound.
Oh, no, I mean the Q.
Oh, I think it's just K.
But what about a chillin? That's a Q.
Yeah, but it depends on which vowel is after.
How do you know that? You
I
don't
actually,
know.
I took pinyin courses. It's been like 15 years, but 15.
What's that?
That's
I did not
the
take the pinyin course.
because in Mandarin in Chinese, you don't write with Latin letters, obviously.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
everything you read here is called pinyin.
Mm.
So I know, yeah,
They're
I know.
characters. They're alphabet. It's not an alphabet, but they're hieroglyphics.
Yeah, I guess Chinese hieroglyphics is what you can call them. No, so the way that you write these things is called pinyin, and yeah, you just set H, for example, becomes a J sound.
Well, I am still of the opinion. I think it's Juchuwei. Juchuwei. That sounds way Chinese, dude. Juchuwei.
Juchue.
Juchuwei.
Did you just say that, or did someone in chat say that?
I don't know. I
Oh,
remember
okay.
last week or the week before, some guy in chat. I was with Boy. Some guy with chat was talking about pronunciation. I think it's a chat. I don't know. I could be wrong, dude. I don't know. I'm struggling in general with all the pronunciation, but whatever. It's fun. It's fun. I like it.
It's good education too. Like, when when I was in high school and we had old. I don't even know how to say this. What word it would be in English? But we had classes about old ancient Greece and ancient Rome, and I was
Mhm.
so far ahead of everyone else just because I played so much AOM.
Ah,
Like
same, dude.
the teacher would look at me sometimes like I'm some kind of freak because I knew all these weird things about mythology.
It's when Age of Mythology came out, I was in I think I was in sixth grade, and I was in either fifth or sixth grade. But I remember that I think sixth grade. I was doing a project on ancient Egypt, and I made like a little ancient Egyptian sarcophagus, a little mummy sarcophagus, and that sort of thing.
Oh,
And then
nice.
AOM came out, so I actually started as an Egyptian main back in the day, and then I eventually went over to Norse, and it's been that way since. But I started
Okay.
out as an Eggy main.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Rebel takes
Oh
it?
yeah. No, I think I think we're gonna have to figure out the admin. We're gonna get a full explanation from the
Yeah.
admin. I think that I think that we're going to just move to game two on Ghost Lake and figure out what's going to happen there. If we get to a game five, I think that's what it is. If we get to a game five, we'll have to go back to this game number one, and I don't know exactly how we're going to handle it, but we're just going to put a pause in game number one because of this bug, and then we're going to go to game number two, and let's just see what happens.
Okay, so hopefully with the 4 remaining maps, either player, either Recon or Rebel is gonna take it 3-1. If it goes to a 2-2, we'll take it from there on out, or we're gonna have to remake Alfheim maybe.
We'll address it when we get there.
Yeah.
We'll address it. It sounds like yes, but we'll confirm everything when we get there.
Yeah.
If we get there.
Unfortunate we had to do this. This was such a we'd already done the early skirmishes. We've gone all the way. We got to the Mythology. All the upgrades were researched, right? We could finally get to the stage where you would have to make a real play, either like a side build or a night like we saw Kavoth doing versus Magic earlier, where you make a big commitment on one side and then you swap over to the other. We were getting to that stage of the game, and I was kind of hyped for it, but we're gonna have to wait for another match. Hopefully we'll get to a similar stage.
Indeed. I think that game would have been very interesting because me personally, Soup, and we can make a couple quick comments about that game, and then we can move on to what we already see as game number two. I think that Rappel, if I were to give an advantage to either player, I'd say clearly, for me, it is a clear advantage for Rappel because he had buildings in the center of the map. The trade route in AOM, corners, usually you want corners and town centers is your kind of the late game theory. That's what you want to own for a trade route. But the trade routes suck on this Alfheim because of the terrain, right? So because Rappel had ownership of the middle of the map with buildings, that gave him more vectors of attack as a possibility, whereas it felt like Recon was always reactionary and defensive. So I think that in the long run, it was Rappel who would be able to, attack over here, swap over to a town center, hit a, trade route, and then, always force Recon to potentially react. That's my take on it. That's my take, but I still think it was fairly equal.
I don't know much about this mirror. That's also why I was excited to see it. I don't even know how this would go. It did look like Rebel with the swordsman and the halberdiers. It looked like he would win the fights pretty comfortably, but then other times it looked like Recon was winning because when he had all his heroes out at the same time, when he's got a good amount of Tiger Cavalry, he was definitely pushing Rebel back as well. So yeah, I don't even know. This is too early in the Chinese meta for me to tell who even wins at this stage. But you're right.
Yeah.
It did look like Rebel had a lot more avenues for attacking than what Recon had.
That's my feeling, dude. That's my feeling. Map control, again, the corners are typically what you want to control, but map control overall, he simply has more resources, he has more attack vectors, everything. It's, just kind of opens up his options way more than what seems like Recon had. Anyways, any other comments before we move on from game one?
No, let's actually move on from game one. Let's just say that didn't happen. It's just 0-0. The series is about to start. Recon versus Rebel. We're playing Ghost Lake. Loki versus Thor. This is actually a really good matchup. And yeah, Loki, I will say, is favored against Thor usually. But then on Ghost Lake, I don't think it's necessarily always the case. Ghost Lake can provide you with like 15 to 20 golds or something if you're lucky. Plus, sometimes you get 2 gold mines in your base. So, depending on what the spawn is looking like, it can go either way here. I will say, if I had to choose, if I could play either Loki or Thor in this matchup, I would go for Loki.
Well, yeah, but especially on this map, if Thor, as Thor, you are not obligated to, you're not obligated to do the Dwarven Armory build, get ahead in dwarves, blah blah blah. You're not obligated to do so. But if you're going to kind of play towards the bonuses of your god, that's what you are going to do. So if that happens, you're talking about goat numbers, right? That gives Loki the opportunity to go out and run around the ice, run around the map, and snag up the goats, which means Thor, yeah, he's going to have a couple extra dwarves, but the Loki player theoretically should be the one with the goat advantage, no?
Yes, yes, for sure.
Yes.
And yeah, not only that, yeah, I think if you play Loki properly, which I hope we are going to see here from Recon, you gain map control from the beginning. You lock the Rabble playing as Thor inside of his own base, and then all Rabble can potentially do to deal damage is send raiding cavalry out. And that's just a shaky position to be in against Loki because he can defend himself with Herdman and basically what I like to do when I'm playing Loki against Thor is I want to just strangle the Thor player off of resources and force them to take a bad fight around their second gold, around Hunt, around something like that.
And maybe knock on wood for a couple of good Myth unit spawns in a good fight, right?
Yeah. And conversely, if I was the Rebel, the way I would play it would be to just calm in the beginning and do the armory start. And yeah, you're going to have to forego a bunch of gold when you do that. But then I would go for Freya. I think a lot of people would pick Forseti on Ghost Lake in particular. People seem to really favor that. But I would pick Freya, and then I would get Thundering Hooves really early, and I would pray that I get some really good raids off.
Really?
Yes. Because if I go for Forseti, the issue becomes that just the extra additional dwarves I have is kind of negated by the fact that Loki gets to hunt, while me as a Thor player, I'm sitting on berries, I'm sitting on chicken, I'm forced to make an early farm transition if I'm unlucky, right? I don't want to sit in that situation against Loki where I have to take a fight after 11 minutes or so because Loki's going to win that fight. He's got the mid.
What about the Berserkers? What about the Hall of Thane's Berserkers? You can go raiding with those things too.
Yeah, but they're not quite as good. They get destroyed by throwing X-Men and I think Thorning Hooves raiding cavalry is a much safer choice.
Okay, touche. Fair enough.
Even Hall of Thane's Hearses will kind of deal with the Berserk raids, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's an open matchup, and I'm excited to see how it goes. It depends a lot on the spawn as well. It depends on how far away that initial caribou pack that you always get on Coast Lake is. Can you actually defend that as Thor against Loki, or can you not? And obviously, as we always talk about on Ghost Lake, 1 or 2 gold mines is essential in deciding how to play this matchup.
Yeah. Well, we got about 15 seconds before we're jumping into game. What are we calling this? Game number 2? Game number 1? Game number 2?
Game number 1. Let's get the series started. This is going to be fun.
Okay, game number 1. Coming in hot, everybody. Coming in cold, actually, on Ghost Lake. Coming in very chilly, ice cold. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alrighty, Soup. Hot Soup is here with me, everybody. And we are freezing cold on Ghost Lake. We got Recon here in the blue, top leftish side of the map. He is playing Loki, and Soup. We got ourselves 2 starting gold mines. We're looking at one right here. Another one is just below the camera. Over here on the right-hand side, or bottom right-hand side, we have Rapple in the red going for the Dwarven Armory build. He's already on that forward gold mine, which I like, saving the back gold mine for a little bit later on. Yep, there's the other forward gold mine of Recon. So we do have the double gold mine. Great news for Thor, honestly.
Yeah.
Great news for Thor.
Rabble is happy about this. It's just 4 boars, there's 2 gold mines, there's everything that a Thor player needs in this matchup.
Hmm.
He'll be very happy with this. You're saying but what?
But exactly what you just said, exactly what you said. But but this, I don't know what my butt was for. But
No,
I don't know.
there's still
But what?
the goat game to be played. There's still the hunt situation.
Yep.
So getting map control, despite there being two gold mines in the base, is still a lot of value. If you can force the Thor player to go on berries and chicken, that's going to be inferior to being on hunt. So there's still that to fight for recon, but it's not that much.
Exactly. Since you have both berries and chickens, both with a good um, food generation rate, gather rate, whatever. It's fine, man. It's fine. He's got. Well, here in a couple of minutes, we can look at the final goat count between the two. It looks like Rapple's. Probably should have a couple fewer goats, but I don't think it's going to be that many, honestly. Soup.
No, no, actually, it's looking quite equal. So I don't know. Recon may be just a bit unlucky with his scouting pattern early on. He's getting two more here, so we'll
Yeah.
see. He's looking back into his. Yeah, he's getting a bunch more now. Realistically,
There we
Loki
go.
should definitely get like 6 additional goats or something over the Thor player, given the fact that Rebel is spending the first minute building an armory.
Well, he's only ahead by one. We got copper weapons coming in. So is that pre-queued or is it actually queuing? I think it's
No,
just
no, that's
pre-queued,
cute, and it's
right?
almost in two.
Okay. Yeah, there we
It's
go.
a,
There we go. Okay.
it's kind of funny. Which upgrades does Rebel have now? Actually, I think he's like if you click his berserk, for example. Oh yeah, he's got the mail upgrade, and now he's getting the weapon upgrade, and then he's saving the shield upgrade for last.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So a bunch of different approaches to the Thor Archaic Age build order. I don't think I've seen this particular iteration before, but maybe it's good.
It's all the eventually. It's pretty much all the same thing.
Yeah, I mean it amounts to the same thing. You get those early armory upgrades in, and before you know it, you've got like a 4 villager lead over your opponent, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is okay. So we got Forseti coming in. We're getting close to the classical age. We got Forseti coming in. There's a lot of gold on this map. There is a lot of gold on the map. There's 2 in your base, and there's 1, 2, 3 additional gold mines per player. So 6 large gold mines outside of the starting base. That's a lot of gold, man. And then plus the Thor dwarven mine god power as well. Lots of gold options here. So honestly, I think that Rapple is pretty happy with this map. You already kind of talked about it. I think Rapple's pretty darn happy with this map. Recon's going to be happy that he found a whole bunch of these goats. He's got tons and tons of goats. Finally finding them, but
Yep. Also,
Rapple's
Rebel getting
Rapple's
3
just
here.
happy as well.
Will be interesting to count these goats when all is said and done. It just look like Recon has found himself a good goat advantage. So it is to be expected, but it's also good for Recon.
Yeah.
And now Forseti is in for both of these players. So I mentioned if I was a Thor player, I'd go for Freya. Given the fact that it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, I definitely think Forseti is the right call for Rebel.
Okay.
Having Forseti gives you access to trolls, and having access to trolls is very important if you ever want to win these big fights in the classical age.
That's why I was a little bit surprised that you were, so gung ho on Freya, because it feels like you can get a little bit of value from some berserks, some Hall of Thanes berserks. I know that ultimately in a fight, maybe Thundering Hooves RC plus some Throwing Axeman, maybe that's a better army composition, but still, you don't have those trolls as the as a sick back line.
Yeah, yeah, and the trolls costing wood is such a nice advantage as well. Leaves it, yeah, it's so easy to macro towards getting a troll spam whenever you need it. Whereas if it's Valkyries, 200 food, it's a lot harder to get to that point where you can just easily spam out a bunch of those whenever you need it.
Um,
But
well,
yeah,
okay.
both players for SETI, both players building at home, and we see, yeah, this should favor the Thor player in theory. And you do see that 4th armory upgrade coming in for Rebel now, and yeah, like I said, if you're playing Loki here in a situation like this, 6,000 gold in base, a bunch of goats as well, and you're already behind 4 villagers, you're thinking like you're on a timer or something, but realistically, what can Recon even do here?
That's what I was just thinking of is since there's so much food and gold inside of your base, do you just kind of slowly, get enough army to put on some pressure to threaten the Thor player, maybe find some value. But, do you eventually get to the heroic age and go for a nice flaming weapons push, maybe before Thor is able to do all that much? This is where I think Loki gets into a little bit of a tough spot.
Yeah,
And
well, certainly, Recon needs to punish this over here, I think. Should try at least. Although it is
yeah,
difficult, Rebel is playing it very defensively. He's getting his production over there. He's placing his entire army there, realizing that those are the villagers that are exposed at the moment.
yeah.
So, yeah, it's so hard for Recon, man. It's so hard.
Like
So
you
not
said, you try and just choke him, right? Currently, he's not choking Rappel because
no.
Rappel's able to hunt down on the bottom side, so
That's
he's
such a good.
breathing.
It's such a nice hunt spawn for Rebel too, because it's so far away from where Recon's production is. Recon
Yeah.
cannot realistically fight it down the way the bottom there, because it's so far away from his own production. So now Rebel gets access to that hunt spot. He's got the 2 gold mines. He's got the berries. He's already on now. He's getting so many resources, and Recon simply cannot do much to it.
Well, how about second? I mean, my first thought, ooh, a little bit of a raid here, nice. Probably not gonna kill anything, but still, ooh, a little bit of idle time. Well done, good job, boys. My first, yeah, they're just gonna fight back. My thought is that heroic is probably the priority over a second town center. What's your, since the game isn't really aggressive and action packed just yet, that's kind of where my head's going. Probably heroic age where things start to get spicy. Possibly a second town center, but I think that's unlikely.
I think looking back, if Recon had gone for an immediate second TC, although even that would be difficult because they're so exposed, Rebel would know it very, very quickly if he did go for it. The issue is if he goes heroic here now, like you're suggesting, he's gonna have a much less military than what the Rebel has, right? So
Yeah,
how,
yeah.
how does he put himself into a position where he can get a good flaming weapons then?
I mean, it's not like he has nothing.
No, no, it's not. Actually, it's funny. Recon is down 2 villagers.
Yeah, two and
Three,
a half
two,
ish.
two, two villagers. I don't know how this has even happened. Good little raid here from Rebel.
Ooh.
So now it's going to be 3 villagers.
So he came back
Recon,
by,
Recon
or
didn't
yeah,
kill any villas, did he?
I don't think so. No,
So
maybe
it
just
must
getting
have.
housed or just
Yeah, this must have
idle
been
time,
Rebel
whatever.
being housed or idle TC.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's gotta be rough for Rebel. He really, as Thor versus Loki, you really rely on having that villager advantage over Loki. Otherwise, the Loki advantages will simply be too good as the game progresses.
Well, he's still ahead by 3 units, or yeah, 3 eco units. So
Yeah,
he's got that going for him.
he's pre-queued the Dwarven breastplate as well. So, oh my god, lots of berserks here.
Yeah.
Recon needs to realize this and get hand axe, and then I think he should go into full infantry with a lot of
Okay.
throwing axemen.
There's Hall of Thanes, as Vodka just pointed out. There's Hall of Thanes, so he's prepping. He's prepping. He's prepping. He's a prepper. Dude,
Rebel
look
is
at
saying,
this. Look at this. Remember that one time when you said, "Oh, I like to, strangle the Thor player." I
that's not
don't think
happening.
Recon agrees.
No. Oh, this is a good raid from Rebel. I think 1 or 2 or 3 villages going down. 2 going down, and what is he losing? 1 berserk for it?
Worth it.
Definitely worth it. Maybe these berserks are in trouble now, as Recon is putting on the chase, trying to get a bit of a pincer in. But so far,
That's
it's just 1 berserk going down. Maybe a bit more here. We'll see.
Well, both players have Hall of Thanes, so they can't just zip out of there no problemo. Recon can
Ooh.
zip as well.
Duh,
They're gonna get stuck, dude. Look,
the
look, 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 look,
hearses
look.
will be there. They're going to be a longhouse here.
Ah, sick. But they're stuck with raiding cavalry.
No, but look at this now.
Oh. The sandwich. Nice.
Big play here from Recon. Big play. Actually punishing that raid. So Rebel getting 2 villager kills, but he's losing so many berserks in the process, and even more. Why not?
Wow. Wow. Oh, but he's going for round 2. That greedy boy. Getting another one, another 2, another 3, another 3. Dude,
What
are you
a
kidding
raid.
me?
What a play from Rebel. So aggressive. realizing that
Wow.
Recon has to put his entire army down the bottom to realistically kill off those berserks, and he's saying, "All right, I'm just gonna hit that area, same area I came from once again." And now Rebel may even have to want to go for a big fight here. Rebel's ahead by
Dude.
look 9 villagers.
I know. He's ahead by 9 vills, and I mean, it's hard to tell. The UI bugged again, so it's hard to tell who has the larger army. You would think it was Rappel, but not
Just look at
necessarily, or Recon.
the one above it. It says 4,600 army value versus 4,600.
Yes. Okay, so they're
So
close.
yeah, they're close, but keep in mind one is Loki and the other is Thor. So Thor has got the armory upgrades to their name, but Loki has got the myth unit spawns as well as the damage multiplier on throwing axemen and raiding cavalry. So
It's true. So, well, okay, so then... Oh my god, shut up! He goes in again! Recon, are you nuts? What?
This is
1,
so-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's like, what, 6 or 7 more kills?
this is so unlike Recon. Myself included, always praise Recon for playing defensively. This doesn't happen to Recon just losing 11 villagers out of nowhere.
He
Look
made
at
the
this.
same mistake, what, 3 times in a row? He allowed, like, oh my god! Dude, I agree, that is so uncharacteristic of Recon. He's usually such a careful player, man.
There's a big fight occurring here, actually. It's going to be very game deciding, I think. Maybe Rebels in over his hit. There's a Valkyrie spawn, and now Rebels forced to retreat. So many raiding cavalry in the chase here, and Rebels saying, I want to fight here.
I don't know
trolls.
if he really wants to, though.
Well, he cannot escape either, so...
Yeah, run back to a healing spring, I don't know. But dude, he's getting cleaned up. He's doing damage, but it seems like he's getting cleaned up, dude.
It's just a 1 myth unit spawn in for Recon so far, so things could be a lot worse for Rebel. There's certainly going to be... There's a Draugr. It's not what
the
Recon was
reinforcements.
hoping for. Yeah.
Look at the reinforcements. It's just streaming across the ice for soup. They're putting on their ice skates and they're going to town, going to battle. Are you kidding me?
Rebel is winning
Where-
here.
I know, man. It's because of the reinforcements. It seems like Recon, bro. What is going on? His lapse of, his greed with the hunt. He seems like he's not quite producing as he could with wood, shit,
Yeah.
etc. And
Yep.
Rappel, what?
Rebel takes it. I think Recon didn't have the food economy in that last fight, whereas Rebel did. And this is just the big difference here. 29 food villages for Rebel, 16 for Recon. Resultingly, when the reinforcements are coming, it's just tremendous advantage for Rebel in that fight.
Wow. Yeah, can you do me a favor, Vodka? Go to timeline, and I want to see the total resources discrepancy between the two of them. Total, yeah, resource. Ooh, so Thor is in the red, Loki in the blue. So, okay, for, 2/3 of the game, not the biggest of deals, but eventually, oh boy, that started picking up, especially
Yeah.
with all the Vil kills there at the end.
Really
Ay,
big.
ay, ay. Wow.
Dude, the
Wow.
Hall of Things Berserks, like you were mentioning before the game started, came in big here for Rebel.
Mm. Well, dude, like, yeah, but they shouldn't have. That's. I mean, it's kudos to me. Woohoo! Yeah, but they shouldn't have because I mean, Rappel. Yeah, look, 13 villagers killed. Are you kidding me? Recon should not have lost those vills, dude. I guess that's what you said. He was maybe struggling for food, and he was just obligated, I guess, to go out to that hunt. Look at he's got other hunt options, dude. He's got other food options. No way. This was such a sick play.
This was a
such
good play.
crazy-
Looked really good for Recon in this moment, but then he sends his villages right back to where they came from. And even though he gets this really, really big, he kills what, 12, 14 Berserks almost for free, an additional
Yeah.
2 here. This is such a big win for Recon, but he just messes up big time. He takes this fight over here, but while it's going on, there's that raid.
Oh, dude, I can't even believe that. That damage output of the Berserks,
Yeah.
crazy, man. And you're right, dude. Look at the economy of Recon. Look at the economy of Recon. Look how imbalanced it is, dude.
Yeah.
He can't not produce from everything.
Exactly.
And here's the fight.
And Rebel is just so he's got 700 wood in bank, he's got 400 food, bunch of gold as well, and he's getting
Yeah.
so much income that Recon is not getting.
Yeah, dude.
And-
Look at the ice on the minimap. Look at the ice on the minimap. Red. Like it's like acne. The ice has acne, just red dots all over the place, man. And so the production just on point for Rappel. And it seems like Recon's production just lapsed, dude. What the heck?
Well played from
Is what it
Rebel.
is.
He really made use of those Hall of Thane's Berserks. It's very nice to see. It's a risky unit to mass like that, as we saw, because you can just get targeted down by the throwing X-Men. At the same time, high reward, and that we also saw.
Yeah, that is a very good point on, high risk, high reward. I mean, he massed them. He built a lot of them, but I think it was an appropriate amount of berserks because he was also mixing in plenty of throwing axemen, for example. I can't really remember how many Hersey or how many RC, if any, he really made. He maybe
full
could
infantry.
have.
Full infantry.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
You maybe could have gotten more Herseer, considering you're against Loki. You want to have those guys in your back pocket for myth units, but still, yeah.
Ah, we got an Atlantean mirror coming up. A bit unorthodox for these two players. I don't think either really thinks of them as much as of an Atlantean player, but obviously with a best of 5, you need a bunch of different gods, and you're, I don't know, forced to play Atlantean. I don't know if that's the right call, but definitely, I think Kronos, both of these players do know that Kronos is super strong right now. So, yeah, we do have the Atlantean mirror, Uranus versus Kronos on Giza.
Real quick, fun fact or fun little observation: China Mirror, game 0.5.
Oh,
We're gonna
yeah.
call it game 0.5 on Alfheim since that one bugged out. That one's kind of. But China Mirror, Norse Mirror, Atlantean Mirror. These guys are on a similar wavelength. So let's see who's gonna anyway.
They have their ideas of which civs excel on which maps. That's pretty certain, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think. Well, okay, so you say the Kronos is really strong right now. I hear you. But Giza as a map, how does that impact the dynamic?
Well, I honestly I think Kronos is strong right now, but I think the matchup that he struggles with is Gaia and Uranus. So
spicy.
Yeah. The thing is that Kronos is really good at the moment because he's got access to the Chirobalistas, which are buffed. He's got access to Rhea, which is buffed. But versus Uranus and Gaia, you don't necessarily even want to go for these things. So everything that has sort of leapfrogged Kronos from bottom of the barrel to top of the barrel, it's not really that useful in this matchup.
Well, let's see. We have potential Bite of the Shark Murmillo. That's maybe something for the Kairos to attack. Game number 2, kind of. Game number 2, kind of. Here we go, everybody. We're on Giza. We got Recon on the right side. We got him playing Uranus. We got a couple of fat hippos there looking good over on the left-hand side. Bottom left, we got Rapple in the red. Hey, feeling confident after that first point on the board. It's game 2, but point on the board, I guess you could call it. Yeah, so Rapple is with Kronos and Recon is with Uranus. I agree with you, Soup, that neither of these players necessarily, are consider themselves really happy with playing Atlantean. Maybe they are more so these days than they have been in the past. But I don't know. I wonder if that's going to play into the matchup a little bit. Aside from the strength of Uranus, the strength of Kronos, it's also just their comfort with playing the civilization, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Atlantean, it depends on what kind of playstyle you go for, obviously. If you go for just Promethean spam with Mamilos and Termer or something like that, surely these players have the ability to do so. But once you get into the more sort of macro-oriented style, we go for a 2 Townsend play into a fast heroic where you need to get your timings exactly right. I think that may be where their experience maybe isn't as good.
Okay. Well, you mentioned Prometheans. Both gods have access to Prometheus as a minor god. I want to say, I mean, would either go for? I mean, I don't know. I guess on the Uranus side of things, Bite of the Shark Murmillo are so strong. You'd want to say that that's the first pick, but maybe not.
I think Recon will go for Oceanus. I know that Recon loves the Caladria. He's really good at microing it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see it. And for Rebel, I'm almost certain it's going to be Prometheus. Could also be Leto, just for that Pierce armor that Leto provides every single unit plus your automata. Um, Prometheus in for Rebel, and it's actually going to be a delayed, probably 355 for Recon, is my guess. But yeah, 330 coming in for Rebel. So he's going for the ultra fast advance, going to have the 2 Prometheans on top of that gold mine. It's probably a really good call. Something Rebel can do is 354, use Deconstruct on Recon's Temple, and he will stop that Caladria from spawning. And that's going to give those 2 early Prometheans a lot of value if he does so.
Oh, spicy. There it is. At
Wow.
3 minutes, is that a bit early? I feel like it's a bit early.
I guess I don't even know. Is it too early? I don't have a good explanation.
You'd think that you'd think that around 3:28. That's the time to do it, right? Right before the 3:30 time.
I mean,
Number of time.
you're not gonna see an Oranos players go for 330. You should go for
I
350.
know.
354 is the time to go for. Rebel, if you're watching, 354. I want to see that next time.
Well, yeah, but you would think that that's more of a it's a milestone in terms of the advance time rather than 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's just like I said, these players, they don't enjoy. I don't think neither player really enjoys Atlantean as much as many of the other civs. So these kinds of I would call them maybe a bit of a blunder. They're bound to happen. Wait,
Oh,
so
you went
we actually,
Prometheus.
yeah, we didn't even talk about that. Recon going for Prometheus and already now using Valor on a citizen. To me,
Ah,
this smells like he's gonna go for Theft of Fire.
interesting.
And
Okay.
also for Rebel, he's got the Alluvial Clay upgrade for Prometheans already in.
Also, by the way, only 3 oracles. If you tell me, you're the Promethean boy. How many oracles, if they're going for mass Prometheans, how many oracles should they have right now, considering their advance times and everything?
I think 5 is a good number. But at the same time, 330 advance from Rebel, you cannot afford additional oracles.
Yeah.
It's very, very clutch. Very
Okay.
tight economy that you're running already, so you cannot really afford adding in additional oracles. That's the early tower upgrade for Recon. I think because Recon advanced later than Rebel did, he says to himself, all right, I'm going to be able to afford the tower upgrade then. But that tower,
It's pretty. Yeah.
it's not great.
It's not the worst in the world though. Like, the Terma, once the Terma get in, a couple of them are taking hits. It's not too shabby.
Yeah, we did see 1 Promethean going down now, but that just means that there's 3 baby Prometheans in it instead.
Okay.
It's Rebel with the advantage at the moment. He's got 300 more military resource value. He's got the Promethean babies in with the Alluvial Clay upgrade. He's got the Hero Terminus as well. So even though we do see both Atlanteans going for Prometheus here, there's a decent bit of asymmetry here in the sense that Recon is using Valor on his citizens in order to get that economic boost with Theft of Fire, and Rebel is using his Valor on heroes in order to get that immediate power with the Terma heroes.
Okay, one more thing, Soup. One more thing. Recon in the blue, he has Shockwave that we have not seen yet.
Oh yeah,
So
true.
there is, yes, economic advantage, initiative from Rapple, blah 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 blah. But these Terma, they could be hit with a fat Shockwave that could really shake up what's happening in this game.
And in a Terma spam war, both of these players building pure counter units to each other, that Shockwave has potential to be really big. Because the units, when they're stuck in that stun animation, they go down quickly.
Yep, exactly. Prometheans can pick off the Terma like as well. Prometheans and Terma both picking off Terma pretty darn well, so careful.
I think maybe Recon should maybe just get off of this location. It's looking like he's going over there anyways.
I think he's okay, dude. I think he's okay. Like you said, he's using his valors on the citizens, so he should be squeaking ahead, economically speaking. He's got a teensy bit of some idle time as these citizens kind of need to bump in and out of buildings and whatnot. It's not too shabby, though, man. It's not too shabby. The tower's getting some damage. Rapple's having to kind of come in and out. He just lost a Terma. I don't think it's too shabby, honestly. That's a
But
sky passage. Sick.
but there is, you see, Rebel, he's investing quite a lot into Prometheans now, and
Mm.
Recon is not doing that at all. He's only got 6 favor. I don't even know what he spent all his favor on so far. Obviously, Valor and Citizens, maybe Theft of Fire, but he doesn't have any Prometheans at all. Versus Rebel,
True.
who's got a ton, and they're really providing him a lot of value. If there ever comes a big fight, those Prometheans will be able to tank a ton against these Termas.
That's very true, dude. It's very true. But remember the shockwave, dude. Remember the shockwave.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
That-
And I don't know where we missed this, but Rebel lost an Oracle. He's only sitting on 2 Oracles at the moment.
It was read on like the golden food that that Recon expanded out to.
Yes,
Lost
he
it
killed.
there.
Yes, good call.
Yeah.
And that's actually huge. When he's already invested into alluvial clay, he's got a bunch of these Prometheans out. He wants to keep those Oracles alive, but hasn't managed to do so with that last 3rd one.
Dude, alluvial clay is the most awkward looking icon I've ever seen.
Dude, this is a big fight.
Sick. Here we go. How many is it gonna pick off? Not a ton, but it did a lot of damage.
Well, just one, honestly. The shockwave doesn't stun for that long these days.
Look at those, but look at the Terma, dude. Look at the Terma. A lot of them are so low HP, man. Whereas it seems like Recons are pretty darn high HP.
But
And
Rebel
Mythos
has
looks
the,
like
Rebel has the numbers. He's got the alluvial
Yes.
clay on the Prometheans. I think Rebel is just looking fine here.
Dude, AOM is so much of a numbers game rather than upgrades and whatnot. So much of it. Yeah, look at, dude, health bar go down, remember? Look at how low those health bars are, man. He's got to
true.
be careful. Yes, he's got numbers, but man, he needs to be careful.
We do see alluvial clay in for Recon as well, finally. But
Yeah.
just 3 Oracles for Recon as well. Dude, these 2 players, they don't value the Prometheans very highly, which I think is a bit sus. They haven't played against me enough. I think that's the issue.
Sus. Super sus, man. Super sus. So sus. I find it so funny. Okay. Oh, okay. Aside, you want to know what's sus? Military resource value. 3.3k for red for Rapple in the red.
Yep.
2.5 for Recon. So Recon's getting there. But dude, sus. Eh?
Oh my god. Dude, Rebel has
you
just
go.
got so many more numbers than Recon. This is so
Yeah.
weird. Because it's not like Recon isn't spending his resources, but he cannot keep up here. There's just like 10 additional Termas on the side of Rebel.
Yeah. Man, you would think that all the hero citizens that Recon has, you know, would mean he had more resources, more, you know, army, more resources to spend, more army, blah 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 blah. But man, Rapple's outproducing him.
Yep. I think maybe a lot of it comes down to the fact that Rebel has forced a lot of idle time on citizens, as we just saw here. As we've seen throughout the game, now these citizens are moving to the top side, where there's also a gold mine, there's some rhinos available as well. But all in all, it's just, once again, Recon not continually gathering resources this game. And Rebel, he's got so many Termas. Many of them are heroes. It's going to be very useful against the Promethean frontline. Oh my god, look at Recon. He's got 6 Oracles now. So this puts a timer on Rebel. Rebel's got 3 Oracles, to be fair. But still, Recon is going to pull ahead here unless Rebel starts to force fights now, while he's got the lead with all these Terma.
And Shockwave can be used again.
Yep.
He's got, it's taken some time. You know, six oracles generate favor at a decent speed. But still, as this engagement is coming in again, man, those are some weak citizens right there. Look at that, dude. Look at that.
Is there a Sky Passage in the top side yet? There's not even being attempted to build one. Oh, that's a big
deconstruction.
deco.
No!
2 citizens going
Sick.
down. And Rebel's got the numbers still. He's like ahead by 700 resource army value here. It's quite significant for Rebel.
Shockwave though, Soup, Shockwave. Man, he keeps using, I think he keeps spamming those Prometheans, but still he's close to using another Shockwave. That could be big. I'm going back to the Terma HP, dude. That could make, you know, when you have almost a full health army compared to such a low health army, it's things get a little sketchy.
Is Rebel looking to go heroic or what? He's sitting on almost 900 food.
And
but
wood, look at the wood
0
count
gold.
too.
Yeah. I think a bit of a miss macro here from Rebel, but at the same time, he's outproducing Recon while sitting on this many resources, which is just insane
Yeah.
to think about.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. Recon's feeling good. He's feeling confident. He's pushing out. He wants to keep track of Rappel's army. This is awkward with that tree line right there.
Yeah,
How are these guys gonna micro it?
this is dangerous for Recon because he's moving on to Rebel's side of the map, and that means that
Yes.
Rebel's got the defender's advantage. Anytime a unit dies, it's going to be replenished much faster from Rebel, and he's going out through Hyperion. So
True.
I will say good call from Recon actually going aggressive here, just as Rebel is hitting that Hyperion bottom.
Indeed, indeed. It is a little bit of a risk, like you said, and actually, Recon's banking up some favor, so there is the shockwave if and when the next fight actually comes in. The tension is building. I can feel it. I can feel it in my toes.
Recon going up through Hyperion as well, and obviously the reason why both of these players are going through Hyperion is because when you use Chaos on Termas, they are going to start hitting each other, and when a unit counters itself, like Terma counters Termas, that means that you're going to get so much value out of Chaos.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, so here's the big thing. He's like 30 seconds later to going up heroic though.
Yep.
So that means there's a huge window, a very sensitive window for Recon here and for Rebel to take advantage of it. But again, there's still the interesting crux of Shockwave, man. Am I overhyping Shockwave Soup?
I think so. Maybe a bit. Okay. Let's see here, a big fight coming in. Lots of Prometheans taking damage here. That's huge for Rebel. That's huge.
Yikes. It is. He worked so hard, so hard.
Yeah, and that's the one advantage that Recon had. He had invested into a bunch of oracles, and yeah, what?
heavy Terma.
Ooh,
heavy
yeah, true.
Terma coming in before the and Citizens maybe going down. Oh, this is so close. Oh, this is so interesting. Chaos.
A lot of chaos is used on Prometheans as well. Oh my god, this is so clutch. It's gonna be a big fight here.
But it's heavy Terma against medium Terma here.
That's true.
Is he just gonna turn around and take the fight? No shockwaves happen just yet.
TC is up, no Citizens gone down. I think Rebel is going to maybe just... Oh, big shockwave. Maybe you're right, big shockwave is big.
Dude, especially, well, you know, at the very least, it's medium against heavy Terma, so he had to do something to try and, you know, not just lose the fight straight up there with the weaker units.
Yeah. Both ballistics and heavy archers are coming in for Recon, so that's going to be huge. I don't think Rebel invested into ballistics. If we look
I haven't noticed it. I don't think so, but I haven't noticed it.
No. Nope. So that's interesting. That's a bit of an advantage for Recon if this ever goes to a full population war.
Dude, this is so ridiculous. Straight Terma across the board. Nobody wants to go into Contarius, which is hilarious considering the resources that they've dropped into all these Terma, man. Oy!
There's two Satyrs on the side of Rebel because his Kronos just a one for Recon, but it's looking like they're being sniped on the side of Rebel right now. And no, it's only one or two heroes remaining for Rebel. Oh my god, Rebel's taking this instantly. He's really pushing it here.
There he goes, dude. Is this potentially the end? Maybe. There's look at the military pop difference. Recon's gonna start losing citizens here. Look how low P some of those guys are. He doesn't. I don't think. I mean, he has what? He has he's blue. Recon's got a decent amount of production buildings, but he's got half the military population.
Indeed. And it's just so, being down even just a small bit when you're fighting counter units against counter units, it all just racks up. And we're seeing it here. Recon just struggling to get by. I thought he kind of looked alright up there in the top, but now Rebel is moving there. He's got Deconstruct available again. Potentially this could be huge over there.
Oh, and he just barely has enough favor for it as well. 20 favor, boom. There it is, but there's enough defense there. He uses it. He can snipe a few. Could be sick. There we go.
3 citizens down, but he's losing a bunch of Termas in the process. I'm not even sure if that was worth it for Rebel.
I agree. I don't know. I agree. I don't know.
The thing is, Rebel is only on 1 town center versus 2 for Recon. So getting the villager snipes is good, but it's not gonna be game winning because Recon is just gonna get the more villages out. And
Yeah, but at the very least, it's game mitigating because
yep,
Rapple's only on one town center. Oh, actually, he's getting a second town center now. If you look at the minimap.
oh, that's true. But what
I
Rebel
was
is looking for is not just extending the game. Rebel's got one TC versus two. He wants to end the game. He wants to push his advantage, and I don't think he did the right call there.
eh. It's still close. It's
Yeah,
still
for sure.
close,
Dude, this game is way up in the air. This could go either way.
Dude, I've never, ever seen a game like this where they're still 18 minutes into the game and continuing and heroic and continuing to spam straight turbo. This is so peculiar, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually true. Like Contarius, you're gonna need that heavy cavalry upgrade, obviously, for them to come in. But just that one upgrade and say 3 military barracks, dude, those Contarius would be good against pure Terma.
Well,
But
dude, think about this is potentially such a sick raid. Does he have a shockwave? He has a shockwave. He doesn't have favor for a shockwave, but he could pick off a handful of daily hoppers there, citizens. With it, might get a couple with this raid. Dude, imagine how many hundreds of resources they both invested into heavy, what are they called? Heavy archers and ballistics and everything, right? Could you have not kind of reworked your economy to go into food eco and Cantaria spam?
I guess, but then, Contarius, they get countered by Catapeltis, and the opponent already has the counter barracks set up, so I don't know if it's necessarily the best. I don't. What you're saying is absolutely true. That's like the meta play. Your opponent is on full Termas, so you go full Contarius. That just makes so much sense. But big ghost building here.
That was sick by Raffles.
Five Termas down already. 6 going down now. Oh my god.
Dude! Speak it, lose a couple Terma, who cares? Get the same amount of kills and citizens, yeah, buddy.
This game is ridiculous. There's so much action going on. Rebel is sitting on 8 oracles at the moment, and it's doing so much for him. He's got this favor for the second chaos here. He can start producing more Satyrs and Prometheans if he wants to. But either way, getting those additional oracles out finally occurring here. I wish it would have done it sooner, but when it happens, it's so effective.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. 8 or and Recon's on 6, so he has respectable favor generation himself, right?
Yeah. Also remember, Uranus oracles get more favor than Kronos ones because they have got more line of sight.
Yeah. True.
Hey, are you seeing this? Contarius are coming in for Rebel, and Catapeltis are coming in for Recon.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you. Ooh, the switch. The switch. He could get a big surprise before enough Catapelti numbers come in. I think he needs to hide them, dude. I think Rappel needs to hide those Contarius numbers so that he can get the power spike of a surprise, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Had he maybe just hidden 3-4 military barracks and done what you said, that could have been huge.
Yeah.
But now, just showing 2, 3, 4 Contarius here and there gives Recon the awareness to build Catapeltis.
He's not building any just yet, at least not currently. Yeah. What? Really?
Helios in a tournament
Helios.
game. I never thought I did not expect to see that this tournament.
Is it because he wants to what's Vortex from Goldmine to Goldmine? What the heck?
I think maybe when you're full Terma, you can do it. No, because it's rather slow still. Oh wait, I know. You can use it to vortex out of the implode. So he's not going to use it at all. He's going to wait for Rebel to use implode, and then he'll use it immediately to escape the implode.
Ooh.
I don't know if it's necessarily good because the implode is still going to hit. So if Rebel just uses implode on a bunch of villagers and the hometowns in it, like there, for example, that's still going to give him a bunch of value.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. And yeah, that's true. He doesn't have implode himself. So it's either you go Helios or you go, Hecate for Tartarian Gate. Tartarian Gate's a little underwhelming in Retold, He doesn't really have pushing power to hit it back and front at the same time.
And it's not like Helios is useless. Helios does give you Heka Gigantes, you get some siege upgrades. I don't know if that's what he needs right now. So I think honestly it's just the protection against Implode. I think that's why he's going for Helios here.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And we do have Implode coming in. We got Atlas coming in on the Rappel side of things. Dude, this is so funny. Rappel's literally on opposite corners mining, and he's got palaces on the gold mines. So funny, man. So weird.
Game has slowed down a bit now, where there was so much chaos going on for the longest while. But now we do see
Literally.
both players. Yay! Hey, good one. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, now we do see Recon with the Mythic Age. He will be able, he's getting the Fortified TC. He will be able to get the Champion Lion upgrades, which are so useful. And look at Rebel. He's pre-queued the Heavy Cavalry. So that's the one he's going for.
I think that nice little raid here, nice little raid here, nice little raid here. Potentially a handful of dead vills here, honestly. So...
Alice looking to come up.
Ay.
3 dead citizens. Very good. It doesn't matter too much. Both of these players are sitting on 2 town centers, so they will be able to replenish numbers like that fairly easily. But it's always good to get value like that. Oof. Takes a lot of... Yo.
Oh!
Look. Wait. Where? Over on the left side?
Left side. Left side!
This is super risky what Recon did here, because if Rebel gets Mythic Age, just say right now, then Recon doesn't have any defense against the Implode.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
It's actually super risky what he did, but I think it'll pay off for him.
Well, it stops a lot of gold income on the side of Rappel. That's something. It allows him to pick off the palace, which is something. He's getting some value, but as a mythic god power...
No, but keep in mind. See, this is what I was talking about. Now, and there's no Vortex in for Recon. Dude, that was way too risky for Recon. If he did that, he would have to retreat his army directly afterwards. Now, this is a disaster for Recon.
This is Heckas. What are they Heckas? And
I think they're Centimanus now.
Centimani. I don't know.
This is a big disaster for Recon. He did not want this to happen. Yeah. Now he's stuck with that Vortex God power. Sure, he doesn't have to use it against Implode anymore, but I don't know. I'm not sure he'll find the value from it.
Well, in all sincerity, like if he lost a crap load of Terma, right? It's not like at this point in the game, since they're both on, have such a big economy, it's not like mass Terma is strong anymore. If it was pure Cantarius that he lost, if it was a bunch of infantry, something like that, it would be a bigger deal. He lost a bunch of Terma. I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. I think it feels like he's A-okay. He's low on pop, but he's recovering, no?
Yeah, maybe that's true. I mean, it's never a good thing to lose like 5,000 army value or whatever he lost there. It's never a good thing, but yeah, from the bright side of things, I can definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Recon is ahead in score, and he's slowly getting to full population. Not quite there yet, but yeah, he's still in it. And if he can get to full pop here, and he has the Champion Lion upgrades, he's got 3 town centers still, then he's actually the one who's got access to a Mythic Age God power, the Vortex, that he can use to get some really nice things done with.
Yep. And remember, when you use Vortex, it pulls over every single military unit. So, for example, he's harassing with these Cantarius. He could, on the backside of all this harassment, he could have a bunch of, Heckas or destroyers just kind of slowly building up while he's distracting Rappel, and then boom, you Vortex, somewhere around the map, and boom, it pulls over all your serious damage output units altogether.
Yeah, that would be sick. I would love to see a play like that. Even just 3 Centimanus would be enough. But look at this attack from Rebel. Recon doesn't have any army nearby to defend against this, and not choosing to use Vortex defensively. Probably a wise choice, realizing he has to use it aggressively, but at the same time, losing your middle TC like this, it's going to be hard to come back from Recon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's finding some value. He's finding some value, but there are other gold options for Rappel to jump over onto.
Yeah, there are other
Which-
options available, and he's already there, so it's not even like Rebel isn't getting gold at the moment.
Yeah.
Well,
But
two.
this actually, what's interesting, Soup? Think back to the Alfheim game that did not finish. This feels a little bit like this. Recon is playing a similar style because in that game he was going for kind of the harassment cavalry style, and it's like he's doing the same thing. Whereas Rappel is pushing through the center. Now he took out the TC. It feels like a similar game, and I don't know if Recon's really finding enough value with the Cantarius harassment because he's losing more than what he's gaining.
Yep. Look down the bottom. It's looking like there's a big raid occurring, or maybe just a big fight. Either way, this should be big. A lot of citizens are in danger of falling here for Rebel. And Recon's building catapulties against the Cantarius as well. And they're there. They're in position. But, yeah.
Again, is he doing enough damage to mitigate his losses?
God, what a chaotic game. It seems like back and forth. Some small breaks where there's not much happening, but then other than that, just chaos. Fights occurring different places all at once. And so hard to keep up with, but dude, that's a big play by Recon down the bottom here. He definitely got a lot of value there.
True. And he's trying to jump back onto this forward town center. He can maybe grab it. Maybe. That's a lot of citizens.
He can now. I think he can get that now, and it's all due to the fact that he put on so much pressure down the bottom. Rebel now forced to. He could take the fight here. It's a sketchy situation. Chaos. Saving Recon in this situation. And the double chaos is amazing there for Recon. He doesn't care if his own army is chaos during that small little skirmish there, because his citizens were building the town center. That's all that he cared about.
Yeah. Exactly.
Are these fanatics or what are they? Oh, catapults still.
Catapultis, yeah.
Okay. Ooh, Recon actually managing to get a lot done here. He's slowly beginning to stabilize. He got that third town center back, making a lot of good plays. He's making another really good play over here by the looks of it.
And he still, remember, he still's got another Vortex in his back pocket, right? That he doesn't have to pay for.
Oh yeah, true. And even after that, I think it's like 15 to recast, so... Ooh,
Shut up! A Vortex is fit. Shut up!
It's super cheap.
But he already used one. Though.
There it is. We can see. 25. I lied. There's no Sentimanus. He didn't do what you suggested. I would have loved to see that, but either way, this could still be a town center going down, or certainly a bunch of citizens dying.
Yeah. It is a bunch of melee units. He doesn't maybe have a lot of siege output, but it is melee units to try and take all this stuff down. I like what he did. He kind of lured the army down to the bottom corner, and then he tried to vortex over here real quick.
Yeah, it was
Looks like
beautiful.
It's going down. Here we go.
Big play. Yeah, well, the issue is, okay, he takes down the town center, and then what does he do from here? Because Rebel is just going to rebuild this town center, isn't he?
Yeah, I think killing citizens maybe would have been a better power spike rather than actually taking the TC down.
Potentially.
There weren't a lot of citizens there ultimately, though.
Cool play nevertheless, right?
Yeah, it was a good idea. Definitely a good idea.
Rare that we get to see it. The Vortex plays. It's such a cool god power, actually.
I think it's annoying, dude. It's so annoying to play against.
Well, it's annoying against people who can utilize it well. It's one of those god powers you have to set it up properly. It's not just clicking Lightning Storm, it's gonna give you a tremendous amount of value or implode. No, you have to actually be smart about it and set it up for it to work properly. I love that about it.
True. Very true. Well, okay, now what? We're kind of, still doing the same thing.
We do see, I think, Recon attempting to build some caravans, but he doesn't have the population space for it. But he is making some here anyways, and Rebel is not. So I think that's probably an advantage for Recon. If he can start to establish a trade route, certainly that should be a lot of value. This is a good deconstruct. Forcing
so many
the
numbers from
shockwave
both
is
players
big.
here.
Forcing the
shockwave was
shockwave is
sick.
really big.
Nice. He's still losing citizens, though.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
still losing lots. Ay, ay, ay.
And okay, Recon is establishing a trade route, but it's in the very early stages. He still needs a gold mine, and Rebel is killing so many citizens here. Recon just not respecting those Contarius at all.
Mm. Yeah, tower going up. What's it called? Crenellations. Crenellations, good thing to get a drop some towers around your town centers, maybe.
Oh. Yeah,
That'd be
versus these
good.
Contarius. Oh, can we look down the bottom? This gotta be juicy down here.
Yeah. There's some defense coming, but they're exposed. Juice indeed. Old donkey juice there for you.
So
Sue.
many donkeys dying all over the map here.
Nice. That was not as bad as it could have been, honestly.
No, yeah, true. Very true. 86 to 90 villager population. So we're seeing a lot of villagers dying, but we're also seeing a lot of villagers being repopulated rapidly. That's the thing about late game in AOM. You've got 3 town centers that can just auto queue villagers. So, even though you kill like 10 citizens, you'd think that would be huge, but in reality, that's being replenished in less than a minute or so. A bit more than a minute.
There we go. Round 2.
That's a good counter. The chaos to counter the vortex. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I don't like that vortex. I think that one was wasted.
Maybe he saved those units. I don't think they were in a great spot right there. And he just, another thing about vortex is very convenient. Your entire military is located in the same spot afterwards, right?
Yep.
But looking like a bit of an infantry transition from Rebel. Looking like a lot of Mamillos, some Catapulties here. And Recon needs to figure out what to do. I love those towers here.
Yep. I agree. Gotta try and stop those Contarius numbers. And dude, this is so similar to the game on Alfheim. This is just back and forth, and it's entertaining to watch, but at the same time, it's not necessarily what the players need to be doing in order to actually finish the game. A Titan, that's one way to finish a game.
That's one thing.
Spam palaces forward, that's one way to finish a game. Gold control, that's one way.
And I do like what Recon has done with his sky passages here. He's actually got sky passages both left corner and right corner. The one on the left is maybe going down here. But either way, Rebel is nowhere near. Wait, he's actually making caravans now. I'm not sure where from. But it's so tough for Rebel to actually get a good trade route down, up and running.
Well, I think you could say the same thing about both players, because Kronos can timeshift buildings around, for example. You could timeshift a tower, palace, that sort of thing.
Ooh, we need to see
Sky
that.
passages.
We need to see that Kronos unique tech where he can, what's it called, timeshift 3 buildings all at once. And then he needs to start doing that all over the map. It's hard though.
Yeah.
Big fight occurring here. I do love the infantry transition here from Rebel. I think that's definitely what he needs to do, but I want to see fanatics and destroyers too.
I agree. I mean, you gotta have palaces for production like that. It seems like both players are kind of building and losing palaces all over the place.
Yeah, that's true. Recon has done a tremendous job of just running around and destroying things.
Yeah. Dude, a Titan gate could be sketchy for Rappel. If Rappel tries to counter a Titan with a Titan, that could be a bad decision because Recon could vortex right in, snipe it, boom, and he's chilling.
Ooh, Recon's economy is solid.
Yeah. Jeez, he must not be losing very many units. He's keeping him alive.
Yeah, I don't know what Recon has done to actually get such a nice economic advantage over Rebel. He's got the trade route set up. Not quite yet, but he's getting there. Rebel must be scratching his head now. Where do you go from here? Like, okay, clearing the left side here, that's not going to give you much. You need to come up with an answer to the Titan gate here.
Yeah. Well, in all fairness, like, you could just the classic late game theory, corners in town, corners or a building push, corners for trade route, obviously,
Yeah.
Recon's trade is going to be garbage. I can't remember. I think Vodka clicked on llama. I can't remember how much gold he's getting, but Recon's his trade is 36. That's horrendous, dude. That's horrendous. Even if you have a Titan, that's horrendous. Yeah, 68. That's sick, man. You can get a way better trade route. So go for corners, establish map control. That's kind of the name of the game. Heart of the Titan, sick. Okay, so he's maybe thinking about getting a Titan himself.
No, I think Heart of the Titans, that's the one where your heroes will become heroized at 2 seconds instead of 8 seconds.
Oh, what am I mixing that upgrade up with? Where the Titan can regenerate?
Secret of the Titan. Oh, wait. Oh, Mythic Rejuvenation. But he doesn't have access to that. That's Hikari.
That's right. My bad.
Yeah, so instead what Rebel is doing is he is preparing to heroize a lot of his units with that upgrade.
Okay.
It's gonna be rough.
That's a good idea.
It's a good idea, but look at Recon's economy. He can go into a spam war in a much better, with much better health than what Rebel can.
Speaking of economy, you do have to pay for converting heroes. So if you're looking at, Rappel's economy, it is struggling.
Yep. It is struggling a lot, actually. And, he's at full pop now. There's a big vortex. I kind of like this to stop the trade route.
Yeah.
And even get a nice little skirmish victory here for Recon as well.
But even so, a market in the far left corner, which I think he is dropping, that's, I think that's the ideal place for a trade route. Maybe the far right corner is the best, but excuse me, that market is a good position.
That's really good. It's really good. But there's a Titan.
It's okay. yeah, that's
We're talking about optimal trade routes. Meanwhile, this big bad boy is marching towards Rebel's third town center.
It's true. It is only one unit. We've seen players.
Are these heroes? Are these hero Mamillos? I think they are.
I think they are.
Oh my god, 28 of them too. And you know what? Titans aren't very good against Mamillo heroes. They used to be good against the melee heroes back in the day, but not anymore.
Okay, well. Okay. No brainer says the Titan's gonna get shredded. Well, let's see.
That Titan needs to respect 28 hero Mamillos a lot. It's kind of a risky spot for Recon to be in. The Titan does take 20 population just to stay alive. So that leaves him without much other military. Well, it takes a bunch of population anyways.
Hey, Soup, you've been talking about like destroyers and fanatics. Recon has a huge economy. Why is he not going for those fanatics, for example?
Yeah,
seeing all these Murmillo hero for example.
He doesn't have any unique technologies to complement them, but still, I would love to see it. Yeah, you see the Titan. See the Titan damage here? It's actually not big. It's taking a long while to take care of these Murmillo heroes.
Okay, Quintaria's coming in. Okay. Wow. Ooh.
The AoE damage is nice. Surely, okay. I mean, maybe that Titan is actually dealing a lot of damage after all, especially with the remaining army around Recon doing a lot of damage as well.
Look at the total eco unit numbers for Red.
Oh my god,
he's down to 60.
How did that happen? I don't know.
It's a big deal, man. It's a really big deal because he just lost so much army at the same time. Yeah. Yo, you gotta have an eco, a fat eco, to just spam enough in order to take out a Titan, yeah?
Rebel 800 military resource value. He lost all of those Mamillo heroes, and now the third town center's gone down, and Recon takes it.
What a game, dude. What a crazy, weird game. That was a weird game, was it not?
It really was. With all the early Terma skirmishes into even more chaos with all the chaoses. And then the late game, which was really cool to check out too.
Yeah. They made like 500 Terma each.
Very so similar weird. Economy here. These numbers are so similar. Favorite
similar units killed.
Yeah, this was a close game, and it's reflected here. Villagers
Yeah.
killed, 56 for recon. He must have done something in the end there that we missed. But
Well, I think that these total numbers, I think the last, minute or two really contributed towards those
yeah,
numbers
exactly.
with the Titan.
Yeah, gets a bit
Anyway.
skewed.
Yeah,
So
early
much.
on. Yeah. Terma fights, baby. Terma galore.
Dude,
That's
Rebel had the numbers for so long. I'm surprised he wasn't able to, I don't know, assert more pressure with them. He did assert a lot of pressure, but like he wasn't able to go from having the military advantage to actually strangling Recon off resources. Recon managing to continually get gold and yeah, just staying in the game.
Well, yeah, it was almost like Rappel was respecting Recon maybe too much because, like you said, he's got numbers, but he was never really and they would take a fight and both would back off. Take a fight, both would back off. Recon would stay alive. He would this, he would that, etc. It just Rappel couldn't quite find like, look, he's got 74 military pop compared to 45. You would think that right now would be his opportunity to clean up all these Terma, force the fight, and then just, maybe ride that to victory. But he just maybe backed off too frequently, and he maybe respected Recon just a little bit too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that may be part of the explanation for sure. Like we see here, he's ahead by almost 1,000 military army value.
Mm,
It's crazy.
mm, mm, mm. I can't even believe it, man. I can't even believe how many Terma we saw. So crazy.
Thermo Prometheans, baby.
I'm serious. Like, look at all these Terma. I've never seen a game like this before. I've never seen a game like this before, ever.
Yeah, usually you'll see either player going for Catapulties or they'll go heroic for the Contarius. But even when both players went heroic, like you mentioned, they just keep making Termas.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, back in the day, I mean, back in the AOT days, going for straight Terma, you would lose against Terma Murmillo. And so I think with kind of the different archer mechanics, I suppose,
Yeah.
that is partially what the difference is here. Just a different
Yes.
story and retold.
Yeah, the Termas with the hidden run ability and the ability to just target down single units, retreat, target down a single unit, retreat. It's so good in Retold, and that's definitely the big reason why we're seeing these
Oh,
Terma numbers.
indeed, indeed, indeed. There we see another big shockwave. Oh, look at all those dead Terma bodies. Oh, look, there's a million more Terma, no problem. I thought that when Rappel went heroic first and he had those heavy archers, heavy Terma compared to Recon without, oi man, I thought that was the end of it. Joke's on me. We had 30 more minutes of a game.
Like even throughout this game, from like the third or fourth minute up until now, up until the end of the game, there was so many clutch skirmishes, and
Yeah,
it was always hard to actually see. Like here, I think I almost called it for Rebel. Rebel wins it, right?
yeah,
But nope.
yes. I thought, dude, I thought he was toast. There were a couple of times where I thought Recon was toast, straight up.
Yep. But he had this. He's got the sky passages. So the issues with sky passages, as we see here, is a deconstruct though. So, oh, this was a big turning point actually. Rebel going for 3 or 4 citizens, which was nice, but then in turn he loses so many termas. And this was at a
Mm,
point when Recon was really struggling to keep up militarily. And
true,
losing the military presence, the military upper hand over Recon at that stage was really, really bad for Rebel.
true, true, true. Dude, we're like already several minutes through these highlights, and we're only into minute 19. Oh, this
Yeah.
was so sick. Oh, this was so sick. Look at the bodies. Look at the bodies. Look at them hit the
Ghost
floor. Oh,
buildings.
oh,
It's
so sick.
immediately followed up by a big raid from Recon over there.
Yes. Sick plays for honestly, dude, super sick play from both players. Super sick play from both players.
Yeah, for sure. It's a high level game, no doubt about it.
And you know what? That was only half. Like, that was only the term highlights, right? We could still have plenty more Vortex highlights.
Yeah.
The Titan going down, the Chaoses and everything. All those Contarius everywhere. There was tons more highlights in that game. That was a banger, man. That was a proper banger.
Yeah, it's a really good game. And now, Maiden, we got the Peach Blossom Land. For the
Peach
first
Blossom
time,
Land.
at least in the main event of the Clash of Immortals, we get to see Peach Blossom Land.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm really excited for this. Dude, I was almost certain this was going to be Hades versus Zeus, but actually Rebel coming out with the surprise Isis pick. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, we only have 30 seconds before the game starts, so we don't have a lot of time for conversation. We can get into it, but we can talk about the map a little bit more as we see it. But I'm wondering if maybe Isis can get some aggression going through the middle. There's maybe some opportunity there. If she doesn't really find value, I think the late game Hades is going to be, pretty darn strong.
Yes, so let's talk about it when we get into the game. We're just about to start, so let's have this game started and you can introduce the players.
Oh boy. Alrighty, folks, welcome to Peach Blossom. Oh, I think this is my new second favorite map. It reminds me of home. I grew up with a bunch of peach blossoms. Love it. Anyways, yeah, it's beautiful. Look, it's beautiful. It's just so nice.
It's
right?
the season
Such a
too,
nice
at least in Denmark right now for these trees.
If I went, my parents chopped down we had 2 giant blossom trees right in the front of the house, and every springtime, oh my goodness, tons and tons and tons of these little blossoms all over the place. Anyway, okay, so yeah, let's get down to it. Rappel is in the red down here on the bottom side. He is playing Isis. Okay, he's playing Isis. And then we've already looked at Recon. We know Recon's playing Hades in the blue, of course. There he blows. There we go. There he blows. So okay, as you can see, yes, as we are seeing right now, there is water around that little chunk of map in the middle. There are fishing spots. There are also little pathways. So that kind of lightly colored water on the left-hand side of your screen, that can be passed by units. Yes, perfect. Look at the cranes. That's beautiful. Yeah, that can be crossed by both water and land units, which is really cool. So there's some little pathways out to the exterior. And Soup, the exterior are where gold mines and town centers are.
Yes, exactly. And also important to notice that there is one additional town center for both players here. So you've got the town center in the middle of the map where you start, and then there's 3 additional ones to grab on the sides.
Yeah.
And not only that, something I only realized when I played this map a few days ago, well, a week ago actually at this stage, but nevertheless, another thing that's interesting about this map is on the outskirts, the forests are really, really poor. So if you want wood, you got to be on the main island. If you want gold, you want to be on the outskirts. So it's super chaotic, this map. And you cannot just say, I'm going to stay inside my own little base on the main island, because then you won't get gold. At the same time, you cannot say, I'm going to be only on the outskirts, because then you cannot get wood.
Interesting. Good eye, good observation there. Okay, so there's some fun little complexities here. I've only seen, shout out to Darth Nox in chat. Darth Nox, I think it was Darth Nox against, I can't remember who, against Darth Revan actually. Shout out to the boys. Shout out to the Sith boys. In their qualifier match they played on this map, and it was a weird game. It was a pretty weird game, but it was exciting to see. So I want to see the game shape up more, man. I want to see. It was a relatively quick game, that one I'm referring to. So I want to see how this one's going to shape up. Potentially go late game. Potentially see the wood problem or complication that you mentioned. Play a factor. I want to see.
I want to see the chaos. I played I only played this game one time for real, and it was so chaotic because I went to the outskirts because I wanted the gold mines, and then my opponent, which was Hades, was just brute forcing his way into my main base with Petropolis and a bunch of different stuff. And it's just like, oh man, there's so much chaos going on. Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see these 2 high-level players trying to make sense of the chaos, trying to keep up. It's going to be epic.
How much before? I mean, we're at 3.5 minutes. We're close to clicking up Classical Age and see what the player's going to do. 2 TCs, aggressive army, blah blah blah. Before we get there, did the water in that one game you're referring to? I don't know who you're playing against. did the water make a big difference? I mean, it's going to impact your economy because there's fishing ships, right?
Yeah.
But what about later stages of the game where you can get siege ships, where arrow ships can get involved and pick off units here and there and whatnot? What about the water?
Well, the way we played it was just small skirmishes here and there. The main fights were on land. But now that you mention it, dude, the siege boats have been reworked to the point where they can now attack town centers on land. And if you look on the top of side, for example, or at the bottom, there's like
Hmm.
2 town centers for both players that are exposed to siege boats.
Ooh, yeah,
So
especially this one. There's at
yeah,
least one for both
at least
players.
one, maybe two. And
Mm.
it's just, oh my god, this is just going to contribute to the chaos if those towns and if those settlements are vulnerable to water attacks.
Yep, 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 yep.
But yeah,
I hope we
dude,
get to that stage of the game.
yeah, that would be sick. Best is in for the Rebel, and we see Athena in for Recon. I think that's pretty much expected. I do
Yeah.
think that from the ISIS player, we're going to see an early Ancestors Eclipse inside of Recon space.
Ooh.
I think that's the on water. That's just the general play that you want to go for, and it's going to be very hard to defend. Even if you got both heroes in location, it's still going to be hard to defend.
Yes, it's true. It's true. I don't know. I could see ancestors getting a lot of value, like some villagers kind of stuck. I don't know, just all if they're kind of crammed in this one central little base. But at the same time, ancestors eclipse on an economy is not as strong when you have so many fishing ships.
Ah, true.
It's an advantage, but it's such a bigger economy that's already established. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
eh,
This middle of the map is not as crammed as other iterations of this map I've seen. It's actually quite a big center. So I
yeah,
do think there's a possibility that we're just going to see some big fights occurring over the middle. We do see a bunch of walls being set up already, though. And
yeah,
Ajax getting a nice kill on this villager. This is the kind of thing that you really look for on a map like this. Small
nice.
victories early on to start this off. Really, really good for Recon here.
Yeah, just gotta try and snowball something. Find little bits of value wherever you can. Got
Even
Nephthys
getting
pre-queued.
Balls of Erebus in for Recon as well.
Mm.
So yeah, Recon at the moment is definitely pulling ahead in economy, but at the same time we do see Rebel with a pre-queue on the Nephthys, like you're saying. All he needs now is the gold, and I'm sure the food will be there when the gold is there because he's got so many fishing boats. Look at that! Oh my god!
Both players do. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Not
I
true.
think Rappel has 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish, 6, 7-ish, 8-ish. So they're both around 21, 24 fishing ships. Pretty equivalent. Rappel's on 2 TCs though.
Oh
I
my
know
god,
Ajax is here.
this is huge. Dude, getting the Ajax on top of the gold mine during prosperity with the Pharaoh
Yeah.
nearby, just gotta keep dude, I would if this was me, I would sacrifice the Ajax here. Force the idle
Oh.
time during prosperity, force the
Mhm.
idle time on the Pharaoh. It doesn't matter that Ajax dies. It's 150 resources. Ah, maybe Recon knows better than me. I'm surprised he doesn't stay there. But
Well, I
actually,
think. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say we saw the second TC from Rebel. We haven't commented on
Yeah.
that. So it's actually 2 town centers versus one. So
Yeah.
interesting dynamic.
Okay. Here's the thing. We got Apollo coming in for Recon in blue, right?
Yeah.
Recon is on 1 TC. He's dropping military barracks, as we already pointed out. We got the Minotaur and everything coming over. So it feels like he's prepping for an underworld over to the second TC position of Rabble, which could be really good. But Nephthys is coming in, so that could prompt a defensive Ancestors Eclipse um, to potentially take out an underworld. So this is going to be a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what the play. Oh, and a monument could just block it. Actually, anyway, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Recon goes for here. Um, Considering he's just slowly getting behind an economy, and is he going to be able to find value with military? He's going to have to.
Rebel doesn't know that Recon is just on 1 TC. I think if he did, he would be perfectly fine using Ancestors Eclipse to defend against the Underworld Passage. But,
Yeah.
well, maybe he knows now with his Sphinx that there's no 2 TC. Either way,
Mm.
dude, this is interesting. I really wonder how this Underworld Passage is going to go from Recon. Surely
Well, it's
from
It's a little bit dicey because of the monuments. The monuments
Oh,
force you. Oh, he used it. Okay, well the monument didn't block it, so never mind.
this
Here
is
we
some
go.
weird underworld. These are Hades hoplites, by the way. They're not Zeus hoplites. I don't
Yeah.
think he can, dude. I don't think Recon can get this, can he?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. The Migdal is up. If he was not heroic, maybe. But the Migdal is up. Chariots are already coming out. Chariots are gonna clean this, dude. Chariots are gonna clean this.
Oh, this is not great for Recon. I think he
Yeah,
should
yeah.
have waited, or he should have used it more to the left side where the gold mine is exposed. That underworld is going to be very rough to get any value out of. I think Recon recognizes this already. That was a bit of a blunder from him.
Well, plus it's under the under the arrow fire of both the Migdal and the town center. So it's
Yeah.
just passively dying. It's not like he can just leave it there and use it later. That thing is just passively dying.
And Rebel doing such a good job garrisoning these priests in and out. So Recon is forced to continually micro over here. The Hoplites are doing a
Scorpion
tremendous job.
Hoplites are, I agree, and there we go,
Ah.
forcing it.
Recon, I think he'll be very happy with that. Probably should just retreat now, maybe. I don't know. He's actually staying to fight. He wants to fight the Ancestors Eclipse. He's not retreating this position at all.
Wow. Okay.
Mercenaries
seeing-
coming in from Rebel as well. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Recon
Jeez.
just not giving up.
I mean, is it worthwhile though? Is it worthwhile? It's forcing Ancestors Eclipse of God Power combo. He's getting a lot of kills. He's getting a lot of kills for sure. Did he stay? He might have stayed there too long.
I think I just don't think he wants to retreat from there. I think he realizes this underworld passage is how he's going to win the game. One town center versus two. If he gives
Wow.
up this underworld passage, what is Recon gonna do after this? Well, we'll see now.
Yeah.
Scylla, at least, going to work over here, and it's already taken care of 3 fishing boats and another dock. So there's one good thing for Recon, that's the Scylla.
Yeah. I think honestly, I think you could do the same strategy because think about it. Think about it. Rappel went 2 TCs. Okay, and so we see a second town center coming up for Recon. Rappel went 2 TCs, and he was only later to the heroic age by what, 30 seconds, something like that. Like
Yeah.
kind of an insignificant amount of time.
Yeah.
And so he was able to defend just fine. So it seems like he maybe could have done the same strategy 30 seconds later with a bigger economy and a bigger economy going into the future of the game.
Oh, for sure. I agree with you. This Scylla,
Nice.
if it had one more head, it would have one-shot those vills, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Recon, losing that underworld passage means that he now has to find different avenues of attacking. And on this map, with these wood lines in the middle, with the big, whatever you call it, Ouroboros river around your base, it's really hard to find a way of attacking your enemy here.
Well, I mean, I agree, Sub, but at the same time, you could say the same thing for Rappel. Sure, Rappel's ahead by 15 villagers, but he is losing some fishing ships, so that doesn't necessarily mitigate. Priest probably taking down the Skilla. Anyway, so there is a little bit of some, economic damage that he's doing. And actually, is that a 1, 2? Is that another town center Recon is getting? 1, 2, 3. No,
Oh
it's
yeah.
not.
Wait, no, it's just a fortress. But
Okay.
you see Osiris is in for Rebel now, so he will have
Oh.
Son of Osiris. He's probably going to have catapults. He's probably going to have upgraded camels. And this is just a notoriously difficult thing to deal with for Greek if they don't have a well set up economy themselves.
Indeed. That is fair enough. That is fair enough, but there's so many there's so much around the exterior of the map that's valuable that Rappel does not necessarily have everything set up to push with a strong push and Son of Osiris through the center. And so I think that gives Recon a little bit of time to catch up economically, maybe get Mythic himself, blah 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 blah.
I wonder.
And
I
then
wonder how Rebel's going to play it. Because yeah, he's got 2 options available the way I see it. Either he goes for a big attack in the middle with Son of Osiris catapults, like I mentioned, or he could potentially just get that Desert Wind upgrade, and then he can spam camels and make plays around the map on the outside.
Oh, that's a fun idea. Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fun idea.
See, this is what I'm
That's a
saying.
fun
This map
idea.
is so good. We don't know what to expect out of this map at all.
There's the camel. Oh,
Oh,
oh, oh! A
what is
Leviathan
this?
is a transport! A Leviathan is a transport! Oh, that's so funny! Oh, that's so funny!
Leviathan taking down the Vil as well. Now Chiron moving over on the other side of that wall. There is another camel there. This Leviathan getting a lot of value. Hephaestus is in for recon. Hephaestus in for recon, and that gives him access to Plenty Vault. It gives him access to really cheap armory upgrades. So he's getting Prodromos himself now, maybe realizing that there's going to be a bunch of camels. It does look like it's going to be the Desert Wind camels play from the Rebel. Recon saying, I'm going to make Prodromos to counter that. See on the top side here. Do they have Desert Wind already? Vodka, the camels?
No, it's researching right now.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. Okay, so he's getting champion upgrade and he's getting Desert Wind. So definitely Prodromos. These are naked Prodromos without any lion upgrades to their name. So Recon, he needs those as soon as possible.
Do you like the Hephaestus pick versus Artemis?
I kind of like it, yeah. I'm not even sure. I haven't played around too much with Hephaestus, to be honest. I tend to just go for if I really want to win the game, I just go for Artemis because it's the safe option. You get Earthquake, you get that amazing Shafts of Plague upgrade. But I do think Hephaestus with the Plenty Vault, especially if you get the favor for a second Plenty Vault, has a lot of value to it. Yeah. Love that Stonewall upgraded coming in for Recon. So annoying for Rebel to deal with.
Well, here's the way I look at it. The Plenty Vault is going to mitigate some of that economic deficiency or disadvantage that Recon has had for the past however many minutes. So that's a little bit of a bonus. But also Earthquake can be difficult to use against Isis simply because of the monuments, right? I think if Rappel is on point, he can really mitigate Earthquake being used against him.
Yeah, definitely see Hephaestus making a lot of sense here. And the game is not like the immediate power spike that you get with the Chimera and the Earthquake. Even if you do get a good Earthquake off, it's not likely to really turn this game in either or direction. It seems like we are heading for the long haul here, aren't we?
Yeah, buddy. Oh, I'm excited for it, Soup. I'm excited for it. Oh, mama. But I completely agree. That's almost like the same thing I said about the Son of Osiris. When he was going Osiris, he didn't really have everything prepared for an immediate attack with Son of Osiris through the center. We can see now he's starting to attack through the middle.
Son of Osiris
he's starting to
there.
get there.
Oh my god, Rebel, does he have he have catapults at all here? He really needs he needs 3 catapults here, and he needs them now. But the pathing is a bit off, or the whatever it was. 2 catapults are nearing, and this is a lot of pressure for Recon. I don't think he's prepared for this at all, and it's so hard for Recon.
Well, but Soup, is this not so similar to what you experienced in that one game you were talking about? How you went around the exterior and your opponent was trying to go through the middle? Yep. So this should feel familiar.
For sure. For sure. Like it's such a hard map to play. And Recon right now is being punished for placing his units on the outskirts instead of having them in the middle, although he does have his army right there, right now.
Yeah.
2 catapults in for Rebel. That'll be enough to seriously pressure this Hades base.
Yes, for sure. For sure. By all means, we're seeing all those armory upgrades coming in from the cheaper, Hephaestus making them cheaper. Losing a couple of buildings, this is hurting for Rappel. For Recon, it hurts. But since there are 3 town centers around the exterior and all the gold and everything, I think he's okay for now. And while this is good for Rappel, Recon's okay to chill, lose a little bit, but he's just going to come back with a vengeance soon enough. Once all these upgrades come in, he gets popped with, fully upgraded units, etc. I think he's going to be okay, man. We even see Gastrofrides coming in. That's crazy. Gastrofeteros.
These Gastrofeteros have 24 range, so I think they are designated Son of Osiris killers in this instance.
Yeah.
Recon finally taking this fight. I think he's forced to take it because those catapults are just getting so much value. And this is a big fight. Son of Osiris. 4 mummies.
Yo.
4 mummies in this fight. And they've got the Vizier upgrade too. And this is too much. Recon is not able to plow through this at all.
Dude, why did he take this? I know that you said that like he's feeling pressured in his base, like right here. It's and it's sort of eliciting him to attack, but if you just jump off a cliff, like what? It's like just jumping off a cliff. He just suicided so many freaking units there.
He's got houses here. He's got his temple. He's got towers. Like if he gives up all of this for free, that's gonna be it has to be rebuilt, and he's just losing so much momentum in the process. I think
but it's happening anyway, Soup. It's happening anyway, and now he lost all those units in addition. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I think I think Rebel put himself in a very nice position there with the Son of Osiris, with the mummies there. This is such a menacing army. Even if Recon sat back for 5 minutes, what then? What was he realistically aiming towards that would put him in a better spot than there?
I suppose I don't know. I don't know. Rappel might just be too far ahead. Dude, the way I'm comparing this map a little bit like Watering Hole. So in Watering Hole, if you get behind, if you don't have control of the middle, there's water to play around with. There's side builds and transport ships and stuff like that, and on and on and on. So I think there are options here for Recon. We can see some Gashafides trying to take this thing down. There's options. This game ain't over yet, but Rappel is looking good, real good.
Rebel's got the Death Ball. And that's a rough position to be playing against. Recon can never get through this. Five mummies here. Son of Osiris still alive. And look at all the minions just popping up here.
Oh my god, dude. Plus look at the population difference. 280 to 225. Oh. Brutal.
And Rebel is taking over this town center before long. That's going to give him plus 50 population over Recon, plus the fact that he's ISIS. So if he's got 5 town centers, that's 5 times 4 additional population. That's 70 population in total over Recon, because he's got that ISIS bonus. And if he gets to that point, that's just going to be too much.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Dude, plus the camels, the fast camels, not only does he have the death ball, but he also has the potential for the camels to leave the death ball and go raid around the exterior as well. So it just has everything. He is unstoppable. It's unstoppable.
Such a crazy composition here. People tend to forget about the power of the Egyptian power spike with Osiris, with these mummies. The death ball you can create here, it's so absurd. He's so absurdly difficult to fight against.
Yeah, man. Indeed. Maybe he can utilize his boats. There's that potential. In addition to these little attacks around the exterior, he can try and take over water. There's yeah. I saw the same thing, Vodka. Same time. Boom. He's Recon's dude. Recon ain't giving up, man. He's not giving up. He's trying to get things happening on the sides. I love it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but he's fighting to make it happen.
Oh, those 2 camels beating 6 Gashafides there. You really gotta be careful. Those units, they're very fragile.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the mummies here. You're not gonna break
5
through.
mummies? Did I count right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of them, dude. Are you kidding me?
And the mummy special sound is just constant. If it's not one, it's the other.
Yeah. Brutal.
The ISIS pick coming in huge here for Rebel.
I think it's actually a good idea. You were talking about maybe a Greek mirror, which I think that has merit. It definitely makes sense. But with the with the fish boom potential of Egyptian. Actually, I guess everybody can do a sick fish boom here, but still, I don't know. It just seemed like Recon or Rappel was able to hit the exact same heroic time, basically. Stronger economy, push through the middle, sick. His town center population advantage as ISIS. I think, with the extra town center, that's a good idea. He gets the extra population from more town centers.
Is Recon fighting back here?
barely.
I think with Perseus on the field here, with different other heroes, he's actually taken down the mummies. Plus, he's beginning to actually chunk down Rebel's army. He's making plays over here with the Petropolis. Recon, if he makes a comeback here, I don't know what I'll say. That's just gonna be ridiculous if he does.
He needs to hold through that central position, dude. Dude, 4,800 gold. Jeez, he needs to hold here. If he can just throw bodies at this death ball, and slowly make progress around the edges, it can definitely happen. But he has to just stop this and not let Rappo cross the river. Town center's down, dude. No gold, dude.
No
vodka,
gold.
No gold.
And the trade route is being disrupted here. This side build with the Petropolis, with the fortresses, is getting so much value. And the hoplites, they've got the Athena Aegis Shield, they've got the Sarissa. They're very good against the full Migdal army that Rebel is insisting on here. He's not making a transition over to X-Men, and I think it's really costing him.
It was looking so good for so long, but why is it working now? I don't understand.
I think he did the side build over on the right side, and Rebel was on 0 gold for so long. The trade route that he was trying to establish has been disrupted, and now, dude, Recon is on 250 population versus 280 for Rebel. And with the Plenty Vault, with the Vaults of Erebus for that matter, for Recon, dude, Recon is looking like he may actually be able to make one of the craziest comebacks I've ever seen. I never expected him to come back from this.
Dude, this death ball was so crazy strong. I'm shocked that he stopped it. Dude, I'm shocked that he stopped it.
And it's just hoplites. He was making hoplites and heroes, and then he was targeting down the mummies. And I think maybe Rebel looked away for a second or two where he shouldn't. And before he knew it, those mummies were gone. And when the mummies are gone, that means that the minions are gone, meaning there's no more left to tank against the hoplites. So now the chariot archers, the camels are all taking extra damage, and it's just, let's see here, 2 mummies remaining. Perseus is in, wasting the special, unfortunately, on the camel.
Where's all the millet? Dude, Rappel still is on 280 pop. Where is it?
And that's a good question.
Where's this pop, dude? Because looking at the game right now, it feels like Recon has the pop advantage, not Rappel.
Yeah. I think it's just that these Migdal units are 3 population, and still they're not even doing that much better than the hoplites. You know, population-wise, these hoplites are just so really good.
Yes. Look at the military value. Look at the military value, 7.k to compare to 5.8. Are you kidding me? Dude, it feels like this is happening. Unbelievable.
My God. Recon proving that he is a defensive just genius. I don't know how he does it. Dude, I don't know if I already called it, but like, dude, he was behind like 30 or 40,000 points up in the upper right corner. He's down 3 versus 5 town centers. Your opponent has got full control of the center. How does he make this happen? I don't understand it.
Having said that, I know that his main military population is currently hoplites, so, you know, food and gold. But he owns a lot of the land around the exterior, but Recon needs to be careful not to get wood starved. Coffee Junkie in chat just said the same thing. Small amount of wood for him. Yeah. So the Plenty Vault is going to trickle a little bit of wood, but still, true. As this game goes on, wood is pretty important for Greek, dude, even if you're spamming hoplites.
The wood starve, as we did mention earlier on, like these forests, even when they look like a big forest, they've only got 12 trees on them. So Titan is in for Recon. Titan is in for Rebel. And Rebel's getting the wall upgrade as well. It's going to be very nice for him. But looking at the sides, it's looking like Recon has taken good control of both the left and the right side now.
Yep. This is ridiculous. Dude, this map feels like a scenario at this point in time. Like, they're throwing up walls with towers. It looks good. We got the peach blossom trees looking sick. Like, This is weird and awesome.
Rebel with the full... Oh, look at the trade route from that town center over to that market. That's a
Bottom.
really, really good trade route. How much gold is that? It's got to be like almost 100, maybe.
No, I'm going with 73. Oh,
86.
darn it.
Almost
Split the
100.
difference.
I hit it precisely, as I said, almost 100.
Actually, it would probably be 100 if you put the market in the very tippy corner at the bottom.
Yeah, maybe. Either way,
Gotta get the tippy.
both players
See?
getting... What was that?
119. Check that out, dude.
Ooh,
Recon's
that's
getting
really good.
119.
That's
Sick.
very good. Still got that
Super
plenty ball. Look, Recon, he's got 14 on favor at the moment. I think he's probably aiming for a second plenty vault. That'll do him wonders if he gets there.
Mm. What? Sorry. The Titan Gate in the very corner. That's okay.
He doesn't want it to be raided by the camels or some funky... Well, Leviathan play. There's an option for a Leviathan play from Rebel.
Okay. So we're chilling. Calm before the storm.
This was like
Carcinos.
28 minutes of total chaos. And the last 2 minutes has just been, can we build a Titan and then we'll go back to the action.
Nobody wants to try and snipe each other's Titan. Oh. 200 favor for another Plenty Vault. 200 favor for another Underworld.
Ooh. Do you
What
think
would
so?
you prefer? Underworld or Plenty Vault? Which I don't know.
Well, I think it's going to be
good.
Yeah, it's going to be too late to stop the Titan from going up. If you had the option now, could be such a sick play to use the Underworld there, couldn't it?
Yeah.
But
even so, at any point in time, because your Titan can mitigate or kind of cancel out the opponent's Titan, and so after that, if Rappel's so focused on the front, that gives Recon a really sick opportunity to swap, kind of like a Sky Passage, just swap back to front to back to front to back to front.
Yeah, and we are at the stage now where Recon wins the big fights. We've seen that already. If Recon has his army positioned in one place, he's going to win that fight. So he will be able to defend the Underworld too if you just go for that approach.
Okay, well, let's see. I think this Titan is closer to attacking. And he doesn't necessarily... It's interesting. He doesn't necessarily know where the Titan Gate is of Recon's.
No, he doesn't
does know. You can see the percentage as to how close it is to being finished.
Yeah, he doesn't see any of that at all.
Yeah.
So actually, it's Rebel who wants to make something happen with the Titan now. He's putting the Titan over to his main army here. Son of Osiris is there too. But there's so much that he has to walk past if he wants to get there.
Yeah.
And deal damage.
Oh, 66 bills. Well, he does have a huge economy though, Vodka. So, if you're floating thousands and thousands of resources, you can maybe,
Rebel
do with some.
Rebel has been manually deleting villagers. I've seen that throughout this game.
Yeah.
After he killed after he built the Titan Gate, he killed a few and
Yeah. It's a good idea, man. That's a good idea. And also, since Recon there's his Titan. Since Recon does have plenty vault potential, that was fast. Anyway, he can delete some villagers himself. Sorry.
When the spawn animation occurs, that takes like 10 seconds. But if you just hover over the Titan, if you select it and then right click, you're gonna cancel the spawn animation.
Yeah, but it looks cool.
Oh yeah, that's true. But I don't know, Recon not like Magic, doesn't care too much about the viewers, I guess.
Jerk.
Didn't get to see the spawn animation. Hello.
That's what we're here for.
Wait, Titans can actually move over water. I don't know if that's going to be of any impact here, but yeah, could potentially see impact here.
So these walls are almost useless. They can walk through walls and they can walk over water.
Yeah. I think Rebel is sending his Titan back to defend against Recon's Titan now.
Yeah.
maybe realizing that
Fight.
he's not quite prepared for the attack that's happening down the bottom. Can we see? Dude, that's such a good attack from Recon. He's taking this TC down. And even if Rebel sends his Titan down now, you know, he's not going to get that TC up anytime soon. And that just means that this fight is going to be even more difficult to defend for Rebel. He's down 34, wait, what is it? 29 population as a result of this.
Yeah. Plus under, let's see, dude, he has 253 favor. He can use an underworld. So he can bring his whole army, a good portion of his army to help kill Rappel's Titan as well.
You're right. The fact that he hasn't actually spent it just yet on a Plenty Vault does suggest that he's going to use it on an Underworld, doesn't it?
Assuming he's paying attention, right?
What's he doing with the Titan here? It's a bit funky, isn't it? Dude, this is looking cool with the big cliff right nearby. Everything's on a grander scale now than it was before. Recon losing so much HP on the Titan. There's the Underworld.
There it is.
Oh,
and there's Osiris!
Dude, that's so smart! Wait, where's the remaining army?
He just wants to bring over his heroes, I guess. There we go.
I thought he was gonna kill the son of Osiris with it. I guess not.
Surprise! There's the hoplites. Here we go. Dude, look at the Greek Titan. He's almost dead, man.
Yeah, Recon didn't fight the early Titan battle very well here, but at the very least, whoa, he's taking this town center. Recon is gonna have a 5 versus 3 town center advantage in no time here.
Wow.
He's gonna have it. He's gonna have a Titan to deal with, but that's gonna be a low HP Titan, and with the Underworld there as well.
But sea ships. There's sea ships attacking it. There's sea ships.
That Titan is only he's going down so rapidly.
Woo. There it goes.
Dead burp.
Still, but here's the thing. Because of the Underworld, because the Titan fight happened on the backside of Rappel's base, Rappel is playing defense now, dude. He has not been attacking for a long time. He's playing defense. So the Recon, even though he's behind in score, Recon completely has the initiative in this game. And Rappel's just, defending here, defending there, defending here, defending there, defending his trade route. Oh my god! He has 20! Rappel has 19, 18, 17 villagers! Where is his economy?
It's nowhere to be seen, and his trade route is not working either. Rebel doesn't have an income at the moment, other than fishing boats, pretty much.
He's got fishing boats and he has a trade route that's not really able to function. Oh my god, what is happening? Dude! Oh my god, oh dude, it's happening. It is happening, and it has happened. It has happened.
We do see the siege boats actually getting a lot of value, taking down one town center here, trying to get some value up on the fortress, but they take massive damage from these fortresses, to be fair. So still some difficulty for Rebel to really make that work. Dude, Recon is just rebuilding it.
No gold for Rappel. Look at his trade, dude. Unbelievable. This is what we want on Peach Blossom, folks. This is what we want.
Dude, I've been waiting for this game the entire tournament. Why can't we see this map being played? We finally see it, and it does pay off. This is it's good. I don't know who created this map, but hats off to them. I really like to see this.
Absolutely, dude. Abso-frickin-lutely. The second best map in the game. First is still Watering Hole. It's official, but this is the second best map in the game. Right? Right.
I don't know about that.
Anyway, we didn't hear what Soup just said. 14 villagers? Like, dude. I get it that Rappel still has resources, but he needs villagers to, build town centers, build buildings, build stuff, right? Does he not need villagers? Am I wrong about this? What's happening?
He's got 21,000 wood and a lot of food. He's still. I get it why he can still make something happen, but he needs vills to build stuff. Without new buildings, you're not gonna make progress on the map. You can continue spamming units here and there, but if you don't gain grounds with walls, with buildings, with this and that, it doesn't amount to anything.
Exactly. So that what that means ultimately, Sue, is that he's simply losing ground
Yeah.
because Recon is attacking this building, that building, this building, that building, this town center, that this. Oops, idle shades, whoopsies. Anyway, so slowly he's just losing more and more ground.
And the trade route for Recon has been totally undeserved this entire time. What was it, 116 gold or so on the trade route? Ridiculous value for Recon. And this is a big part of this is a big reason why he's doing so well. It's because he doesn't even have that many trade caravans, but they're just pulling in the work.
Yeah.
And second plenty of all cash from Recon too now, so he's oh my god, he's so strong at the moment. Still got nine villagers on prayer duty.
Prayer duty.
Prayer duty, yeah.
What?
I imagine
What
like
again?
I imagine like a dictator just pointing their finger at the villagers. Pray. You're on prayer duty.
Hey man, it's would you rather be on prayer duty or on I don't know farm duty? Yeah.
I don't know if I'm being forced to pray and like be passionate about it. You're gonna pray well at the same time. I don't know. I think it would be difficult.
Just go through the motions. Yeah. At least you're inside. Yeah.
Anastrophe coming in for Recon. What even does that do, Vodka?
You hover over that. Got it. Yeah.
Oh, it's great. It gives the hammer boats. Yeah, it should be really good for him now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Extra damage on the hammer boats. Why not?
Why not? Dude, Rapple's still hey man, we have seen some competitors today. Magic hanging on, creating some sick games. Rapple's still hanging in here. It's gonna be, it seems like Recon can close out this game, but Rapple ain't dead, dude. He's up to 17 villagers, come on.
You're saying it like he's just about to advance to the classical age. 17 mils!
Dude, he's got some fishing ships, man. He's got a trade route still working. Sure, he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose another TC here. Uh-oh.
He's
fighting
what's that?
though, man.
What's another TC?
True. Yeah, whatever. Whatever.
This
19
Hades
bills,
army
man.
is looking so strong. And you know what the crazy part is? If this was Zeus, those hoplites would be even better. They would be faster. They could take down buildings so much more efficiently than what Recon is doing here. So it's just something to keep in mind. If you can get to this stage with Zeus on this map, yeah, this is why I was saying basically that Zeus was my expected god here from Rebel. But I did like the Isis pick a lot. I think Rebel made so much work with Isis, with the Son of Osiris, with the Death Ball. Somehow Recon just made the comeback. Dude, I don't even know how.
Well, it feels like I agree about the Zeus hoplites. I think that Hades archers could also, there's a good argument for the Hades archers. Like if you think about a bottleneck in the center between the two starting town centers, that could be really sick for like a Hades push with really good peltas. Really good upgraded peltas, for example. So
Yeah.
I think there's value for either, honestly. 8 gold. Oh, geez, that is a lot less than 119.
It's not good. It's not optimal. It's suboptimal trade route currently for the Rebel.
You could say that again, man. You could definitely say that again. Right.
29 vills though, versus 56 for Recon. Recon not producing bills either. He's just making hoplites. look at Recon's production queue. It's just hoplites and heroes.
Dude, he doesn't even need villagers, man. He's got fishing ships, he's got trade caravans, and he's got 2 plenty vaults. What does he need for villagers?
Yeah, true. Hoplites and heroes sounds like my Dungeons and Dragons game or something. Hoplites and heroes.
Hoplites and Heroes. That sounds like some obscure game that Recon is a pro at.
Yeah, probably.
Recon likes to play some obscure RTS games, like a Grey Goo. I
Recon
find that to be a
likes
little bit
to
obscure.
play very esoteric games, if you know what I'm saying. If you've ever
Kaiju Princess 2.
Yes.
For the win. Esoteric, that's one way to put it.
Nah. For now, he's playing Age of Mythology. I think when Recon overtakes Rebel in score in the upper right corner, that's when Rebel has to surrender.
Well, I mean,
There's a,
he's not gaining any ground. I think it is time. I think it is time. He's yeah, and score lead for Recon, production for Recon. Looks like Rapple might have thrown in the towel. He is producing a camo caravan. And he's microwave. Oh, there he goes with his production. There we go.
142
Really cool game.
142 pop for Rebel, 311 for Recon.
Wow.
An honor and a privilege watching these two battle it out here, but I think we're getting to the point, Rebel. We need to call it a game, look forward to the next one.
Yeah, the series isn't even over, dude. It's gonna be 2-1.
Yes, great. 2-1, are you kidding me? This has gone on for hours. These two are very well matched.
Yeah, man. Definitely. We could potentially have 2 more games, actually, of this series.
Yep.
That doesn't even count the other series, by the way.
It's fine. Recon now with the score lead. It's pushing this. What is this? Second town center for Rebel? This is the trade route market, very importantly to notice. So if this does go down, it means that Rebel no longer has a trade route to speak of.
Yeah.
Rebels and 10 bills.
Well, look, you can respect the competitor wanting to hang in there and fight back. I think most of us can agree that it's probably time at this point in time. I respect the competition. You know, I think it's time. Okay, there we go. Rapple finally agrees, and Recon is up 2-1. Soup. He put in the work, bro. He earned that thing. He earned that dub for sure.
Oh yeah, what a game, dude! This is a game of the tournament contender. I obviously know the tournament isn't over just yet, but this was ridiculous from both players. Really high level, really back and forth, and lots of action throughout the game. Loved watching this game.
Dude, Peach Blossom, man. Hey, I know all the other players who are out there. Units killed, dude. Dude, what? Recon was just bashing those hoplites into Rapple, and it worked.
Yeah.
Dude, it worked.
175 hoplites produced by Recon. Wait, I'm surprised it's not more. Considering Rebel killed 1,000, only 175 of those were hoplites.
Dude, villagers killed 179. Wow.
Beautiful.
Wow. What a game, man. What a cool game. I mean, like think of the highlights back on this thing. We're going to Bamboo Grove is the next game, everybody. Another Chinese. Starting off with a nice little Vil pick, which is pretty sick.
Dude, this underworld was sketchy, to say the least. But somehow he actually made it work. He forced the Ancestors Eclipse. He even took a prolonged fight there before finally retreating. But, dude, Rebel was looking like he was doing just fine for the vast majority of the early game here, at least.
Yeah. This felt like a Zeus Underworld.
Yeah.
But, I think you actually might have made this comment when it was happening. It felt like a Zeus Underworld, thinking the hops would be able to like pick off the buildings.
Yeah.
But it's a Hades one, so didn't quite make its mark.
But I think right here, forcing out the mercenaries, he's picking off units with Peltast against the Chariot Archers. The hoplites are going to town on the camels. He's even fending off the Ancestors Eclipse, however ridiculous it may seem. And then maybe slightly overstaying his welcome. But in the end, this Underworld passage wasn't even as bad as it kind of looked like for a small bit here. He's killing a Pharaoh here, isn't he? Boom. Yeah. I didn't notice that. Sick. That's a big kill as well.
Yep.
And yeah, now Recon says, all right, that's enough. Forcing Ancestors Eclipse, lots of mercenaries, lots of kills in the process. Really, really good. And the big Leviathan play.
So sick. So cheeky. So sick. Beautiful, man. Oh, dude, I thought Recon, after this fight, I thought he was burnt toast, man. Burnt French toast.
Dude, I
Uh,
think everyone was pretty certain that, okay, Recon, you lost it. Dude, you're
yeah,
against the five mummies, son of Osiris, fully upgraded Desert Wind camels and chariot archers. You're toast,
yeah.
Recon. You can
Oh
call
yeah.
it here. Go on over to the next game. That's what I was thinking. I didn't say it out loud, but
I know, man. I know. He hung in there like a champ, and man,
yeah, the side builds with the Gesserfeteros here. Over on the right side, he eventually manages to make a really sick play with Petrobolos. And while he made those plays on the outskirts of the map, he's slowly getting to the point, as we see here, where his army can actually compete with the Death Ball. I don't think this fight is it, because there's no heroes still in the mix versus five mummies. Yeah, you see just running into a brick wall here.
dude, that's why I'm so confused. That fight that we just saw was mostly hoplites, right? And he,
Yeah.
and he died. Like, sure, there were five mummies there, so okay, fine. Perseus was not into the mix, but at this point in time, we're 22 minutes in. Um, yeah, like this fight right here, I think Recon had to back off, back off, back off. But for some reason, Rappel never successfully crossed this river, and I don't completely understand why.
Yeah, I think Rebel was maybe just content seeing how he was five versus three town centers with the death ball. I think in Rebel's mind, he was just saying, I'm ISIS, I'm five versus three town centers. Hello, I'm just slowly gonna win here. But then this happens. You see the mummy numbers, that's the big issue here. When the mummy
Mm,
numbers are five and the minions are there to tank everything, things are perfectly fine for Rebel. But now the mummy numbers are dwindling. He's forced to retreat from that area, and the side builds are beginning to kick in for Recon.
mm,
That's when Rebel realizes, oh my god, I may actually be in trouble here after all.
huh.
And the trade
Yeah, the
route
gold
disrupted
problem.
here. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Dude, I can't believe he wasn't able to cross the river. I guess it was all about the mummy numbers. He had five.
Yeah.
He lost two-ish in that fight, and then, lost him again. I
Zero
guess it
here.
just came down to the mummies.
Yeah. He's trying to rebuild his mummies right now, but now he's got one there. You see it being targeted down very easily.
Mm,
And he never got those mummies back up, meaning he never got the minions to tank for him again. And with Recon getting the plenty vaults, still got the Vaults of Erebus, he's got favor for a new underworld eventually. The value for that Hades late game just starts to rack up too much.
mm. What a game. What a game. What a game. Yeah, we could go on and on and on in terms of highlights there, man. We could just continue, because it was such a long and crazy game with big plays. But we got to look forward. What are we're looking at the bracket. Okay, we're looking at the bracket, everybody. Just a quick look and reminder, everybody. Reminder: Mista against Tunison is currently happening. Okay, it is. I believe Boyd, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Boyd is casting that live. So open up his channel on screen one, on screen two. Keep this open on screen one, but that's currently happening on screen two. Magic is going to be playing tomorrow against somebody. We'll check that out later. Grass is going to be playing tomorrow. We'll check that out later. Okay, here we go. Magic against Nola's cool. Grass against El Matador, cool. And then we got Lukia Mosca waiting for the two losers in this current matchup, and then either Tunison or Mista. So
Magic Nollis, I want to watch
intriguing.
that one.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Here we go. We got about a minute before we're going to jump into this first game.
It's another good
We're going to be
matchup
on.
here. Bamboo Grove is very defensive. I think this favors a 2 TC Boom a lot, because even your defensive town center a lot of the time will provide you with a lot of value. So Nuwa, obviously, of all the gods in the game, I think Nuwa is the one who prefers the 2 TC Boom more so than anyone else. I think she's pretty much a very standard pick on the Bamboo Grove here. That said, though, Zeus, I think, is also good with the 2 TC Boom. He's got those hoplites that we've been talking about in this last game. Could really provide a good contender against Nuwa here on Bamboo Grove.
Well, we'll find out soon enough, man. Here we go. game number 4, I guess, technically, kind of. Game number 4 in this series, folks. We got Recon here in the blue, bottom leftish side of the map. He's going for New Wa. Going for New Wa, we have a bolt on a Pioneer right away, which introduces Rapple in the red, going for Zeus, using his bolt right away. What are your thoughts on that, Soup? Are we
I like it.
agreeing with the bolt?
I
You like
like
it?
it. If you find your opponent scout immediately as Zeus, you can put them in the total dark. Like for example, let's see things from Recon's perspective here. Like this is wait right. Like this
The
this is
bolt happened immediately.
if this is what all you see, you're not gonna get any wiser until you build a temple and new pioneers for yourself. And that's gonna take so long. So right now, dude, Recon is just sitting here and he doesn't. Yeah, well, he can guess what the map layout is looking like, but it's all guesswork basically.
Yeah. What about do they start? They start with goats. Could he maybe? It's a little bit risky, but would you want to send your goats out to try and find something to give you a little bit of information? It's like I said, it's risky, and you only have 2 of them. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a good call, maybe, because there's a good chance that you're going to find out where that safe settlement is. But at the
mm,
same time, I think you just got to say, all right, I need a relatively early temple, and then I need at least 2 pioneers who needs to go scouting for me.
mm,
But dude, even then, pioneers takes micro and APM to be scouting effectively. And when you're
sure.
4 minutes into the game, you don't have the awareness to micro properly with your 2 or 3 pioneers. So Recon's in some trouble. I love that bolt from Rebel, honestly. I think it's going to provide him a
Yeah,
lot of value throughout the game.
I agree, man. I agree. Super strong. Okay, there we go. A recon in the blue with just a tiny. How does that? I mean, like it's not like the temple really expands his vision, at all. It's oh, the Kaofu chieftain. That's cool. Getting the the hero Kaofu out. That's nice, I guess.
Yeah, it's really good. You could versus Zeus, you can expect 2 heroes and a myth unit to be on your doorstep very early on, but the hero Kuafu can take care of that just fine. And we see
Alrighty.
Hotu in for recon. Hotu providing that early defense with the Earth Wall, which is really good against the Greek heroes because Greek heroes are super good units, but they don't deal that much damage against the Earth Wall. So there's a good likelihood that you can trap those Greek heroes if they ever overextend.
Well, let's see. Honestly, if I were the Rabble, I'd be thinking, things are pretty sweet. He knows that Recon doesn't see anything around the map, so he probably feels pretty darn sweet, right? Going into the classical age through Athena. Pretty sweet like blueberry pancakes, right? Right, Soup?
Yeah, I love blueberry pancakes. So we got the Rebel looking like he wants to go for a second town center right now. He's only got 3 villagers and food. And he's trying to get to that 350 gold, 350 wood stage of the game right now. And when he does that, he's certainly going to go for that second TC. Recon, this is an interesting use of creation. So as soon as you get to the classical age, you go from 2 to instead 4 clay peasants. And this gives Recon a nice early boost to his economy. 120 seconds of having 4 additional peasants is going to net you a lot of extra resources. So very interesting use here from Recon. I really like that a lot, actually. Creation has been nerfed in the heroic and mythic age, so the value in the early classical age, as we see here, is definitely much better than it used to be before that nerf. Second TC info Rebel, and down the bottom, it does look like Recon has sent his hero Kuafu, and he's building a town center of his own. I think right now, with this state of things, this is obviously an advantage for Rebel because he's the one grabbing the forward town center. The reason he can do that is because he's Greek and he's got the Jason out and he's got the Minotaur and he's the one who scouted the map to begin with, right? So definitely favoring Rebel in the sense that he's got a better sense of the map. He's got more map control. But Recon with a nice little raid here. No bolt available. That's the big downside to what Rebel did here. He cannot bolt that first initial Cheongchi. So I think that was Rebel getting his TC up. And ooh, big, nice little catch here. The Jason can still hit the Cheongchi as it's retreating in the air with its bow. And that Cheongchi is going to have to probably go back. Big issue with playing China is that you don't have a healer in the classical age. You do have access to sages in the heroic age, but they're expensive. And to be frank, they're not great healers. So any damage that you deal on these Chinese units, these big prime targets of the Chinese myth units, it's going to stay there. They're not going to get healed back up, like if it was a Sphinx, for example. This is a nice attack from Recon. 4 Pioneers over on that location. That Minotaur is probably going down now, and good chance there may even die a villager here. At any rate, it's a good attack because he's forcing the villagers to be idle. We'll see here. Rebel probably trying to maybe dodge the arrows. Either way, he doesn't have to. Nice attack from Recon. Minimal investment for good amount of value here.
All right, so it looks like Recon has recovered fairly well. Like he's even getting a nice little raid on Rappel right there. He's kind of sitting pretty here. He's even ahead by a couple of villagers as well. So
yeah,
despite all of that disaster, he's doing okay now, eh?
I'm not sure how it goes exactly on the UI with the villager population, but I think potentially Chinese tends to just be ahead of other civilizations because of the Kuafu.
That's right.
They take 30 seconds to train, but they will count as 3 villagers on the UI, right?
That's right.
So here we see 39 to 32, looking like a lot, but in reality, maybe not quite as much.
Well, but in addition to that, the Greek villagers, by default, they simply gather resources faster than the peasants. So you kind of need those Kuafu to complement your economy and keep up with Greeks. So in a Greek versus China matchup, it doesn't necessarily indicate the pure eco numbers doesn't really indicate strength of your economy or the resource generation.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see Recon. He's spending all his favor on Kuafu whenever it's possible. Like I don't know if he's auto queued the Kuafu at home, but at the very least, he is aware that whenever favor goes over 17, he needs to have a good reason not to use favor on them. These are such good units. Peasants, very, very weak villagers, but then Kuafus are so good. And his Pioneers Fire Arch is really good choice against the Heroes and Hoplites. Once again, Heroes and Hoplites.
Yeah, I know. It's Rappel this time going for Heroes and Hoplites, though. Instead of Recon this time, but even so, I mean, they're looking pretty good here. Recon looking pretty darn good, man. Like, dude, he's got 2 groups of them at the same time. Should get a will kill here. Sick.
This is really well played from Recon. He's getting so many units out so early. Look at it, 92 population versus 53 for Rebel.
Wow.
And it's good units too. Forcing the early resto here. The Fire Archers are really good units to get out against the Hoplites.
Wow.
I think the Rebel could potentially have scouted out the early, I don't know what they're called, the archer building from the Chinese. And if he did that, he would have been able to build Hibias here. That would have been really hard for Recon to deal with. But dude, this army of Pioneers and Fire Archers, they're getting the value in. Are you kidding me?
I know, a ton. Even on this right-hand side, man, like just preventing him from accessing those resources on the right side rather than actual Vil kills, it's sick. Yep. Speaking of Vil kills, we're gonna see some here, probably.
Maybe? Not quite.
How is that possible, dude? How did that group of archers not get a Vil kill? One?
These units, they don't deal that much damage. Look at this. There's like 12 units here, and it's taking like 5 seconds to kill Hibias.
Wow.
Yeah. They don't have many upgrades, if any, to their name just yet. And they're kind of what in AoE 2 you would call these trash units. Yeah, they're just there. Early trash units. They don't require too much of an investment, but you see, you can kind of force an overreaction maybe from your opponent. Like right now, Rebel has invested into his stables. He's getting his Hibias out. And even if they're trash units, they can still get a lot of value, as you see here.
Yep. I mean, they may not kill villagers quickly, but a successful raid is not necessarily dead vills. Idle economy, that's That's also what you're gunning for.
Yep. Rusio almost in for Recon, and
Mm.
Dionysus is pre-queued for Rebel, but not started yet.
Oh,
Wow. What an execution here from Recon. Rebel, dude, I
wow.
don't even think this is premature from Rebel. This was such an extremely well executed early game from Recon.
Wow. Wow. I'm a little bit. Yeah, but dude, Soup, you remember how hard Rabble fought in that previous game on Peach Blossom Land?
Yeah.
For that reason, it felt a little, not really premature, but abrupt. Abrupt.
Abrupt.
Abrupt.
Yeah, abrupt, certainly. You know what would have happened? I can get for those of you who are a bit sad that Rebel surrendered so quickly. I'll give you a rundown of what would have happened the next 5 minutes if he hadn't. Recon would transition into full Dao swordsman with those Rusio upgrades. He would have that archer backline that he had already established, and then he would have struck Rebel's second TC, kept him in classical age, and just slowly overtaken the game.
Wow. Hey, you respect it from a competitive standpoint, and there's the bolt, man. From a competitive standpoint, it's like, hey, I get it. From an entertainment standpoint, you want as many games and everything as you can get, but I definitely understand it. I get it, man. Good micro, dude. Good micro
Yeah,
by
so
Recon here.
sick. And forcing the early resto and still coming out on top on this fight, like killing all those hoplites. It's so sick. What a
Mm.
strategy from Recon. I've never seen that before. Early Pioneer spam with Nuwa into Fire Archer spam. Such a well executed strategy from Recon.
For sure. Well, so that's it. That's it for this series, everybody. We started off with an awkward Alfheim situation. We technically got 5 games, Soup, if you
Yeah.
think about it. Alfheim didn't necessarily count, because the bug, but we got 5 games, so that's pretty sick. We're gonna jump, I think that's it for this series, everybody. But Tunison and Mista is still going on currently. Recon moves on. Rappel's gonna be playing tomorrow against I'm not sure who. We can check the bracket a little bit later. I believe we're going to move over to another game from between Tunison and Mista. It is currently Mista up 2-0 on Tunison. We can maybe catch the third game if that's possible. Okay, so the winner of this is going to be playing against Kvoth next week, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, so Grass, let's see, so Rappel's going to be playing against Lukey tomorrow. So Rappel against Lukey, the winner of that is going to play against either Grass or El Matador, and then either Tunison or either Tunison or Mista is going to be playing against Mosca tomorrow. So again, Game 3 coming in sometime soon. So hang tight there, folks. We got at least one more. Are you ready for one more, Soup? Are we? We still got energy. I know it's late over there, but still, you still got energy. It's a Saturday night, dude.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah? We got the Mista coming up. This is always a guarantee for something interesting going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I've got energy for this. I've got energy for the Mista for sure. What are we seeing? We're seeing him Fushi versus Uranus on Giza. This is going to be very interesting. Generally, we see a lot of these Atlantean versus Chinese matchups ending with just Terma and robots versus the Chinese army, and it's so good. But Uranus doesn't have access to Leto, so I wonder if Tunison is going to throw Promethean and Terma against the Mista, and if so, I'm very interested in seeing how Mista will be able to counter that, if he is, of course.
Well, but real quick, we got 4 minutes, so real quick. On that note, the Leto automatons are stronger in that Terma myth unit matchup because of the armor difference, the armor stats difference between Prometheans and automatons. The automatons have the better pierce armor.
Yeah,
so
and it's also that
pioneers aren't as good.
When you go through Leto, you also get this ridiculously good technology, a bit slept on, some would say, that gives minus 15% pierce vulnerability to everything, including heroes, including automata. And when you're against Chinese, they will want to make Javelineers against your Terma. They'll want to make Pioneers against your automata. all in all, it amounts to the fact that though that technology is going to provide you so much value, and then you add to it spider layer, the robots can rebuild themselves. All in all, it's a cool and very, very good strategy to use against China. But I can imagine it working with Uranus and Prometheus too.
Well, we'll find out. By all means, Tunison is. I've seen Tunison execute that myth unit term strategy before, and he's good at it. He's definitely good at it. I think it's likely he's going to go for it. The Promethean difference is a monkey wrench in that idea, though. But it'll be interesting to see how Mista, assuming that's what we're expecting, how he's going to deal with that on the Fushi side of.
Yeah, there's also the option that Tunison goes Oceanus into 2 TC Boom or something like that. But then the risk becomes that the Mister will go for a 2 TC Boom himself into a fast Mythic or something like that. And we've seen the prowess of Fushi late game, haven't we?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh my God, yeah. That is a very good point.
Ay,
That
ay,
is a
ay.
very good point. But at the same time, think back to Magic Veek Foth and how amazing the Murmillo were against China.
Yeah.
So if he goes Oceanus, he gets the bite of the shark Merms. It could be laughing might, as Boyd would say, right?
You know, a big part of the reason why they were so effective that game is because of Rhea. And Uranus does not have access to Rhea. He does have Bite of the Mimillo, that's true.
True.
But without Rhea, there's no minus 15% vulnerabilities to hack damage, which is very essential when you're against swordsman spam.
Yeah. Okay. Touche. Fair point. Touche. But still, it's not like the bite of the shark Merms. It's not like those things aren't strong, eh?
No, they're very good. And yeah, it's definitely an option. Dude, I'm happy. Dude, I'm very happy that I'm not either of these players because I'll be dead honest. I don't know what to expect from both sides here. So very excited to see that. I wonder what the
Well,
other games have been like. Mister winning Ra versus Poseidon on step. It sounds like an interesting matchup. And then another Chinese mirror on Elfheim actually.
yeah. I agree. By all means, it is getting both. Let's see. I know, Mista. Over there in Greece, it's getting late for him. So to respect the competitive nature, we didn't want to delay too long, which is why they ended up starting these first two games before Rappel and Recon were finished. We could potentially have another Recon Rappel game actually, Soup. That's the funny thing to think about, right? We could not even be in game number 3 here with Tunis and Mista. Anyway, so yeah, that's Boyd was casting games 1 and 2 on his channel, and now we're joining, so you could say. I'm here for game number 3. Game number 3 incoming, folks. Here we go. Mr. Bottom leftish here in the red, going for Fushi. Hey, already got that blossom tree thingamabobber over on the left-hand side. In the blue, we got Tunisan, Tunico. Yeah, there's that peach blossom spring. We love peach blossoms here, folks. We love peach blossoms. Anyways, we got Aranos here in the blue for Tunison. Soup. Okay, so Soup, if he does want to go for Terma and Prometheans, what is he looking at here? Like, what are the important parts of this map? Is he going to stay 1 TC and go for it? Is he going to maybe go for a second TC, get some hunt, and go for it? What's he
I
thinking?
imagine it should be a 1 TC play then. But very interesting, actually, if you look over in Tourism, he's got his granary already. If we right click a citizen, has he actually got an upgrade from there too? Oh, yeah, he's got his hand axe already.
What?
So,
Why? He's a
well,
Ranos. What?
well, he's not looking to go aggressive early on. And this to me says either that's because he wants to make some oracles early on to add to the Promethean spam for that extended classical age fighting, or it means he's going for like a fast heroic or something. Either way, when you build a granary and you get these early archaic age technologies, usually that means that you're not going to see a 2 TC boom. So that's about all I can say for now.
Fair enough. Dude, I'm still like, 20 years of playing AOT, it's like, oh yeah, economic guild first thing, no problemo. Everybody needs hunting dogs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not anymore.
Nope.
I didn't even notice that, dude.
Yeah, and
Good
the,
eye,
ear
good
the
eye.
the early hand decks, dude, it sounds really good. You get that it boosts your economy early on, and now there's the hand decks in as well. But something to remember
Wow.
when you're doing these types of build orders is right now you see Tunis on 1 citizen on gold, 2 citizens on wood. So all in all, we're looking at 3 citizens with 10% boost to their gather rate. All in all, it's minuscule. And
Yeah.
yeah, so you should only do this when you're not planning on doing any form of early aggression anyways.
Hmm. Well, having said that, let's take a quick peek at his base real quick, because I want to see Blue's base. Some of his resources are a little bit exposed. His gold mine, pretty defensible. There's a tower right next to it. It's kind of hidden, tucked back in there. But his food sources, dude, chickens and
Ooh,
berries,
very
that's definitely
exposed.
harassable. Mist is good at having, a couple. I could easily see him having a couple of pioneers early out, sick micro, and really causing some problems for Tunison, especially if Tunison's advance is a little bit late. He's in fact, he's not even advancing just yet, and Mist has already clicked up. So I don't know. I could maybe see some sensitive spots where Mista could really take advantage. Yeah, we got how do you say it? Schwanu,
Shenu.
Schwanu.
Shenu.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's an interesting minor god
Shenu.
pick here from Mister. I think most would expect Chiyu here with that electric weapons upgrade, but
Mm.
yeah, once again, dude, I haven't seen enough China. I haven't played enough around with China to actually know what this indicates. But to me, Xianyu, you either pick her for that healing aura of the Chilin, or you pick her for the mid to late game technologies. So
Mm.
interested in seeing what Mr. does with it here.
Interesting to see. We got Prometheus, by the way, so that is step one, and a fourth Oracle
Oh, nice.
soup.
So
So
it's the
Sherma
extended classical age
Prometheans.
fighting with Prometheans. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the expectation. We saw a second ago the zebras. Tunison's thinking about getting those zebras on the front side of his base, which is interesting considering he's up so much later again.
Immediate valor used on. Wait, was that an oracle? Yeah,
Or
used it on the
yeah,
oracle so that it survived the Chilean attack. Good use.
nice. Sky passage also nice.
Yes.
Ooh,
Bit of
ooh.
a weird animation there, but yeah. Good sky passage on the forward zebras. And
Mm,
we see counter barracks and another counter barracks, right? It's going to be 2 counter
yeah.
barracks. Yeah.
No surprise there. Yeah,
Well, I don't know because
I don't think.
you're against China. They don't have cavalry early on. They're gonna have a lot
Yeah.
of infantry, and if you're versus, well, let's see where he goes with it. But I'm just saying, if you don't have access to Mamilo, I could potentially see versus China that you can be in some trouble, but maybe not.
Hmm.
Could just be full Terma, like you said, like we talked about in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Fire
5.
pony fighting an oracle. That's nice.
And we don't have Valor available. I think Tunison used Valor on a citizen at home or something, so gonna have to go for a saving
Oh,
private Oracle mission here, working out. Mist is going for
good
a
job
second
saving that
TC
oracle.
down the bottom. 3 Kuafu
Nice.
building a TC with 2 rhinos nearby and the forests available too. This is a bit dangerous for Mista, I think. It's a delayed second TC too, like 6 minutes in. He could have gotten it a bit faster if he wanted to. So
Hmm.
it's not like a super fast second TC. And I think what Tunison is going to do here is, obviously he's making Terma. He's obviously getting a bunch of Prometheans. He's already got that alluvial clay. What he wants to do now is sit on Mister's second gold. And Mister already being on 2 TCs now, I think he'll have a hard time amassing enough of an army to actually contest that second gold.
Okay. Yeah, the second gold is kind of out and about. That's a little
Very
that's
forward.
punishable.
Very forward. And Mister doesn't have
Yeah.
access to the Zebras either. Yeah, sure, he's got access to the 2 Rhinos, like we talked about. But other than that, I think, whoa, look at the technology coming in for Mister here. Barely missed it
What
because
is
it's so
that?
fast with the with Fushi. What it does is training camps become cheaper and more effective. something that you very rarely see.
What does more
challenge.
effective mean?
So it means that if you get a training camp for your military barracks, your units will train 50% faster. If you also have this
Oh,
technology on top of it, it's going to be 75% faster. So
oh, snap.
Mister will produce these military units ridiculously fast, as you can see in the production queue as well. Those Wusu Javelineer are being trained in no time.
Wow, yeah, you can tell. Look at that. Bzzz. Okay. Is he getting another fire pony? He is.
Yeah,
A
he
flaming
is.
pony. Ah.
So that's what Mister's doing here. He's getting the chilling out that can do the area of effect healing on his army, and then he's getting the training yards out, the cheap, effective training yards out, so they can easily produce a lot of military units whenever needed.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and for now it's just looking like Wusu Javelin here, nothing else. Probably knowing that it's going to be a bunch of Terma that he has to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he can predict the Promethean Terma play here. I think he can predict it. By the way, there's a couple of merms, so he did drop a military building, military whatchamabob or whatever it's called.
Yeah, military
To get
barracks.
some merms out.
And
Military barracks, thank
the
you.
Cairo Ballast in the back as well. It's
Is that two?
Yep.
Really?
I think maybe Tunison has scouted out a lot of the Wusu Javelineers now, and he's saying to himself, if I go full merm against this kind of army here, that should be really, really good. Mr. Using
Okay.
the Pioneer's lanterns here to get a better glimpse of what Tunison is doing. Targeting down 2 Termas already. This is really, really strong.
Oh, that was so sick, dude. Oh, that's the special attack. The flaming pony with the flamethrower is so sick.
It looks so good. I almost wish it was a myth unit, because then the special attack could be that much better and that much more impactful, right?
Ooh, that's a good point, man. Rather than the potato.
Oh yeah, can put the potato in the classical age instead.
Yeah. The potato feels like a classical age myth unit, let's be honest, right? A flaming pony, that's definitely mythic territory.
Ooh.
Look at it. Boom! That is so cool. It could be like a Draugr, dude. Does it do damage like a Draugr?
Well, it's just a special attack. Then the rest is, just an auto attack, melee auto attack.
Do you know what I mean? How the Draugr like attacks through units?
Yeah, it is. Everything that gets hit by the flamethrower will take damage.
It looks like it's a minimal amount.
Yeah, exactly.
It's cool.
Good attack here from
What do you
Tunison.
think?
He's forcing.
You like this? I was gonna ask, what is this all about? Why would you? Is this a good idea going for a town center?
Look at it. He's doing it uncontested. Mister does not want to take this fight, and to me that means this is perfect. He's getting a lot of value out of his army here. He's barely taking any damage. I think he's gonna kill a villager or 2 in the process. Well, this one. There's gonna be houses to take down afterwards. There's a bunch of production over there too. Well, 5 houses and a production building, but this is 6 houses. Really good attack from Tunison. Really utilizing the Prometheans with the crush damage there. I don't think Mister was ready for that at all.
Yeah. I mean, he is ahead in the total eco numbers, right? We already talked about how that is different between, with Kwafu and everything, but still, he is ahead. So kind of, he got value from it. Now let's just not take damage. So he just backs off and lets it happen.
Yeah. He hunted down the 2 rhinos that were there, so that he's gonna be happy about that as well. But all in all, I don't know. I think he lost so many. Like all these houses, the Imperial Academy here, the town center, all in all, this amounts to something like 1,500 resources. Let's see this vanish. 30 seconds of vanish god power. And importantly, Tunison knows that the vanish is being used, but he doesn't know where. He doesn't know where these units are going to pop out.
Surprise! Oh, flamethrower! Oh! Shockwave, get out of there! Woo! Man, that was sick with the flamethrowers.
So many dead units. Are you kidding me? The Wusu Javelineers targeting down the Termas, the flamethrowers targeting down everything. And this is going to be hard for Tunison to come back from, because so many units are low HP now. It's looking like there's going to be a fight here. I think that's.
Chillin's getting out of there.
Oh, I think this is good for Tunison. He's got so many units in the back. There's Chillin, but there's also Hero Mamillos. If they can get to their targets, they will be very happy.
But they're just running around, dude, like they're lost. A Chiro Ballista, Hero Chiro Ballista goes down. There's still, what, 3-4 Chillins left over?
The Wusu Javelin deals bonus damage versus Chiro Ballista, so that's very important. And how many? Dude, 3 Chillins still, 2 Chillins still staying alive here. Finally, only 1 remaining, and there's still some Hero Mamillos remaining. That's the final Chillin going down. This is really cool what Mist is doing, but I wonder, is it gonna work here?
Well, who's winning the fight, though? It's so equal, dude. Their eco numbers, their military numbers. This is such a close fight. I can't tell who's it's better or worse for. Probably worse for Mista since he lost 4 Chillins. It feels like that's a little bit more difficult to spam rather than the Prometheans.
Yeah, and the thing is, when he loses all those Chillins, I mean, it's kind of like losing favor that he could have used for Koafu. So it's like almost as if he's lost economy in the process here. 63 to 60 villagers. This is favoring the Uranus player, I'm pretty sure. But such a close game. Such close fights.
Yeah. Vodka's pointing out we got heroic that's probably coming in here for Mista. He's pre-queued, he's planning on it. Gualamong.
Gomong. Doesn't have the armory, doesn't have the marketplace, whatever it is he's deciding to go for, he doesn't have it. And good raid here with the Halberdiers. Such a weird raiding unit, but if that's all you got, why don't you do it? Yeah, forcing the idle time on 3 citizens, putting them off of that separate spot. It's big. May even force an overreaction over the gold mine. Good raid from Tunison too.
Speaking of a good raid, man, exactly. Both players getting some good. This looks like way more eco damage.
Yeah.
The Randall citizens can jump into the sky passage. These guys ain't got no sky passage.
This is a really good raid from Tunison, and Tunison is sitting on 6 oracles. While all of this is happening, he's sitting on 6 oracles, and he will be able to make a lot of Prometheans if he so desires. There's only 2 pioneers in for Mista. I don't think he's ready for the kind of Promethean spam that Tunison is potentially about to throw at him.
Well, dude, he pre-queued Guelmong, the heroic age god but he's so close to aging up. Nope. So close to aging up. Nope. So Mista's got hundreds of resources that he's just floating,
Yeah.
and he's not actually aging up, dude.
It's because he got kicked off of that gold mine that kind of threw his macro off a bit. Because he didn't have the resource of a heroic anymore, and now he's just floating food. It's looking a bit silly.
This is silly. Like the chillin'. Anyway, look at that position, man. Look at that position.
Yeah,
it's feeling soft. It's feeling like a sensitive spot, man.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And Tunison sees it now. He's about to hit it with a big army, I think. I wonder who has the bigger army here now. Both actually with a very big army, almost 5,000 resource value for both of these players. But there's so many Prometheans in here, and so few heroes. Well, 5 heroes on the side of Mista.
Javelins instantly on the Kairos. Boom, we got a shockwave. Cairo 1 is down. Soup. Cairo 1 is down. Is he bringing the Quafu? He's seriously bringing the Quafu.
Oh,
he is.
He is.
What?
What are they doing?
They're trying to build a building. What? That's got to be a misclick. Who's winning the fight?
I don't think Mista's got much of an answer to these Mamillos. He's building,
right.
He's building swordsmen now as an attempt to deal with them, but I don't think they're really good against them. And the Prometheans.
Dude, he's even pulling
here.
villagers to go after the Kairos, man.
Oh man!
Look at the military difference now.
Tunison is winning this fight big time. He's got all the military numbers. He's killing villagers in the process, and he's still got Prometheans remaining.
Oh, dude! Game 4, baby! Sick.
Tunison is such a good Uranus player. I think a lot of people, if you ask who's the best Uranus player, they'll say Tunison. He's practiced this god so much. And you see it right here. He knows exactly what to do here. He micros these fights enormously well. He's getting all the Prometheans out. He's getting the Oracles out. You see a lot of other players like Recon Rebel earlier today struggling to get the Oracles out. But Tunison, he's there and he's making it work.
Indeed, man. Indeed. Dude, that raid the raid on the gold,
Yeah.
I think, won the game for Tunison because exactly what you said. He pre-queued Heroic Age, but he got the raid on the gold, and Heroic Age did not come in. And then the fight that ended the game, just before Heroic Age came in. We'll see it. We'll probably see it eventually here in the highlight, but we'll get there. It'll take a few minutes, but
Yeah.
that's got to be what won the game totally for Tunison.
Was looking good for Mist for oh my god, this was such a cool play with the Vanish. I think
Yeah.
he saw Tunison a bit mispositioned here, most of his army being down the bottom of the corner, realizing he can trap them here, get a really sick engage in. Look at the flamethrowers here.
Boom! Oh, so sick.
Shockwave
So
really
sick.
saving Tunison here, though, if we're being real.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That could have been the end of the game right there if he did not have Shockwave.
Yeah.
Oy, 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 oy.
And then Mister deciding to just continue chasing, and Tunison says, "All right, let's go. We'll fight here." And Tunis, before that, he had made like 4 or 5 hero Mamillos, and they are just going to town on these chillin'.
Yeah. Dude, I thought that Tunison was losing this fight hard. And then suddenly the Chillin go down. It's like, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Reinforcements are coming in. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. This was way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but I
Cute.
think those chillin' are so expensive. So even though it looked like a
Mm.
close fight, I think because Mister had invested so much into those units, and all they do is end up getting an equal fight. That's just not enough. He needed more out of them.
Ay, indeed, indeed. And here's the fight, man. And you can see in the top left corner, Heroic Age is coming in, but it doesn't quite make it. It doesn't quite make it, and Tunison ends up killing everything, dude.
Hmm.
Wow.
I didn't even realize Mister did eventually pay for the heroic gauge, but yeah.
He finally got there, man. He finally got there. He finally paid for it. He didn't get there, but he paid for it.
What are we watching now? Zeus versus Loki on Ghost Lake. So I want to see the prioritization of these two players. Tunison has second picked Loki, and Mister has picked Zeus somewhere in the middle. So not highest priority, but not lowest priority either.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Dude, Mister is first picking Shenong. I don't think many would have predicted that.
Yeah, that's a little bit peculiar. Especially, let's see, he went for Shanong and also Fuxi. And I guess Tunison has Gaia. Okay. So Mista bans Kronos and Gaia. So I think that here's my theory. Mista bans Kronos and Gaia, which means no Leto, no Automaton Turbospam. Okay, fine. He has to potentially deal with Aranos, but Aranos has, the Prometheans instead.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I wonder if that's part of the theory, partially why he ended up going for Shenong and
Yeah.
Fuxi. I don't.
I like that theory. No access to Leto means Mister can go for China in peace. And yeah. I don't know. This China, it's such an unexplored civ still, especially in this tournament. A lot of these players are kind of reluctant on picking China, but I'm very happy that in many of the series that we've seen today, we've seen all 3 Chinese picked. So that's really cool.
For sure. I agree. And we've only seen Lil Jon have like a broken impact one time, and that game didn't even. Let's see. No. That was the arena game.
Yeah.
We started to see him on the Alfheim game between Rappel Recon, but he, since that kind of ended preemptively, we didn't really see him have a big impact. So, which is good. I think a lot of people would think that maybe there is a potential adjustment to that unit's stats on the horizon.
But even then, just keep in mind, okay, sure, that unit is busted, but it's a Mythic Age unit. You still have to get to the point where you are in the Mythic Age. And you still need the Fuxi upgrades to boot. Like, it's a long way to get there. So, obviously, it does need some adjustment if we're being real. Maybe a buff to certain things and then a nerf to stuff like that. But still, all in all, I think China, honestly, balance-wise, it's hard to say if they're underpowered or overpowered. I think they're fitting in just nicely, as we can see here from the drafts.
Well, I think we are uncovering a couple of sensitive spots. Like we saw Magic and those Murmillo just completely. Sure, they're especially upgraded through Rhea, but those Murmillo really carrying him throughout that entire Ghost Lake game. Terma myth unit spam being another. So there's some sensitive spots. I know China started off super strong. There are still, potentially some really strong things, but I think things are starting to balance out with China. Not
Yeah,
completely, but it's
yeah.
balancing
And
out.
with every new patch, we're gonna inch ever closer to getting a very, very cool Civ. I think already now
Yeah.
China is such a cool addition to Age of Mythology, and we're seeing like even just what we saw here from the Mister with the Vanish, such a cool god power. I can't wait
Mm.
for people to experiment more with that. We're gonna find some really good highlights of that god power, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of creativity that you could use with Vanish, potentially with God power combinations in team games as well. I know we're talking about 1v1s and everything right now, but God power combos, that's unexplored as well.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. We're about to start Zeus versus Loki on Ghost Lake. This is gonna be interesting.
I agree. I agree. 7 seconds. Any. I mean, it's Mr. Zeus, man. It's Mr. Zeus. Mr. kind of came to power as a Zeus player, but we're looking at Tunison first, folks. Tunison here in the blue, playing with Loki, and most importantly, Soup. We have one singular starting gold mine right there at the top, so that is a big deal for both players. In all sincerity. Anyways, down on the bottom side, we got Mista in the red. He is playing Zeus. Mista came to power in the AOM scene with Zeus, known as a Zeus player. He can play everything these days, obviously, but still his background is definitely in with AOT being Zeus. Zeus is different these days, however, so maybe not as scary as you might think, but it's maybe something to think about in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and important to notice here, Bolt cannot be used on Berserk. So we're not
Mm,
going to see one player completely in the dark like we saw in that Bamboo Grove game earlier.
mm,
And it also means that both players get to scout for goats. Neither player are building an armory or something like that. So we should probably be looking at an equal amount of goats on both sides here.
mm.
And it's 4 Aurochs in both sides on both bases. So a lot of food to be played around with. Only the one gold mine, like you mentioned, but to me, this smells like one TC versus one TC, and that's just such a cool matchup here. I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's surely we'll see Athena coming in for Mister, and
Yep.
almost guaranteed we're going to see Forseti coming in for Tunison.
Excuse me. Yeah, historically, Loki always, always, always going for the Hall of Thanes Hersier. We don't see that anymore, though. Just the straight up Hall of Thanes Hersier rating. So, it feels like Loki plays a lot more standard, quote unquote, standard Norse these days compared to the, I don't know, gimmicky, unique version of Hall of Thanes like what we used to see. So, on the
Yeah,
Loki side of things, go ahead, go ahead.
no, I'm happy for it. I don't think that
Mm,
play style where you just build one unit and you can get away with it and your opponent won't really have an effective counter to it. I don't think it's a healthy pattern. So that not
yeah.
being an option for Loki anymore, I'm happy for it.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think I agree. At the same time, it's like, well, now what do I do with Loki? So, um, there are plenty of options. So, what's the question to you, Soup? What does Loki do here? You have the throwing axemen, which have a little bit of extra bonus damage against, hoplites. Same with the RC against the archers. So, you have to be wary of restoration, but taking straight up fights against Zeus is a little bit more viable compared to it used to be. um, what? Do you go for RC? Do you go for get some raids in?
I
I don't
think
know.
the standard approach is to go for 2 great halls, 2 longhouses, and then you produce raiding cavalry, throwing axemen, and then you
Mhm.
really gotta scout out what is the Zeus player doing. If he's making extra minotaurs, then you're gonna have to go heavy into hearses,
Yeah.
and that's gonna force you to leave your base for hunt, and that's going to be making things a bit more complicated for you. But if there's not extra Minotaurs in, which I don't think will be the case here, we do see Mister with 2 villagers on favor already. So in that case, Tunison probably going to have to maybe just go for one Great Hall, and then he can go hearses from the temple and raiding cavalry from the Great Hall. But
Mm.
he's going to have to build a lot of throwing axemen because there'll be hoplites And there's going to be Toxotes and heroes as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay. As the Minotaurs headed across the ice, quick shout out in terms of food. You start with a lot of food in your base, of course. We saw the four aurochs. We already know chickens and berries, of course, goats, etc. But there is one, maybe two external patches of hunt. I don't know if either player's going to get it. It would be a little bit ballsy to go outside of your base
Yeah, I think
to get it.
Mister
Yeah,
is never gonna go for it. At least very early on here, I think he'll stick inside his base. He'll go for chicken. He'll go for berries. Reason being,
yeah,
Tunison has access to raiding cavalry, and they can
yeah,
really punish something like an external hunt spot like that. Similar
yeah.
with Tunison could go outside, but if he does decide to do so, he's gonna have to put his military pretty much idle nearby. He cannot leave his military from that spot if he decides to go for it. So it's
Mm.
gonna be, yeah. I don't think Tunison's gonna want to go for it either.
It's so tempting, though, man. From the Norse point of view, it's so tempting. You see an animal, and you just gotta eat it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I had that legacy bias too. Something I've talked about on stream. Like
Mm.
I'm playing Norse. I need to be hunting. I cannot
Mm.
go on chicken or berries. Like, yeah.
It's an obligation. It's mandatory. You have to finish this. So if Tunison doesn't eat this, he's not a real Norse player. Simple as that.
Exactly. Mrs. got himself the Bull Minotaur upgrade, and
Mhm.
this he's only got still only got 2 villagers on prayer duty. So I don't know. I was thinking maybe it would be a lot more Minotaurs, but so far, seeing that there's only 1 or 2 villagers in prayer duty, it's not going to be that heavy. But Tunison will be forced to build a lot of hearses this game.
Yeah. He's already got a handful out. He already sees the bull minotaur. He's already chasing
Yeah.
around a little bit. He's got those longhouses, double longhouse, anticipating throwing axemen. So I think he gets it. He's on the same wavelength as you. He's prepping for it and whatnot. But it's gonna partially come down to execution.
Yeah.
Nice catch here.
This is good. Just chunking down a Minotaur like that is really good. The lower you can get it means the earlier you can force a restoration if there ever comes a big fight. So
Yeah.
any kind of damage here is welcome for Tunison.
Hey, Vodka, can you select goats real quick? I just noticed a huge goat discrepancy. How many does he have, dude? He's got like 30, 20. 20? He's got 20. I think Tunison has like 5.
What?
4.
4.
Dude, that is such a big difference.
Holy.
And you said yourself, he needs Hersier for bull
Yeah.
minotaurs, right? Okay.
Well, that's going to be rough if you've only got 4 goats. At the very least, it's going to force Tunison to leave his base. And if he does leave his base either on the right side for the Oryx, as we see here, or for the Caribou on the left side, that's going to thin out his base. There's more places where he needs to be able to defend constantly. And these Bull Minotaurs have 5.4 speed. So they're really effective raiders. And if you have to protect this, not just your base, but also another point outside of your base, that's so difficult.
Yep. Having said that, there is over on the left-hand side, I guess both either right or left-hand side. Ooh. Careful, Hersier. Anyway, the hunt is near a gold mine. So, in the not too distant future, his gold is going to have to go out to that general area regardless. So his army is going to be there. That is a good thing for Mista, potentially having a juicy spot to attack and pressure and use a restoration on. But at the same time, it does mean that Tunison, he can congregate defenses all in one place at the same time.
Oh yeah, yeah. We can definitely see if there is one big fight that should define this game. We know where it's going to be fought, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Broggy pre-queued. Okay.
That's a very, very early pre-queue. He's got 49 food right now.
He's thinking hard. Ooh!
0 throwing axemen dead just yet. Could potentially garrison those 2. Only one of them garrisoned. Just 1 throwing axemen dead, and Healing Spring is available, so it's not the end of the world for Tunison at all. Losing a raiding cavalry here too, though. So 2 kills in favor for Mista here.
Yeah, but hang on, Soup, hang on. The Healing Spring getting dropped in his base.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. But is it really good? Is he going to need that to try and, Healing Spring's pretty good these days. So I guess I'm envisioning the impending restoration push on a second gold mine. One way to try and handle that is to use your own healing spring on that, same position.
Yeah, true. That's actually yeah, true. Forcing the healing spring inside of Tunison's base, Mister will be very
Yeah.
happy about that.
Indeed.
Oh man,
Indeed.
Tunison is moving outside his base, but he's not. Oh, he's okay. To his credit, he's built a wall there, but Mister's playing
But
this really
uh,
well. Oh,
build another wall, build another wall, build another wall, build another wall. Ah! Ah! Knock him on the other side.
Cue,
Oh, dude.
cue the Benny Hill music. Oh, dude, Tunison came out of that very healthy. Not a single villager dying, and he takes down 2 Minotaurs in the process.
That's huge. Oh, geez, that is huge. Dionys is coming in as well. Sarissa coming in. Both of those are huge. Whew. Wow. Nice save. Indeed, Recon. Killer save.
Oh, that's so sick. Dude, that looks so sketchy. But that gate being built just at the right second, just at the right time, saving Tunison's ass big time.
Whew. Dude. 100 food, 80 food, 60 food, and 50, and he clicks up, and he's not too much later. Oh, going up heroic compared to Dionysus for Mista.
I don't think
So
it.
if he
I don't think. I don't
Go
think
ahead.
Mister can utilize his earlier heroic age timing here at all. He barely has any military to his name. Tunison's military is 4,000 versus 2,000 for Mister.
True.
Tunison is perfectly fine
True.
advancing to the heroic age later here. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, but even so, he still has 2 god powers compared to flaming weapons, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so Mister,
Hippospis coming out.
what Mister wants here is to go get as close to full population as possible, and then he wants to force the big fight with the bronze, the restoration, the flaming weapons, and then he wants to say, we'll fight it here, and whoever wins the game.
Run, Pegasus! Oh, Peggy gets sniped. It's true, man. It's true. It may be. Do you think he may be? I mean, it's not necessarily Miss Macro. He is a little bit unstable in his macro here. Maybe I just expected a little bit more army from him.
From Mister?
Yeah.
Well, he's floating 1,000 food, isn't he?
Basically.
He's got himself obviously Dionysus. Now, he could build himself a new Hydra, which he does. It's gonna make his macro look a bit smoother here. But Tunison's army, Hearses, throwing axemen. He's pre-queued that heavy infantry. He's got some trolls in there. He's well positioned to defend the attack that Mist is going for here.
It's true. The longer I think that from the Norse point of view, the longer you delay, typically the more chances you have of surviving. Since heroic age is really some pretty tasty bread and butter for Norse, especially with flaming weapons, and that's true. There is a bolt. There's all 3 god powers for Mista potentially
we're gonna have a
happening
fight
right
here.
now.
We're gonna have a fight here. Those throwing axemen are not in a great spot. Bronze cast, flaming weapons cast, restoration in no time. Surely this is not good for Tunison. He does not want to fight like this, I think. The bronze resto combo is so insanely strong. Let's see here. 2 heads on one of the Hydras, 2 heads on the other as well. The pacifists are in to take care of the hearses. Bolts used on a battle boar here. And the bronze just has higher value than flaming weapons. This is and when you add to it restoration as well, this is why Tunison is forced to retreat here. He cannot win this fight.
I am of the opinion he just walked his Herseer into the face of a bunch of Hippospis, dude. They got shredded.
What else can you do?
Pull some pullback micros, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, pull him into the fire of throwing axemen, like something, dude.
Remember, he's defending his gold mine here. So his options were either retreat with all his military and his gold miners, or take the fight.
I know, but still, just leaving them there to try and attack. I guess there is value in leaving them there to attack. They might die quickly, but you're at least getting some value out of them from those attacks. Look at that army, dude.
Yeah, those Hydras have almost full HP, both of them, despite being under attack during a flaming weapons attack from the Loki player. And now the Pegasus is scouting the second gold mine over on the right side. Mr. Surely will move his army over there soon. Maybe not. Nah, he will.
Yeah. He's headed over there now. He's headed over. It's taken him a little, a minute though. He
Tunis.
didn't even have medium infantry in that fight. Are you kidding me? Mista
What?
didn't have it. Wow.
Yeah. Is that Resto Bronze combination of god powers? It's so ridiculously strong. And Bronze
Yeah.
working on Hydras and Minotaurs too. Yeah, there's so much that you need to attack through. And with just flaming weapons, it's not enough.
Dude, like, flaming weapon. Look at the recast cost. Like a healing spring recast cost. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Yeah. Dead vills. Not a ton, but a handful of dead vills. It hurts. It hurts. On 1 TC, it hurts.
Oh yeah, it does. And he doesn't even have any gold mine available at the moment. Tunison he needs a big army here. He needs Goldie out. He needs I don't even know. He needs all kinds of units. Good.
He needs a little bit of everything, man.
Yeah,
He needs heavy infantry.
Hoplites, Hippaspis, Peltas, really sick combination of units for Mister. It's so impossible to even envision what Tunison can do to defeat this.
Bro, no, it's not. Who cares about the hoplites at this point in time? Hippaspis myth units.
Yeah.
Sure, you can make, eventually you can get some Goaty numbers up, but
there's Peltas too. So Peltas defeating the Goaty, Hippaspis killing the Hearses. Yeah. What then? Which hero unit do I have remaining? None other.
Run! Oh, shut up. Does he say? Oh. He saw it. He saw it,
These
right?
villagers are dead.
Almost. Almost. Okay, more dead vills.
There's a Hydra
This is bad
here.
news for the series, Soup.
Yep. It's looking like Tunison might be toast here. Good little raid here with the raiding cavalry, but there's a Heracles here. The heroes are fighting back. I don't think they've got that survival equipment just yet, but even so, 1 for 1, I think Mister will heavily take that. Oh, they do. 91 HP. Are you kidding? Wait, that's it. No, that's from Pygmalion Statue. Oh, and he does have. Oh my god, he's got Pygmalion Statue and hunt and survival equipment. So these villagers are very chunky.
Oh, you want to know what's not chunky? Those throwing axemen. Oh, the Hippaspis. It's good value.
Yeah, Mister is just chilling right now. He's got army on the right side, he's got army on the left side, and Tunison cannot win with his entire army against either of those two armies.
Yeah. I mean, what in the world does he do? He's stuck in his base. He doesn't have his ego is struggling. 29 villagers on wood, for crying out loud. I mean, that'll get him some farming ego, which is nice, but still, I don't know.
A lot of responsibility lies on those two raiding cavalry. The future of Tunison in this series in the hands of these two.
I know. If he had a flaming weapons, or if he had favor for a flaming weapons, maybe it's like, okay, YOLO, Hail Mary to possibly get back into the game.
Dude, even then, Mister's got himself a bronze, and in a direct confrontation, army against army, bronze is better than flaming weapons. So
yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't think that healing spring really would have made a difference in that flaming weapons attack.
No.
Yeah, maybe the teensiest little bit, but no, ultimately not really, no.
Like, you compare the healing spring to restoration in a fight, in a 10, 15, 20 second fight, healing spring just doesn't compare at all.
Big time, ma'am. Big time.
Dionysia in as well. It's typical Mister. Whenever he goes for a minor god, he always ensures that he gets the maximum value out of that minor god. So in this case, this means he wants that plus 5% additional HP on all of his units.
He's got Hera prequeued, baby. He's almost there.
Oh, you're right.
Hera, that would definitely be the final, what. Although, okay, there it goes.
Lots of trolls, lots of Goaty here. So the myth units on Mister's side, potentially a bit fragile here. At the same time, though, if we see 3 heroes and a bunch of Peltests, this Loki army is very, very exposed. A new bronze coming
Oh,
in. Oh my.
he's just getting surrounded, Soup. He's
Yeah.
getting surrounded completely.
And this is
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
full
yeah.
Archer army for Tunison, and it's now being surrounded like you're mentioning. Oh man, it's not gonna go down well for Tunison.
And there it is. Missed 3-1. Respectable for Tunison. Respectable for Tunison. That was a great game 4.
Dominant Zeus performance here. Really, really dominant. He never looked like he was in trouble. He hit everything just as he had to do it. And yeah, that Myth unit Hephaestus Peltest combination versus Loki looked very, very brutal.
I think, I mean, by all means, I think there's maybe some macro questions that Mista could maybe be thinking about. Um, the size of his army, going into the heroic age, floating a bunch of resources, a little low on gold at points in time. I think it was still a good execution. Ultimately, Soup, I think that Mista didn't really make a mistake, which is crucial for just competition in general. I sick little Minotaur raid here. He didn't really make a lot of. In fact, he lost a couple of Minotaurs early, didn't he? So he did make mistakes.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
this is definitely a mistake. Like super well played from
yeah, right
Tunison, to
here.
be fair, with this gate.
Yeah,
And then the effective Herser counter attack. But then this is where the big fight happens. And the trolls, the throwing axemen, a bit out of position. I'm not even sure if it would have mattered that much because this is such a big restoration bronze combination of god powers. And it's just so
mm.
ridiculously hard to deal with.
It just seems like bronze resto is just stronger than flaming weapons and healing spring. It feels like that's kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I was thinking Mista didn't really make mistakes, but he had some miss macro. He lost a couple of Minotaur unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So he is definitely not infallible. Um, but yeah, after that one big fight, there was just no gold income. That's brutal.
Yeah, and right here he's up
Y-
by 14 villagers. He's catching units everywhere. He's forcing Tunison to be on wood when he wants to be on gold. And finally, Tunison saying, I want to fight here. I've got a nice big troll army with Godi. I can take care of the myth units. But dude, the numbers for Mista here and the fact that he's got 3 Hydras, he's got a new bronze available. All in all, Tunison just doesn't compete here at all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree, man. I agree. Like, a couple of those big fights, it's like you want to say, "Did you have to take it? You were gonna lose. Did you have to take it?" But when your gold is in question, when you got to secure a gold mine, you do what you got to do, and I don't know,
Yeah,
just
Recon,
didn't
that
quite go his
series
way.
versus Rebel was very enjoyable. We had a lot of really good
Absolutely.
series today, honestly. I really enjoyed casting here.
Oh, dude. Every single series had banger games. Every single series had banger games. This is the latest. This is the latest into the evening or afternoon that any of these Clash of Immortals like days have gone. This has been the longest day, if I'm not mistaken, so far. I think it's usually ends like an hour or 2 hours earlier. So I think that is shout out to the players going hard today, giving us a lot of entertainment. So. Yeah, buddy. Here we go. Here's the next week. We're gonna see Mystic Foth against Recon and Chemo. I think that should be next Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but that should be next Saturday, right? So down here, this is the plan for tomorrow, everybody. The loose bracket round 2: Grass Matador, Rappaluki, Magic Nolas, and the Brazilians, Tunisia and Mosca. Shout out to the players who dropped down today, but they gotta show up tomorrow.
I'll be
Try and
casting
stay
with Boyd,
alive.
by the way, for anyone interested. If you want
Ah,
to
cool.
revisit me, come again tomorrow and we'll cover these games. I think Magic Knowledge, I already mentioned, that's going to be a really good series. And I also think Grass Matador can bring a lot of heat. So these other 2 series, Rebel, Luki, should be really good too. Luki has proved himself a very worthwhile opponent. Rebel,
Yeah.
needless to say, very good as well. And then we've got the BR showdown, Tunison versus Mosca. It's going to be epic too. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow.
Absolutely. Same time, same place tomorrow, folks. Same time, same place tomorrow. Well, Soup, we casted all the games except for the first two of Mista and Tunison. We caught half the series. I think it was, definitely a sick day of games, huh?
Yeah,
Sick day?
really sick. I enjoyed it a lot, Maiden. Hope
Yeah,
everyone out there enjoyed it too.
absolutely. Alrighty, folks, that is it for EGC today, everybody. That's it from Soup and I. Catch Soup and Boit tomorrow, same channel, okay? So be there or be square, of course. Good boy, Toby. Alrighty, yeah, we'll see you guys later. Catch it later.